where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in, like, ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be like the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? It's. Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Like, getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up like your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires, like, decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you, like, raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of a totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools. Our focus on one-on-one today is mental health, and my guest is Bukola Lamid, fondly called the Therapy Queen. She's a certified cognitive behavioral change therapist, emotional intelligence specialist, a child mental health practitioner, and one of Africa's leading family mental health coach. She provides relatable solutions to persevere the mental and emotional wellness for every member of the family through counseling training, therapy, and advocacy interventions. Bukola is the founder of the Safety Republic International, an organization that is using the best 21st century skill set to influence healthy narratives in family, life, parenting, and childhood development. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, so my first question, I'm going to go straight to it and ask, look, depression, anxiety, mental health, it has become like the 21st century buzzword. Everybody's using it, and everybody's talking about any small thing. Oh, I'm depressed. And can you just break it down for us? What does mental health mean? What does depression mean beyond just the fact that it has become now?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. Every time when we have opportunity to talk about mental health, we try to break it down to the basic, definition so that people can relate with it. Everybody has mental health. Just like the way you have your physical health, you have your spiritual health, whatever health that you have, is just the same way you have mental health. Mental health is like the state of your mind. How does your mind work? How do you regulate it? How do you manage it? What goes in, what comes out? That is just a basic meaning. So everybody has mental health. According to World Health Organization in 2005, they defined mental health. I hope I'll be able to define it word to word. They said mental health is a state of well-being, where someone can relate with themselves, relate with the environment, cope with the everyday stresses of life. So we should be able to understand that life comes with its challenges, and you must recognize these challenges. Then you have the capacity to face the challenges and bounce back, because there will always be challenges. So that is mental health. That means if you have the capacity to cope with everyday stresses of life, okay, and you have the capability, to give back to the society. That's another part of a good mental health. Once you're able to take care of yourself, you can cope with the everyday stresses of life, then you can now give back to the society. So we consider you having a good mental health. When those things are not in place, then it becomes a mental illness. So mental health is more or less like your emotional well-being, your social well-being, your spiritual well-being, your physical, whatever well-being, everything, yes, to one. Once everything can work, then you have a good mental health.
Okay, I wanted to find out, it seems like in this time that we're in, there's a lot of awareness about mental health, but there's still a lot of stigma despite the awareness. Why is that?
Yeah, we've come a long way, and mental health has been stigmatized right from the beginning. So nobody wants to, face the reality that something is wrong with them. We have lived for over so many years. We have lived in a society where people have been trained not to express how they feel. People have been trained to suck everything in. People have been trained to wear what we call mask. So you're not feeling fine, but you don't want people to see your vulnerability. We were not trained to accept our vulnerability. So if you now cannot manage those vulnerabilities and they come out, it's a bit weird for people. Then they think that something is wrong with you.
Okay, so now this leads me to my next question. How do we begin to change that? Because I find that it's a very, I'll speak for Nigeria, it's a very cultural thing to want to say, you see, don't tell your problem to somebody, don't share this, be a man, be a woman, you're not the first person that it has happened to. So how do we now begin to draw the line to, okay, I'm not going to share my problem with anybody, but this thing is driving me crazy. I want to man up, but at the same time, I just sometimes just want to be vulnerable. Is it something in our culture that we have become, that we have trained ourselves that we can be vulnerable, and open up when we have problems? How do we begin to, solve this?
Yeah, we need to start changing our mentality.
How do we do that?
We need to understand that vulnerability is strength. Then we need to understand that every emotion is valid. Because people believe when you are sad is a bad sign. I mean, it is okay to be sad. What is not okay is to stay sad. They're two different things. So when we start changing this mentality, this stigma around, oh, you're not supposed to, like what you said, man up, suck it up, it's over. I tell people in mental health, we don't believe in forgiving and forgetting. It's a scam. Because you see, the way God, wired the brain, you can't forget. But you have the capacity to forgive. But once an event comes that triggers your memory, there's somewhere in the brain where every event of life is stored. So once you are triggered, it comes back to your memory. But because of the environment that we stay, people would rather not want to talk about it. That is the mentality, that is the conditioning that we have lived with for so many years. That's why it's strange for people, for me to come and tell you that, oh, I think I'm not feeling fine. And the next thing the person will say, no, it's okay, drop it. Is that all? No, forget about it. You can't just forget about an emotion. You must express an emotion. You must feel an emotion. If you don't feel it, it won't go away. What you only do if you don't feel it is you repress it. And one thing about emotions is emotions that is stored up for a long time becomes toxic. So that's why you see emotions can be in your system for several years, but when it's coming out, that time, you will not have the ability to manage it. It will just burst in your face. You could do something you can't manage. So what we are trying to say now to change that narrative is, once you're feeling something, recognize it. Very, very important. If you are sad, recognize that you are sad. Understand why you are sad. Look at it. Once you are trying to dissect that emotion, it becomes powerless. But that is the opposite of what we were taught. So when we have a feeling, we were taught not to think about it, to push it aside. But you see, emotions don't go away, like I told you. They stay in. You would believe that recent studies even show that emotions are linked with medical health. So sometimes when you are so stressed, you could have headache. Emotions has been linked to people having diabetics. Emotions have been linked to people having stroke, because those things are chemicals in your system that goes to disrupt the normal function of the body system. So now the narrative, how do we go about it? We need to change the mentality, the mindset around sadness. For instance, every emotion is valid. Like I said the other time, I said, if you feel happy, you should be able to regulate happiness as well. There is no good or bad emotion. We are the one that gives interpretation to emotions. I give an example. I'm angry. My anger may be a positive emotion. How? I failed an exam, and I'm so angry and disappointed at myself. Instead of me translating that anger into something negative that can injure me, I could translate it to a positive anger that will help me to pass my exams when next I'm writing. Okay. So there's nothing like good or bad emotion. What we have is healthy and unhealthy emotion.
We'll take a short break, and when we come back from the break, you tell us more about our emotions. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this break.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
You're still watching One on One, and our focus today is on mental health. And we still have Buki Lamid here with us. So you're talking about the emotion, that no emotion is good, no emotion is bad. So now let me go back to the home or to raising children, because, you know, we tell them, oh, it's not good to be sad. It's not good to be angry. It's not good to be... How, as a parent now, or as a teacher, as a caregiver, what do I need to know and learn in simple terms in teaching children that, okay, like you said, that being sad is not a bad thing sometimes. So how do I begin to teach this to a child, and then it becomes part of his or her life as they grow older?
All right, thank you. So from the very basic, emotions are just our messengers. A lot of people don't know that we are the master of our emotions. But when we don't have the capacity to manage it, they become our masters. So right from when children are quite young, you let them understand that emotions are your messengers. But how do you send them on an errand? Is when you feel, when you express them. So you are not supposed to hold a particular emotion just because you don't want people to see you in that particular state. I mean, when you want to cry, a lot of times crying is therapeutic. A lot of people don't know. The glands that secrete the water for crying actually is therapeutic to the system. There's an hormone that is released.
Oh, really?
Yes, there's somewhere in China where if you're feeling very overwhelmed,
yes,
you go there. They call the place a crying temple. So you go, you find a place, you sit and cry. Oh, wow. You would notice that sometimes when you cry, you feel a bit of ease.
Yeah.
So there's a science behind crying. But because there's a label to cry, in this part of the world that when you
Especially with
cry,
men.
you show vulnerability or you're weak. And like I said from the beginning, vulnerability is strength. In fact, for you to have the ability to express yourself is strength on its own. So while we grew up as children, adults killed that part of us. So that's why you see a lot of people cannot even stand up for themselves. They can't make decisions on their own because those emotions are supposed to build up those things.
So what should the adults begin to do now? What should parents and teachers begin to do now and differently?
Every emotions are valid.
Okay.
When I do training for teachers or parents or whatever, when we're talking about emotions, I make them write some things out. Those statements are very, very important. Every emotion is valid. It is okay not to be okay for some time. Then there are no negative or positive emotion. It's only healthy and unhealthy emotions. My emotions are my messengers. Those are the statements you create around children so that whenever they are feeling what they are feeling, they have the ability to express it. Then you as an adult should now become, I tell parents that you don't become a thermostat, you are a thermometer. What that means is that for children particularly, children hasn't really developed the capacity to regulate emotion because their brains are not yet fully developed. The brain is fully developed between the age of 25 and 30. So you could see that children are still emotions in emotion. They're still moving. They're still trying to understand their world. So you as an adult have the responsibility to help them regulate. So when they're on 100, you try to bring it down for them. When they're on 50, if it's too low, you hype it for them. So you are like thermometer. You are not a thermostat that once they throw their tantrums or once they begin, you just add your own and everything. So before you even have the capacity to regulate another person's emotion, you have to regulate your own emotion as well. You must understand, you must learn. It's a learned behavior. You must learn how to regulate your emotions. The first thing is for you to understand that, see, how am I feeling? That's first. Why am I feeling this? What can I do as I'm feeling this? By the time you start thinking like that, you have won with your emotions.
Okay, so now let's go to, because I saw a recent stat about how the numbers, more women are depressed than men. So what in Nigeria, the stats I saw, but why is this so? Why? Because you would have thought that because women are more expressive, we cry more, we talk more, we gossip more, that, that we will be less depressed than the men. Why is this so?
Okay, so I will talk about this from neurobiology. So there is a research that has confirmed that the brain of the man is a bit different from the brain of the woman, and most times it's by nurture. As human beings, we come into the world by nature, then nurture now comes in. So when we are growing up, there's this particular part of the brain of the female that is being raised or that is being nurtured more than that of the male. I hope I'll be able to explain this in a very basic form. What I'm trying to say is, in our nurturing, parenting, society, environment, nurture the logical part of the brain of the male more than the emotional part. And it starts with as simple as colors. When we give birth to children, there's this stigma or this stereotype of giving young girls pink.
And then boys blue.
Yes, and there's a psychology behind colors. If you don't grow with some particular colors, you may have little emotion. Let me give you pink an example. Yes, pink is a very energetic emotion, and it brings sympathy. So if you are not raised with a pink color around you, you might not necessarily have sympathy for people because colors have energy. So that is nurture. And there's a way the brain communicates with things around it. So if the brain doesn't see something that will nurture that part, then that place becomes dormant. Do you understand it now? So, and as the male is growing up, the female is growing up, there's this double standard that we do. There's a particular way we raise the young girls, and there's a particular way we raise it has an effect on the brain as well, and which in its own has an effect on the emotions of the male. That's why you see that women are more nurturers than men, because there's this attention on, you're going to your husband's household, you have to take care of your in-laws. They never tell that to men. You have to do this, and that helps the emotional part of the brain of the females more than the men. Now, the statistics that you have said is quite right. It's because most of the time, men have been conditioned to mask their emotions. I tell you, as a mental health practitioner, that men are more emotional than women in a lot of things. But they don't show it. They hardly show it. It's strange for you to see a young man on the road and the young man is crying. In fact, you are the person that says, and you're a man, what's wrong with you? So he knows your response. He would rather not talk about it. But if you see a young woman, everybody will come and they'll start saying, oh no, say you be woman, that kind of a thing. And that has really nurtured that neural pattern. We call it neural pattern of the brain. So much so that women are more emotional than physically emotional, you will think, but more so, men are more vulnerable and they are more emotional than men. Girls.
Okay, so we have to go on another quick break. It's funny how you're having an interesting conversation like this and then time is not your friend, but we have to take another quick break, and we'll be talking about, and when we come back from this break, we're talking now about the barrier entry into your field. Everybody now is a mental wellness expert. Go online, do something short. So how do we begin to differentiate and know that, okay, this person is certified person I can speak with, a trusted person I can, relate with. We'll be right back after this.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Thank you. You're still watching One on One, and our focus is on mental health. Okay, so now let's talk about the entry barrier for mental health. It's a good thing. I like how there's a lot of awareness now, how there are a lot of coaches, because I can remember a few years down the line, I had also experienced depression at some point, and there were not very many counselors and coaches like we see today, so I had to go to the federal hospital at Yaba. But there's a challenge with that, because I feel like because of this now, a lot of quacks have come into the industry. Everybody's a mental wellness expert, everybody's a coach, and then they can deal with this. How are you, the experts in the industry, how are you trying to regulate this? How do I know, for example, that this person, okay, I don't want to go to the psychiatric hospital in Yaba, but I want to speak to a wellness coach? How do I know that this person is a certified person and not a quack?
Yeah. For every field, it's not surprising that you always get people who leech on things like this and all that. But let me quickly educate people. You see, we have the academic part of mental health and we have the professional part. So for instance, you could just decide to say, okay, you want to do some courses in counseling so that you could do basic counseling, help people around, which is fantastic. Okay, so a counselor is different from a psychologist, it's different from a mental health practitioner, and it's different from a psychotherapist. They all have their area of specialty, depending on if it's academic or if it's professional, okay? But the holistic or the umbrella of everything is psychology. So the mother of them is the psychologist and the psychotherapist. They have everything. So it's under this psychology that you now have all the counseling, the coaching, everything bounces back to helping people, right? And to a large extent, we have professional bodies. We have professional bodies in Nigeria. We have professional bodies in counseling where you have the names and numbers or the details of everybody who is certified. Is everywhere on the internet where you just type in, you want to, they will bring it out. You have professional mental health practitioners. They are there. You have professional coaches, because coaches too are quite different from psychologists, and they're quite different from counselors. But somehow they all work hand in hand. Okay, so it is not unusual for you to get quacks.
Okay.
And one of the things that's why we are trying to push a lot of awareness, because we are not used to these things from the beginning. Most times when people have issues surrounding their emotions and mental health, the next place they go to is to seek spiritual, because I think there's this link between spiritual
I was going to get to that,
and
because
mental.
many people just see religious counselor, and then we demonize everything. You reject it in the name of the Lord, and we do all sorts, and then we never really get to the core of the issue. So because we really don't have so much time, I want you to tell us, maybe just break it down like 3 or 4 practical steps on how to protect our mental health. How do I protect my mental health in my home, in my workplace, and just everyday life? Just share with us some practical steps.
Thank you. So there's this thing that we call good body image. Okay. You have to be real with yourself. If you are not real with yourself, you can't get yourself. What do I mean by that? Always look at the bright side of life. Everybody has their issues that they deal with. It is just the normal stresses of life. So when you are going through issues, look at the brighter side. It's not trying to sweet-tongue you, or because you see, the brain has been wired to always look at issues. Okay. Like I said the other time, that there's this thing in our brain called the amygdala. It's like a fire alarm. It's the one that catches all the issues of life and tries to magnify everything for you. But if you don't have a grasp of what is happening to you, it magnifies it, it makes it bigger, then you may not be able to handle it. And that's why you have mental health issues, and that's why it aggravates to illnesses. Okay, so you should have the capacity to look at yourself and look at your vulnerabilities and your strength, and focus more on your strength. Everybody has vulnerabilities. Everybody have their strengths. Focus more on your strengths. Talk more to yourself. In fact, that's another myth. People think when you talk to self, you need to talk to self. You need to have like a meeting to sit yourself there and ask yourself questions. Look inwards. I tell people that our work is not to find solution for you. You have to find a solution for yourself. But our work as psychologists and mental practitioners is to guide you. That's the skill that we have that you don't. Your solution may be on this right side, but you are looking on the left side. So our own responsibility is to guide you towards that part where you will find self. We cannot find it for you. So always ensure that you manage your emotions. Never allow anything to, I'm talking about emotions now. Never suppress anything. If you feel sad, I tell you, I feel somehow today. I don't need you to say, why? No, I just need to express it. Always make sure that whatever you feel, however you feel, you let it out. And you see, you must always find someone to talk to, no matter what. Everybody needs a coach. You must always find somebody to share your issues with. The back is a myth when people say, don't share your story with any. The worst people can do is to share it around, right? But the thing is, it's not resident in you. You have been able to express it, because you see, repressed emotion becomes toxic. So it is even more about you than whatever anybody wants to do or want to say about your issues. Don't let it sit with you, because it becomes an issue. And that's where mental health illnesses comes in. So always let it out. Express, regulate.
Okay,
talk about it.
I have a question, though, or should I say more of like a concern. I find that sometimes some people try to manipulate you with their mental health, or claim that they have this mental health issue to get away with situations or get away with some things, to try and just, So for example, I could just give an example and say, you want somebody to do some work, and the person is coming every time like, I'm just stressed, I'm depressed. And this is like the constant excuse day in, day out. So how do you begin to draw the line and know that, look, this person is truly just being a lazy person, or okay, maybe truly this person is depressed. How do I, as a layman, I'm not an expert, but how do I begin to now draw the line and say, okay, this person is being manipulative here and just being plain lazy, or this person truly needs help?
Most of the time, people who are depressed don't say it. Most of the time, from my experience in the field, you are the one that actually, so people cannot literally come to you and say, oh, I'm depressed, that's why I didn't come to work yesterday. No, it doesn't work that way. There are signs that you would see. Sometimes even they don't say it. If you are the one that's so observant, that you will not notice it around them, because whatever they are doing is fantastic to them. That's the irony of it. They don't even know that something is happening. Most of the time, it's another person. That's why we are creating the awareness that look out for people, reach out to them, talk to people, because most times, people who are depressed don't say anything. So when people come to you and say, oh, yes, I was depressed, I slept off, like I said the other time, they've bastardized the word depression.
True.
You have to be clinically proven that you're depressed before you can say somebody is depressed. Okay, you can be in grief. You can be in sadness for over a period of time. But is it excessive? Is it consistent? Then we will now need to put some psychological assessment in place to now decipher. Is it mild? When we've understood that, okay, it might be depression. Is it mild? Is it moderate? Is it critical? Okay? So most times what people go through is just sadness. It's not depression. Depression has to be clinically proven by a certified psychologist for you to know that, okay, this person is actually depressed. So most times, they don't even want to talk about it. You are the one that would see the signs, the symptoms, the behavioral pattern in the way they talk. For instance, you hear somebody just talking about heaven every time. You hear someone just talking about death every time. You hear someone just talking about their grandfather that has been dead for so, they just talk about weird things. You see that there's an antisocial disorder. They don't want to go out. They don't want to interact. Sleeping patterns has changed. Eating patterns has changed. Or they are unnecessarily too happy. Because that can be tricky. So it is not everybody that is happy that has a good mental health. So a lot of them use that emotion as a cover-up so that you don't detect. So most of the time, they don't even want you to know. Wow. So if somebody tells you, I'm depressed, that's why I didn't come to the office for 3 days, know that that is manipulation. It's not depression.
Okay, thank you very much. Sadly, we've run out of time. We've run out of, really would like to have you again to, talk about our mental health, because it's a very, in as much as a lot of people take it as a fad, but it's a very essential topic to have. And thank you so much, Buki.
Thank you for having me.
And that's all we can take on One-on-One this week. Please ensure to take care of your mental health, reach out to people, check up with your friends, see a therapist if you need to, and ensure that it's a certified one. That's all for this One-on-One this week. I'm Fumi Unoajefe.
APC lacks capacity to win elections, says Senator Magnus Abe. And free and transparent polls a panacea for peace, stability in West Africa, says President Buhari to ECOWAS leaders. Well, this is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anacon. Senator Magnus Ngay Abe on Monday said the Rivers State chapter of the All Progressive Congress, APC, lacked the capacity to win the 2023 general elections in the state. Abe, however, said Governor Wike would not solely determine who would succeed him in 2023's general elections, but majority of the people in the state. Abe, who is believed to have joined the Social Democratic Party, SDP, to actualize his gubernatorial ambition, also expressed the hope that to be Wike's successor, in 2023. And joining us to discuss this is Golden Chioma. He was the factional chairman of the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State until recently, when he resigned. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chioma, for joining us. Mr. Chioma, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clear.
Perfect. Okay, great. Let's start by looking at the problems of the All Progressive Congress. I think we have had several conversations over the years, concerning the APC in Rivers State, and here we are again today talking about the APC yet again. I'll start by asking why you left the APC.
I left the APC for a lot of reasons, but the most important reason is that the reward system in the party is very abysmal. People work and they are not rewarded. Those who have the capacity to lick boots are given the best options and the best offices in the party.
What do you mean by those who lick boots and are giving the best offices in the party? What does that mean?
Yes, it's surprising to you that a party like APC that has very able and competent persons, when it comes to appointment, those who get it, for me, I consider them as being inconsequential as to what is given. So most times, the best materials are not being used to enhance the party's fortunes.
Interestingly, you and I have been here talking about factions within the APC, and those factions have held sway for almost 2 years plus, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 4. It spanned into 4 years. And you're here saying that what some of the problems in the party was, lack of fairness, in distribution of offices. But is that really the sole reason why you left the party? Because you were not given an office? Or is it that you were sad that certain things were not done right? Because to the ordinary eye, it seemed more like you were seeking for an office and that wasn't given to you, and that's why you left the party. Is that it?
No, I said party members are not being rewarded for their hard work. It's not a personal thing. I aspired to be the chairman of the All Progressive Congress. But it's baffling that the party, or next to the faction that was on the other side, ridicule the office. And if we leave that and go to the others, most of the offices in the party are not being given to the best materials. Rather, only those who have the capacity to tell stories, lick boots, are given. If you remember, some time ago, the governor of the state had cause to lampoon the nomination of the minister from the state, that it was appalling to the state that was the best the APC could give for the ministerial position. Though it is his own opinion, but a lot of other appointments that have gone on before now are laughable. So for me, politics has to do with interest.
Let's talk about.
I felt that my interest was no longer protected.
Okay. Let's move on to other matters before we talk about, what the senator said about the APC. Now, I remember some time ago when I brought the other side of the APC to the show, they did, of course, many times accuse your faction of, being in bed with the opposition, that is the PDP, for the longest time. And I remember even the senator himself was, points fingered as someone who was in bed with the governor. And this is reference to a Thanksgiving service that he had in the state, that the governor of the state had attended, which raised eyebrows. At any point in the life of your APC membership, was there a wooing from the opposition for you and members of your faction?
To the best of my ability, to the best of my knowledge, I'm aware that we're all politicians. Those who were in the SDP, we were in the PDP before we came over to the APC. So all those in the PDP, we know them. They also know us. If anybody wants to woo anybody, it goes on a daily basis. But what I want to explain to your viewers is that we belong to APC as at the time we were there, and we made sure we protected the interests of the APC. We had no business with those in PDP. As I speak to you now, I left for the SDP. I'm also aware that Senator Magnus left for the APC, for the SDP. We didn't go to the PDP. It is a clear vindication that we were not in bed with those of the PDP. But let me refresh your memory a little bit. Those with Amechi and faction are those going to the PDP. If you remember, some time ago, a lot of those who resigned after me headed to the PDP. And they're all from Amechi's faction. I left the APC, I went to the SDP, but they are all going to the PDP. What does it tell you? I'm not a member of the PDP. I do not have any relationship with them.
Okay.
But those, my accusers, are those going there.
Okay, let's move on to the future of the APC. Now, I know that you speak now for the SDP, but you obviously were members of the APC. Now, the senator had been quoted to say that the APC will not and does not have the capacity to win elections in the state. Why do you think that? And I also want to ask, do you think that the Magnus Abe faction of the All Progressive Congress at the time has had enough power to cripple the party? Because what the senator is saying is that without him and other members of the faction, obviously the party does not have a long lifespan. But how true is that?
Yeah, I would prefer you ask me directly and not to ask me what he said.
But I'm asking you, what do you think the chances are for the APC in the state right now? And how powerful do you think your faction is or was?
Yeah. The truth of the matter is that the All Progressives Congress is a great party. But unfortunately, in Rivers State, it has been managed poorly. And the success story of the party is below half. So there is no way they can win any election in Rivers State, especially that of the governor. It's not possible.
I'm curious. I remember also while there was this drag and back and forth, which cost the party all of its tickets in 2019, they blamed your faction and the senator for their inability to win elections or even run for those offices. So again, now that it seems that you all are out of the way, what are the chances? I mean, what makes you think that they might not be able to win the elections in 2023? I mean.
Yes, to be fair to you, in 2019, if the party was on the ballot, the party would have won the elections. But unfortunately, the poor management of the party scuttled the party's chances. We had a problem where we all agreed that the party do not have elected officers in the various levels of government, in the ward, in the local government, and in the state, that it will be best we do direct primaries. But unfortunately, those at the corridor of power then said that it would be better to deny the party of these chances, and they went for indirect. And those who had bought forms contesting the election to the various offices went to court. And the judge in his wisdom, and the court in his wisdom, nullified all of it. So it lost the opportunity.
Okay.
Now in 2022, people bought forms again. For the delegate elections, they were denied. The same pattern. So I don't know what is left of the party, but I haven't heard in very recent times that even a BOT member of the party from my state has also left the party for the PDP. It's unfortunate.
Let's come to
to show you.
Okay, let's come to the SDP now.
You're right.
Let's come to the SDP now, knowing that you and the senator and most members of your faction are now in the SDP. I wish that I was, the senator was here. I don't know if you can speak for him, but the SDP is not necessarily a party that one would say is a major political party in Rivers State, being that the tussle has been between the All Progressive Congress and the People's Democratic Party. And now the SDP being introduced into the mix here by the senator. What is the spread and the structure of the SDP in the state, even though members from your party has moved to it?
I'm aware that the SDP as a party is registered with INEC. They also have structures in all wards, in our local governments, and in the states. So it is a viable option. But with the entrance of Senator Magnus Abe into the party and his followers, their chances are brighter.
I want to look at the issue of the power sharing formula. Let's look at the trajectory. We had a Governor Odili. We also had a governor Rotimi Amechi. We now have a Governor Wike. And there has been this conversation about, the guys in the Ogoni section of the state, and of course the guys who are in the waterlogged areas who are supposed to be given an opportunity at this ticket. Now we see that the APC is fronting Atoye Cole, who seems to be from one of the places who've been canvassing for an opportunity at the ticket. But then, of course, we have now the senator who is from the Ogoni extraction of Rivers State. Does this mean that, let's say, the APC and, of course, the SDP stands a chance of wooing Rivers people to their side, especially for the SDP, being that Senator Magnus Abe has been canvassing over and over for the Ogonis to be given a shot at that ticket. Again, what's the guarantee that with a Senator Magnus Abe on that ticket, that the Rivers people would flock in his direction?
Let me come to you. Before Rivers State was divided between Rivers and Bayelsa State, in the old Rivers State, we had the river ride and the upland. 80% of the river ride was taken away from Rivers State to form Bayelsa. So the equivalent issue saying that upland and river ride share it in pari passu doesn't hold. But even if the argument is supposed to hold, the state is structured into senatorial zones. Rivers East, Rivers West, and Rivers Southeast. Rivers West and Rivers East have held the position of governor. But Rivers Southeast have not had it. Coincidentally, all the senatorial zones have riverine elements. Now, the only senatorial zone that do not have, that have never tasted the governorship, is the Rivers Southeast. In the Rivers Southeast, we have the Okokos. They were deputy governor for 8 years. In the Rivers Southeast, we have the Andanus. They were deputy governors for another 8 years. But the entire Ogoni area have never had deputy governor or governor. And this is the senatorial zone in 2014 that the party APC, in its wisdom, zoned the governorship to.
But this has been a subject of argument. I'm sorry to cut in there. This has been a subject of argument between the senator and the minister. There have been allegations that the former governor had promised that power was going to be zoned, to that part of the state, which he didn't keep to his promise. And then there are also, disagreements on that issue, saying that there was no such thing, there was no such agreement, in the first instance. And one would think that maybe this was at the core of the imbroglio between the minister and the senator.
In 2014, it was glaring, it was clear to everybody that the governorship was zoned to the River Southeast. And the two candidates three of the candidates were the former deputy governor, Senator Ekuru, Senator Magnus Abbey, and Dakuku Peterside. The three of them in APC fought for the governorship ticket. No other person from any other senatorial zone did vie. So it was glaring.
And do you think?
I'm aware.
Okay.
That is the only time the APC zoned their governorship to the southeast, and everybody held to it. But just with the intention to frustrate, deny the most competent candidate in the APC as at the time, it was not changed to riverine. That's all.
Okay, because we're almost running out of time.
The same senatorial zone has a riverine component.
Okay, I think you made that point clear earlier on. Quickly before we wrap up, this is my last question. Senator Magnus Abbey, has been quoted to say that he will support the APC national presidential candidate for the 2023 elections. But then you all are in the Social Democratic Party. What does that mean? Because, of course, the SDP does have its own presidential candidate. Does that not, is that not tantamount to anti-party practices?
No, I disagree with you. Every individual has the right to vote for any candidate he wishes, irrespective of party affiliation. If Senator Magnus has said that he still supports the candidature of Alhaji Bola Tinubu Ahmed, whom he worked for while in the APC, that is his personal opinion. He's at liberty to hold that.
Okay. Well, because we're out of time, I want to say thank you. Golden Chioma is the was the factional chairman of the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State until he recently resigned and moved to the SDP in Rivers State. We want to thank you, Mr. Chioma, for being part of the conversation, and we wish you the best of luck in your new party.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a quick break now. When we return, we will be joined by some gentlemen as we discuss the conducting of free, fair and transparent elections in Nigeria, as President Buhari has told his fellow leaders in West Africa that these are what we need for our democratic process to grow in the sub-region. Stay with us.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
President Muhammadu Buhari has told his fellow leaders in West Africa that free, transparent and credible elections are a panacea for peace and stability in the sub-region. According to the president, democracy and good governance must take its roots in Africa to sustain peace, stability and development, even as he urged leaders to redouble their efforts to guarantee the irreversibility of democracy. He also called on West African leaders to do all within their powers to ensure that elections are conducted in their countries in an atmosphere of trust, freedom, and transparency. And joining us to discuss this is Timmy Frank, former Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the All Progressive Congress, and Enefa Jodrell, Chairman, Rivers State Civil Society Organization. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you very much.
I'll start with you, Mr. Timmy Frank. I always like the fact that, we go back to talking about, governments and leadership, the trajectory that Mr. President has put forward since 2015. Now, the president has obviously been out at an event speaking with world leaders about transparency, free, fair and credible elections in Nigeria. But then charity, they say, begins at home. Let's take a look at how the elections have been carried out so far in the country and what Mr. President had to say. The elections, of course, for 2023 is just around the corner. And INEC, thank goodness, has been able to up its game. But the transparency, the atmosphere in which the elections are supposed to happen, all of that is determined by leadership. Can we boastfully say that the president is practicing what he's preaching?
Well, let me say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Oh, Mr. Frank, I think that you're breaking. I'm unable to hear you. Mr. Frank, let's try again. Can you hear me? I think that we're losing connection with Mr. Frank. Well, let's go to Enefa. Enefa, you're representative of civil society in Nigeria. And just as I asked Timmy Frank, are we really practicing what Mr. President is preaching back home, looking at all of the things that have been happening in the country?
To be fair to Mr. President, there seems to be some level of improvement in our polity and our electoral process. Like the politicians who want to say that even the blind can see, especially with the new the Electoral Act that has been signed into law,
And of course, they do innovations that are new. You know, so whether we agree or not, whether you like Mr. President or not, have no choice to accept. However,
now, Mr. Timmy Frank, I started by asking a question. Mr. President has spoken about free, fair, credible elections and secure, safe atmosphere for which this can happen in. Now, Enefa, before he was cut off, said that we can give the president some credit because he has allowed for certain adjustments in the Electoral Act that has made some of these things that he's speaking about to be possible. But I'd like to share your own thoughts on what you think.
Well, I can tell you clearly, the president should understand what it takes to conduct free and fair election in any nation. The biggest beneficiary of free and fair election today in Nigeria is Buhari. In 2015, the election that brought him to power was free, fair, and credible. But again, in 2019, we expected the same process. But at the end of the day, the election in 2019 was rigged. There were so many outcries at that time for him to sign the Electoral Act. But because he was not a believer of free, fair, and credible election, he refused to sign the Electoral Act. In 2020, the civil society group, the international community, mounted pressure on the president to sign the Electoral Act to enable Nigeria to participate in a free and fair process of conducting an election. At the end of the day, the president had to bow to pressure. You could see us at that time, the president signed the Electoral Act out of pressure, not because he wanted to sign the Electoral Act. Because the only way we can achieve free, fair, and credible election is when the Electoral Act is signed. But by the grace of God, for the first time, General Buhari bowed to the pressure that has enabled us today to have a certain level of, free, fair, and credible elections. But again, we are about to test the water with the 2023. The last two elections seemed to be good. Anambra was good, Osun was good, but we cannot say because Osun was good and Anambra was good, that today the process is now totally in progress. The big election is going to be in 2023. Okay. We are waiting to see what the INEC and the APC agitation that he is trying to lead of free, fair, and credible election.
Okay.
Then after the elections in 2019, 2023, they will be able to commend him.
Okay. Let me go back to Enefa briefly. Enefa, your civil society, there have been, we've been seeing people advocating for free, fair, credible elections, a safe civic space for conversations to be had. I mean, Timmy is not in Nigeria, but Enefa, you're in Nigeria. You understand the killings, the threats, everything that's been happening in the space of 2 weeks. We've seen the kidnappings. We've seen, all sorts of things happening amidst the campaigns, amidst the back and forth between the presidential candidates, across boards. And the president spoke again on the fact that, true democracy and good governance has to take its roots in Africa, being that the rest of the continent is looking to Nigeria. And I'm wondering, as civil society, and talking about the issue of, making sure that the civic space is safe enough for these conversations to be had, what are the things that need to be done for this to happen? Are we having enough of these conversations? And when can we say that we have come to a point where people know their rights, people understand what's happening, and people know that they need to be part of, the process, the electoral process in itself?
Yeah, I think this is the big challenge. I think I was coming to this before the network got bad. Because I did say that hates the president or like him is access to the electoral bill. For a lot of us, we were shocked, judging from the disposition of the president. But beyond just finding it and persuading it, it has a lot to do with the will of the political class, especially those in government, to make sure that beyond the law that it is being implemented. For example, the issue of security. Because if there is insecurity, the people will not come out. And some people, some of us, who are crisis managers and who have been complaining about the changing of the civic state, we are able to begin to suspect that this high rate of crime, especially in the northern part of the country, is orchestrated by politicians in order to scare would-be voters out of the political system. So it is in this end that we think that then is signing the electoral bill, which is a good thing in itself, and we so comment. The government should make sure that they provide security, and not to be closing down schools, closing down public centers, as if government is bowing to pressures of ragtag, petty criminals. On the part of the citizenry, and by this I mean society, Nigerians, professional bodies, all of us should come out to begin to raise the bar and raise the campaign, build public confidence. Of course, we have done enough. Of course, the media too have a lot of role to play, and I must commend the media, civil society, and other professional bodies for raising the bar to an extent. Whether you agree or not, the level of awareness and consciousness of our people to even get that CDC is very, very high. Even though our Igbo brothers, who we do respect, I see no insult, who are very docile in terms of getting their CDC for the first time, are getting their CDC in Joe. Even market people, ordinary people, who ordinarily don't like getting their CDC. It's going to be a kind of work the media space, civil society, and others have engaged the civic process. Again, Nigerians should understand that whoever remains in the different government houses determines their life for every 4 years. And because you must get the best person to fix your car, you will not check the tribe of the man. You will not check the clan of the man. You will not check the religion of the man. You will not even check the creed of the man. What you will check is whether or not that mechanic can fix your car. Once you are comfortable and can fix the only car your children will use to go to school and do other things, you will get a mechanic irrespective of wherever it comes from.
Okay.
Nigerians should have this at the back of their mind. Therefore, on that day, on the polling day, on the day of election, they should bear in mind they want to get a best mechanic to fix their car.
Okay.
Out with this mindset, they will put every other irrelevant emotional sentiments aside and begin to get the best of person with the soundness of mind, with age in consideration, and every other thing that needs for a president in the future, with a president with a knowledge with IT, with a president with knowledge with security using modern technology, with a president that is modern to aspire, to feel the solution, the hopelessness by this country is gradually caving into and collapsing into. These are the things that we feel that Nigerians should do.
All right, and if I can feel the passion. I can feel the passion in your voice, and I can feel, what you're saying. But I'm going to come back to grill you a bit on, what more the civil society space is doing. But let me come back to you, Timi Frank, because you've also told me over and over again that you're an activist. You're pushing for a better Nigeria from, outside of the country. A few days ago, the presidency released a statement saying that the president has done his best and that the media should intervene to rescue the Kaduna train passengers. Now, the presidency put out this statement on behalf of Mr. President, saying that the president has done his best. Now, the National Assembly, in fact, senators has given the president 6 weeks to end insecurity They've also threatened to, impeach Mr. President. And on the floor of the House of Representatives, a few people walked out on the speaker, on this issue of insecurity. Now, you obviously know what's happening within the country. And if we must have elections in 2023 that will reflect the true will of the people, this issue does have to be dealt with. But going back to what Mr. President has said and the message that was released by the presidency, does it seem that we are getting anywhere close to dealing with this issue of insecurity? Or does it seem that from the body language of the presidency that we have been left on our own?
Well, for me, I just want to make it very clear. If the president or the presidency have said the president has done his best and this is the best he can offer, I think General Buhari has failed. And I can tell you clearly, this is not what Nigerians expected from a general. And when a general happens to be in charge and the country is sinking, that means he's a failed general. So I think at this point in time, what General Buhari should have done is to take a bow and said, I'm going back to my village in Daura. I can no longer lead, protect, or defend the people of Nigeria because this is what I promised the people of Nigeria. So it is very clear as of today that the president has failed. The president does not have the capacity or the will or the idea to tackle the issue of the insecurity in the country today. You can see clearly how many months down the drain we're not able to make any progress on the Kaduna train attack victims. Today, the insecurity in the country is the height of impunity from the laziness of the military and the laziness of the government to fight and tackle these issues that we are suffering today. For example, even in Abuja, that is meant to be federal capital territory, Abuja is no longer safe. So I think these senators that are shouting for the impeachment or removal of the president, for me, it's coming too late. They would have done this long time ago. This should have happened like 2 years ago. But they are worried and they are bothered right now because they all live in Abuja. They know right now anything can happen to any of them. So now that the battle has been taken to Abuja, they are not shouting. Nigerians have been yearning, calling for help, calling for the National Assembly, including northern leaders have called on the National Assembly before now to say commence the impeachment process of the president. The National Assembly ignored because we have a rubber stamp and have a lawyer voice in the Senate. But today, the battle has been taken to them in Abuja. The senators are now crying. How many months down the drain before this administration will be over? I can tell you clearly, this issue of impeachment right now, they cannot have the number. You need to impeach the president from the both houses of us, from the both chambers. But as I speak, with this government that I know, very clearly they are going to fight back. This government does not care other Nigerian people are dying. Every day they come out to tell us we are winning the war. Every day they will come out to tell us that General Buhari has done better than previous government or the PDP government in the past. Remember, under President Jonathan, the insecurity was curtailed within the Northeast. But today, the 36 states in Nigeria is not safe anymore. Under the watch of a general who have all the ideas and the military background, I think General Buhari should be stripped of the name called general because he's a failed general. Nigeria today is the worst. Nigeria today is the worst country. Okay. The worst.
I do not necessarily agree with that because when you say Nigeria is the worst, I mean there are other states who are literally at war, and we're not at war. We're facing serious insecurity challenges, but I don't think you can say that we're the worst.
Listen, let me tell you, we're the worst. I can tell you clearly, in a country where you kidnap 100, 250 people every day, kidnapped in all parts of the country, in a country where people die every day in numbers,
Well, quickly, I wanted to ask for solutions, but I think we lost you there. So quickly, Enefa, I want to ask you quickly because we're almost out of time. In 60 seconds, because we've seen all the problems, we've laid them out on the table. What are the possible solutions? If the presidency is saying, we've done our best, Mr. President has done his best. The National Assembly is saying, no, your best is not good enough. We're going to start an impeachment proceeding. If at the end of 6 weeks, you're unable to deal with this issue. But I'm even wondering to myself, is 6 weeks good enough time to deal with this issue if we were to deal with it? Quickly.
Yeah, I think I want to align myself with the view of my colleague in the studio. That Mr. President has failed. And outside Nigeria, there is no other country in the world where the people would have tolerated the president to stay another 1 hour. So the choice is in the hand of the girl to either go the Sri Lanka way or wait for the 2023 elections to put out the party that have put everything in. But on the immediate, if I have to advise the president, the proper thing to do in this circumstance is to sack all the service chiefs. Why would the manager of NA still keep his job? Why should the data director still keep his job? Why should those in custom, Kuje?
But Enefa, we pushed for these. We pushed for service chiefs to be changed. What change took place right after changing these service chiefs? So again, if we keep sacking service chiefs and nothing happens at the end of the day, what's the essence?
No. There are young men, women in the army, in the police that are ready to serve this country. If it means for you to fight in the chain of command for younger officers and elevate young officers to general, and let them fight. The problem with the war we are having is that there is lack of political will on the part of government. You can even see the attitude of government to what happened in Kuje.
We have to go.
You can even see the attitude of government to what is happening. Military guard of the country.
It's quite sad, but
you can't do that anywhere. You can't do that anywhere in the world. Where the president wants to have the political will to fire people we hire. I think that one thing that the Buhari must keep is the legacy and the sanctity of the electoral process in 2023. I will be advising that he should do everything humanly possible to make sure that it starts on INEC, the duty to make sure that the elections
all right, we have to go, Enefa. Enefa, we're out of time. I beg your pardon. We're out of time. We have to go. Thank you so much. Enefa George Will is it's of the civil society organization in River State, and of course, Timmy Frank is a former national publicity secretary of the All Progressive Congress, and he's now obviously in some form of activism to fight for a better Nigeria. I want to say thank you, Mr. Timmy Frank, for being part of the conversation. All right. Thank you so much. And that's it on the show tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good time, because tomorrow we will be back talking about the biggest stories in our political scene. And of course, we're talking always for development. I am Mary Anacone. Have a good night.
My name remains Bayo Ali, aka Ali Bey. Join me in this time-traveling voyage and let's relive those good old memories together. Welcome to my world of a glorious past. When I tell you life was good while growing up, believe me, it was really fun and exciting. Though of Ijebu origin, I was born at the popular Island Maternity Hospital, Lagos. My elementary years were spent in Surulere Axis, surrounded by lots of recreational facilities, peer groups, and schoolmates, who not only made growing up fun, but also very memorable. I own up to coming from an upper middle class family. We were comfortable, but constantly reminded that the greatest legacy anyone can bequeath his offspring is quality education and good character. So my father, that was his greatest inheritance for us. So imagine us being one of the few families in Surulere who owned a television. Big deal? I still recall our Grandic brand, and some of the children in our neighborhood curried our favor just to be able to peep through the window and catch a glimpse of their favorite programs like Wrestling from Great Britain, The Combats, Dan Blocker, Penny Roberts, Michael London, and Long Green. You remember those characters, Village Headmaster, and another one, a Y50, the good old days. In our own little corner and space, we were privileged but not spoilt. Yes, we used to have occasional weekend treats at the Apapa Amusement Park, swimming at Roe Park, and the greatest fun at Shell Club, now Eagle Club. But our parents, amidst fun, will continually drum it into our ears that success in life is more paramount than all the temporary fun. Departmental stores rivaled what was available in England. It was the glorious era of Kingsway, Leventis, and UTC stores. Even back then, Kingsway was fitted with an escalator. The malls were better stocked than what we celebrate today when we enter ShopRite stores. How about the fact that the postman delivered letters twice a day, 6 days a week, and even up to the early 80s, a letter posted from London to Lagos will be delivered within a week. Sounds incredible, but also true. It wasn't uncommon to be informed several days about routine maintenance activities that would disrupt water or power supply for a few hours on a particular day. Even Lagos taxis were metered back then. You simply hail a taxi and fix your gaze on the meter. Great were those moments when we had less to bother about. Security was the least of our challenges because most houses in Surulere then had no fences or bulgar bars. In the area of transportation, the LMTS, Lagos Municipal Transport Service, was so effective as what operates today in some Western countries. Bus 88 covered Surulere to Yaba and operated clockwork. The timing was predictable. Days when newspapers were laid out by vendors on our streets at Adinogusu and in Surulere with no vendor on stand, and passerby would just pick their preferred copies and drop the coin by the stand. You want to try that today? I recall with nostalgia those golden era when a brand new Volkswagen Beetle was sold for 3,500 and my monthly take home at the Nigerian Ports Authority was 145 naira. We had savings and were also able to fund our social activities from that so-called mega salary. Those were the days of luncheon voucher when organizations subsidized lunch break expenses. Wow, can we have those days back again? At what point did we miss it? I keep wondering, how can so much change happen or damage be done in a lifetime? Like every young child, my ambition was to be a medical doctor. I had always liked caring for people, looking out for people, and taking steps to ensure all around me were okay. However, what I couldn't achieve through medicine because of my poor science background, I tried as an adult to achieve through humanity and hospitality. My vocation as a mass communication specialist helped a lot in this regards. How I have fared in this regards is left to the assessment of friends and associates. Oh, how can I miss talking about nightlife in Lagos? So wonderful and exciting. There were no fears of robbery or harassment from any quarters. Growing up and doing what boys do, we had mad fun. In the late 70s, we had joined the Soul Train group that saw the emergence of nightclubs like Lords, Paradiso, Phase 2, and many others. Imagine about 8 passengers in my Volkswagen Beetle, moving from one disco party to another, I guess the manufacturers of Volkswagen at that time must have seen us in action before coming up with a beautiful slogan, "You can't kill the beetle." We had our fair share of fun when life was good. How I dream in wishes that few of these moments be brought back and a slice of it granted to the current generation to taste. How can we change the narrative? By working towards providing a greater future for the upcoming generations, instead of reliving on the glorious past. I look back and think of today and the future. Can we ever have it so good like before? Yes, we can. Life is ever good, only if we are determined to get it right. It is equally still possible to reenact those age-long admonitions that good name is more precious than gold. Our children deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days, which now remains only in our imagination. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. If you believe all hope is not lost, like I do, please join me as I join Sashomori Badijo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Politicizing our humanity. You see, Nigeria today has become a den of unknown gunmen. And I say that because for every new report you see now, any news, anything, you see unknown gunmen kills 20, unknown gunmen kidnaps 50. So any small thing is unknown gunmen. And the level of insecurity in the country today has risen. So today we no longer ask whether our lives are, and properties are secured. We only ask who is next to be killed or kidnapped. We check and we see, okay, whose family is next? Which family is going to be thrown into mourning? So right now, Nigerians are only waiting, and we're waiting and saying, whose turn is it going to be? The level of insecurity in the country has become extremely worrisome. The lapses created by government, by the inaction of government. Government had the opportunity to nip this insecurity in the bud. When it started, it started like play. It wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad. But now, because of government's inaction, we are caught up. And it seems as if there's nothing that we can do about it again. So now it is even worse. It is worse that we as citizens are not making enough noise about the right things. We are concerned about some other things. So despite the worrisome state of our dear nation, the plague of politicizing any little thing. We are quick to say, now this party they run amo, now this party they do amo, is because of this party. And so right now, we are trivializing the problems and the challenges that we are facing as a nation. So there are talks all over social media claiming that the violence and actions leading to the high level of insecurity, which now threatens our very existence, are sponsored. Members of the ruling and opposition parties have thrown all caution to the wind, and they exchange blames. It is this party, it is that party, rather than just actually recognizing terrorism for what terrorism is and taking actions to stop the incessant killings and kidnappings, which is threatening the very existence of Nigerians. We must stand united or fall divided. We must stand united. Nigeria is at the very brink. We are at the very brink of war. And I don't think we are saying this enough. I think everyone is just looking at, okay, maybe because the thing never touched me, make we just look up, and everyone is just playing with the situation. The situation has become so dire and would worsen if we do not join voices and actions and implore the government to take decisive actions to protect the lives and properties of the people. We must educate and reorientate ourselves. we must advocate for peace and tolerance. Negative and irresponsible tribal comments, you know, it has no other thing to do than to incite violence. So it breeds this intolerance that we have for ourselves, and this tribe will say, now these people, if these people come out, we go get peace and all of those things. And then we wonder why some people are killing another tribe, and why another tribe is killing another tribe. So I feel we must be able to preach peace and preach unity, you know, if at all we want to see the end of this insurrection. I have always said this, and I think this is time to say it again. In terms of, if we're talking about security, I think the time for decentralization is now. The power that the federal government wields as far as security is concerned is too much. And it would seem that even that power now is overwhelming, such that they don't even know what to do with the power again. Assign state governments with the task of security responsibilities. Yes, at federal government level, there are some powers that you cannot just take away. But let the security apparatus in the police, security operatives that you have, let them be responsible to state governments. Let state governments take charge. Let them take charge. A governor of a particular state will not be looking at while his state is burning, and the governor is crying to federal government to come and help. So what then is the duty, and what then is the work of the state government? You know, we had mentioned earlier, but I'm just going to chip in again, that religious leaders have a role to play. You find religious leaders being totally irresponsible and reckless with the comments that they make, knowing fully well the power that you wield as a religious leader, knowing fully well the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people that listen to you and take your word as law. You need to be very careful. You need to be cautious of how you urge people on, because comments that you make in ways incite violence against perhaps other religions, and then you have this religion attacking this religion. Oh, they attacked us first. Oh, they attacked us first. So I think now is the time for our religious leaders to come together and preach peace, and tolerance is very important. So once again, I would say conclusively that I think we need there's never been a time to call for peace and to call for tolerance and to call for unity as now, using our voices, using our platforms to advocate for peace. Because at the end of the day, like I said, it's just turning and turning and turning, and Nigerians are just looking at who is the next person to fall victim.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good evening, I'm Olamide Adiemi. This is the news update. Some thugs have invaded St. Bridget's Catholic Church in Ijesha, Surulere, Lagos, and carted away voters' registration machines. As at the time of filing this report, the parish priest of the church reportedly locked up the church while people who came out to get registered scampered to safety. A resident of the area who pleaded anonymity said the thugs invaded The venues say they will not be allowed to register because they won't vote for their candidates. The police have been mobilized to the area to prevent further breakdown of law and order. After weeks of speculations, former senator representing Rivers Southeast and chieftain of the All Progressive Congress in the state, Magnus Abe, finally dumped the ruling party for the Social Democratic Party, SDP. Abe made the confirmation in his post on a Facebook page as he dumped the APC after about 7 years of a running battle with Rotimi Amechi, former Minister of Transportation and former governor of the state, for the control of Rivers chapter of the party.
Where we can propagate our dreams, where we can dream big dreams together and achieve great things together. We want to call on all Rivers people to join in this movement, to build a state where the government will serve the people and the people will prosper and promote the government. I'm glad to say that in the SDP, we have found firm believers in the project SMA. And so it is also my own pleasure and privilege to decorate our mother, our friend, our sister, our leader. And you can see that I am not only welcome in the party, I am welcome in his house. I am welcome in his mother's house. I am welcome in his kitchen because he's my friend, he's my brother, and he's...
The immediate past Minister of State for Education, Chukwuemeka Nwajube, and a group incorporated trustees of rights for all international will have filed an originating summons before a federal high court in Abuja seeking an order declaring Nwajube as the authentic presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress. They also prayed the court to cancel the votes got by the APC presidential candidate, Bola Tinubu, as well as the flag bearer of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar. Nwajube, who accused the APC presidential candidate of bribing delegates with dollars, presented 26 issues for determination by the courts. Now, more revelations are still coming up over the killings of 14 youths who were returning from a traditional wedding in Awumama area of Imo State by alleged men of Ebubeago government security outfits. The Olu People's Consultative Assembly, Opoka, has fingered the People's Democratic Party PDP senatorial candidate in Imo East, Uche Oyegocha, of being the brain behind the killings and insecurity in the state. According to the president of the assembly, Rex Anonombi, Uche should apologize to the people of the state or face the wrath of the law over his alleged sponsorship of criminal activities in the state. In a swift reaction, Oyegocha said the allegations are false, explaining that he is genuinely concerned about the killings in the state.
The assistance of Governor Hope Uzodimma, in conjunction with the security agencies, to extinguish and drastically end politically motivated insecurity in Oluzo by not submitting to non-state actors. It is, however, saddening that Onyagocha's repeated attacks have beyond contradiction exposed him and his accomplices as sponsors of the insecurity and bloodletting in Oluzo. Rather than commend Governor Uzodimma's synergy with the security agencies that is restoring normalcy and peace in Oluzo, Onyagocha, apparently for his desperation for power, has unstatesmanly resorted to instigating another wave of insecurity in Oluzo and Imo State with his unguarded statements and unwarranted attacks on Governor Uzodimma and the government of Imo State and security agencies.
That the people who address the press conference as Opuka are not the genuine Opuka. We know about Opuka. Opuka people are concerned about the interests of the people of Olu, and they fight to ensure that Olu gets a good deal. Opuka is opposed to insecurity in Olu. Opuka is opposed to the loss of lives. So the people who address the press conference are paid agents of the government. On the issues they raised, one, I have no reason to apologize to anybody whatsoever, and any demand for me to apologize is misplaced. Two, On the issue that I am the person behind the insecurity in Olu, that is very laughable, and everybody knows I have no hand in it, and that's why we've been condemning it. We are strongly calling for peace in Olu, and the insecurity cannot continue. It doesn't serve any one of us any purpose. The people who are dying in Olu are our brothers and sisters and our relatives, and we don't want it to continue. On the issue of me, citizens arrest for me, that's also very laughable. I'm very much in a worry. I even intend to pay a condolence visit to the family of the people who lost their lives, who were killed in Otulu and Awamama. I will actually be seeking for the Commissioner of Police to give me police security to go pay them a condolence visit like every other person is doing.
Renowned Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmed Gumi has condemned the position of the federal government regarding media reporting and coverage of the lingering insecurity in the country. He specifically faulted the government's plan to sanction the BBC Africa Eye and Daily Trust for their recent reports, which he said exposed the politics of insecurity, the genesis of the crisis, and how bandits and terrorists virtually took control of several communities in the Northwest. In a statement on Friday, the cleric commended local and international media organizations for coming out boldly to report about the magnitude of the insecurity, the government's wrong approach to tackling the crisis, and how it has become a lucrative business for the criminals and few in the position of power and authority. As the country continues to battle insecurity, Nigerians have expressed worries, and that's on Straight Views.
Nigeria is a country that God has really blessed for real, but it wasn't like this before. The situation we are passing through now in this country is, I don't know what to say, but I just pray that God should help us. Nobody is free now in the country. Things are happening every day. There's no security. People's life is at risk, and even their properties. We don't know why it shouldn't be like this, but it's only God that we were praying for him to interfere for us.
We don't have the security in the country, and it's giving us problem. Like me now, I have to attend a burial in my village next month. I have been praying over 2 months ago that God secure my going and my fro to come back. So we are fear. We are even fearing that the Taliban will not take the control of the government in Nigeria.
Actually, the way things are going in this country, I'm not happy personally, because I can see Nigeria with AD is not be like before because of the settlement, and number two, economy, that the way they are using things to us, we are not happy. I wish Nigeria can be able to buckle up, we be one according to what they are saying. I did not see that Nigeria be one again. The settlement is too much. Tribalism. That is why it makes things difficult for this country to us. We are praying to God. May God give us the righteous person to rule. Who is the righteous person? So only God can prove it out to us.
The insecurity thing is too much, and it's getting more worse each and every day. From the rural areas to the towns to the cities. And most especially at this very particular time that the election is about to take place, people are not secured, things are not moving fine, maybe that's why. So I believe that the government should do more to make sure that they secure life and properties, individually. Each and every Nigerian has the right to live free in any part of the country.
The issue of security for Nigeria today, it become critical. And the solution, not that there's no solution, there is solution, but those that are standing there does not want to bring the solution. How can you say security go like this, then another person come like this? The people that come like this, the security is supposed to attack them. he leaves the people that are supposed to attack the innocent ones. So my own opinion for concerned issue of security is that let them resolve the security, change the old ones that is there, bring the new ones in.
Moving to other parts of Africa, after 9 years of sweeping crackdowns on dissent, Egypt is set to launch a carefully choreographed political dialogue. However, the main Islamist opposition movement is excluded, and critics say a parallel move to release prisoners is proceeding too slowly. The dialogue announced by President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi in April will include some moderate opposition factions. A presidential amnesty committee is processing thousands of requests to free some of those jailed under Sisi's rule. Though the Brotherhood remains firmly excluded from the dialogue, its leaders in prison or exiled. Opposition figures see the speed and extent of prisoner releases as a pivotal test of the dialogue's potential and of the chances of any softening what they describe as the most severe political repression in decades. And outside Africa, it is important that NATO members solve their conflict through dialogue. This is according to German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock-Grace, and Cyprus had accused Turkey of stoking tensions as Ankara prepared to dispatch a drill ship to the Mediterranean next month in a search for natural gas. In 2015, the then Greek Prime Minister Alexis accused Germany of using legal tricks to avoid paid reparations for the Nazi occupation of Greece. And in business, the Central Bank of Nigeria says non-remittance of dollars to foreign reserves by the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation is responsible for Naira's free fall in the official and parallel market. As at the close of work on Thursday, the Naira traded for 700 Naira per dollar at the parallel markets and 415.96 per dollar at the official markets. The CBN explanation was given in reports that was released yesterday. NNPC and its subsidiaries, the sole managers of crude oil, which accounts for more than 80% of foreign exchange earnings. On Tuesday, an abridged communique of the Federation Account Allocation Committee showed that the excess crude account shrank to $376,655.09 from $35.377 million in May. Moving on to entertainment, Khalees has slammed Beyonce for theft after she sampled her song in her album ahead of Beyonce's Renaissance album release. Some of the tracks off the album have been leaked. Beyonce's track Energy samples Khalees' Get Along With You, which the Neptunes produced for Khalees' 1999 debut album. After this was shared online by a Khalees fan account, the singer took to Instagram to make it known that she did not know about Beyonce using her song until she saw it online. She added that no one sought her permission. In the sport, Barcelona have agreed a deal with Sevilla for defender Jules Koundé, with the Catalan club piping Chelsea to the French international. On Thursday night, the Spanish club confirmed that they have reached an agreement with Sevilla for the signing, with the defender now set for a medical in Catalonia before putting pen to paper on the contract. The deal comes as a big blow to Chelsea manager Tuchel, who prioritized the French international in their attempt to rebuild the defense. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Financial literacy is an essential skill for the 21st century. The principles of debt management, profitable savings techniques, and the importance of money have helped many. In 2011, the Central Bank of Nigeria made a commitment to reduce the number of financially excluded Nigerians from 46.3% in 2010 to 20% by 2020. Many fintech startups are plugging into this gap and targeting niche markets. One of such startups is Harvest. Harvest was founded by Sholape Akimpelu, who once worked at a marketing agency. Her dream is to help women in Africa take control of their finances by bridging the economic gender gap. She believes more women need to be intentional by improving their financial well-being.
Okay, so Harvest simply is an inclusive finance for African women. So we give women familiar access to savings, impact investments, and credit. So when we say impact investment, that is women impact investing into smallholder female farmers specifically. So that way yourself, right, we equip you with personal finance, insight, tools, platforms, right, to embrace savings, embrace financial wholeness, wellness, right, and then we don't limit it to you alone. We believe that the woman breaking her back in some far-flung village in Zaria, for instance, should get access to financial services too, because that's the only way we can prime her, her family, her community for better livelihood. So we extend our credit too, we extend our personal finance, considering the digital divide in language base. So that way you've equipped her and then she can participate in savings. And then, do you understand? So you're not managing poverty here for women, right? We are giving them a platform, tools, insights that gets them swim upwards in the economy.
Before launching Harvest, Sholape noticed a worrying trend that financial institutions were not targeting Nigerian women. Sholape teaches girls and women financial literacy through access to and use of financial services through knowledge.
On my marketing days, oh, we want to do this campaign. Let's look at the demographics. Male, female, female, male. let's look at the top so clients, male, female. And I was wondering, because everywhere around me, I could see women breaking their backs, right? From the woman in the urban areas to the rural dwellers. And I was wondering what's happening. Why are they not adopting financial services so much? Why are they not, why are they on the fringes, right? So it was just important, and I've always been very impact driven. So it was just important that, I start, because I started doing a lot of research. So I realized a lot of research had been done. So people were doing research and dropping, oh, this is the number. Oh, Nigeria is the only West African country on the priority list of financial exclusion, right? That is for gender, right? Ghana was there before, Ghana moved on. Then we are there with India, Bangladesh, and all of that. And we're wondering, why is Nigeria still here? So someone just had to do something, not just tell the story, not just state the numbers, not just quote the numbers or statistics, but do something to shrink that gender gap.
Each startup has its challenges.
First, poor state of infrastructure. So by infrastructure, talking about digital and physical infrastructures. Talents too, right? We're losing a lot of talents to the West. It's painful when you look at it, because we have amazing, like a wide, capacity as a country, raising talent, but then we lose the same talents in the same breath. But I'll say that tech is a great leveler. Funding is the biggest challenge. So, I'm sure that a lot of people would say, oh, well, that's about a major challenge for most businesses too. But I think it's twice hard for me personally as a female founder and a first-time founder, right? A lot of doors are just, shut when it comes to funding. But we believe that with the right stakeholders, with government, individual investors and all of that, we'll be able to crack the funding code. But it's been really hard funding the business. That is, funding the women, funding the business itself, building structures, building the infrastructures that we need to power the business. It's been so hard, quite tough.
Shalape's goal in the next 5 years is to empower women in the Nigerian market. It's obvious that tech is hard, but with the right amount of resilience, women can achieve anything.
Okay, so I'll just quickly add to that, our goal is that in the next 5 years, base case, right, would have served 500,000 women. So when it's 500,000 women, we're looking at 350,000 women on the supply side of a business and 150,000 smallholder female farmers. And we believe that number is possible because our addressable market is 57 million working women in Nigeria alone. Right, and that's just looking at the Nigerian market. But when we look at the other markets we're looking at, for instance, we're looking at, other African markets by next year. So it's possible, and this will be measured, and we'll be sharing with the public, our impact and its measurements. So I'll just say for upcoming techpreneurs, I keep telling them, I said, let no one tell an African woman that it can't be done. Let nobody look at an African girl and say, no, you can't do it. You're an African girl. Come on. The customs, everything is, tilted against you. Kick them right in the middle, right? Put a fist right in its face, because we grew up, a lot of us grew up resilient, right? We had to clear away the thorns and make way for ourselves. So it's hard. It's double hard. So tech is hard, right? It looks glam out there, but it's really hard, trust me. Because I say, especially the infrastructure, you're working with a string of codes. That's why I tell people, right? Something can break somewhere. It works now, then we all drive cars. A car takes you somewhere, and then you want to go home. It isn't working again, and you're wondering what happened. So much more string of codes from one point to another. Something is not returning, and you have to fix it. So you just have to also immerse yourself in the problem. It's important to walk in the shoes of whatever problem you want to solve. It's very, very key. I would say secondly, you just have to, the starter pack, you have to come in very, very resilient. So many days. There are some days I still wake up and feel like, where do I draw the line here? So many days, you have that feeling, but you got to keep going on. And then, thirdly, I would say that it's possible that it gets to places where it looks as if, you're not wanted at the table. It's okay, but it's fine to create your own table, right? And but whatever you do, be less concerned about the glam, be less concerned about the glitz, but be more concerned about the problem you're solving for. Be driven, be mission driven, be impact driven, and the rest, will come with it.
Nigerian women are believed to care more for their parents and as such are in the best position to teach them financial literacy and retirement plan.
Okay, so I would say that typically the Nigerian woman, of course, suffers from the black tax, more of that. I personally tagged it Ada syndrome, right? And that is, you see parents saying, I want more girls because girls take care of their parents. Men, when they take a partner or something, they don't, but the girls, oh my, and it's a good thing. And those are the things that we keep having conversations about in our community. Talk to your parents about money. What are their retirement plans? Do they want to live in with you? Do they want to, what's their pension? All of those conversations. Otherwise, what about your siblings? What do you want to do for them? How do you measure? Where do you stop? Because you realize that you just continue giving. You are trapped in that cycle where you can't even sustain yourself, and then you become dependent on another one. So all of these things are generational challenges that has plagued the African child, but more the African girl, because you are the Ada, you are the girl, you are the one who's supposed to be very nurturing always. But hey, you can do all of this with the awareness of knowledge, and that's why we say be grounded with financial, in personal finance and in financial knowledge yourself. What's your net worth? That's how you can, talk to parents, talk to partners, talk to people around you, okay, on making better financial decisions for themselves, for yourself, so that nobody becomes. They don't look. You know what they say about this thing that say, lean on me, no be press me die. So they don't lean on you, and then want to suffocate you. So you've just got to be financially sound, and those are the things that we teach in our community. Get yourself a tribe, like Harvest, and like I say, even if you don't use the platform, the insights, the tools that you gain from being a community member of Harvest is is mind shifting, and every African girl, every African woman needs such to do better.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and on today's show we have 3 exciting events that you would very much enjoy. On our first event, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICAN, organized an event to inaugurate Alexander Wilcox as its 20th chairman. Plus TV Africa was there to cover the event.
In the hall were family and friends, close associates, professional colleagues, and invited guests of Alexander Wilcox. They were all excited to celebrate their own. Wilcox, the man of the moment, while recounting how he was first elected to the executive committee of the body as a social publicity secretary and now as the chairman of the institute because of his hard work and the efforts of some special people who reposed confidence in him, was self-assured on what he would do differently to sustain the work of his predecessors.
It's not going to be a dash, it's going to be a marathon. And cooperation is the only that can see us through. We have a lot of activities. And what we are planning to do is to engage as much possible stakeholders.
As he further stated how he would go about it, his ever-supportive daughter, Jacqueline Wilcox, was delighted to have a visionary father. She believes her father is capable of leading the organization.
I have appreciated my predecessors. They have all done their very best. But like I said, and I will always repeat what I said in my acceptance speech, more of stakeholders' engagement, especially the media. I started my administration by visiting media houses. And that I have visited 3, and I'm visiting more. Now the media will have to propagate what we are doing. We'll have partnership with the media so that our host committee will know what we are doing.
He did not just jump into this. He has been built up and trained for this. And so I am very confident that he has what it takes to make this work. And as you can see, many other people have that same confidence in him. They have, gotten up to testify to all these attributes in him. For him, I just say, keep the flag flying, keep being you. All the attributes that you possess that have brought you up to this point will take you even further than here.
His friend and professional colleague, Yinka Daudu, and an activist, Nelson Ekujumi, congratulated him and both said they have no doubt he will deliver in his capacity.
Alesta is someone I have known for many years. As a matter of fact, we worked in the same office sometimes in the 90s. And I can assure you that he's a very, very reliable person. It is a well-deserved honor given to Alesta. He has put in a lot into that district, and it can only be better that he is given this position.
I will describe Alesta, going by the encomiums poured on him today, as a thorough professional, a diligent auditor, and an accomplished accountant. So that tells you clearly that Alesta is a complete Nigerian. I'm sure these are some of the qualities that the members of his Lagos and district society have seen in him.
Friends, family, and invited guests congratulated him as they danced and wished him a successful tenure in office.
Our next event is on multi-award-winning writer, film and TV producer, and TV host Funmi Iyanda, who invited family, friends, and loved ones to a watch party for the second season of her newly introduced TV show, Public Eye.
The hall was filled with friends and family, young entrepreneurs, journalists, and the brother and sister of the victim of the Lagos State Bus Rapid Transit, the late Bamishe Anyanwola, on whose story one of the episodes of Public Eye centers on. The quintessential storyteller, Funmi Iyanda, wasted no time in welcoming everyone as she took the audience through the journey into the birth of Public Eye.
I wanted to come here to have sort of like an intimate evening with friends and family and people I've also met in the course of Public Eye. And so it's a pleasure to see you all here. At the time that I started my career, I was also just very young. I was in my 20s. Sometimes we talk about our country and we talk about the things that are wrong with it, as we should. I can also see the things that are improving in spite and because of the actions and all of us, which is what Public Eye is about.
She also stated that it was high time Nigerians came together in their diversity to build the society.
So beyond talking about how horrible things have been, it's now what exactly can we actually do about it? Who should be doing what? What can we do to ensure that they do it?
One of the special guests, Ogumbanwo, encouraged the audience and Nigerians at large to do the right thing at all times and be responsible for their actions in order to build a society we can all call our own.
What kind of stories do we want to tell? What is the purpose of telling the story? We first have to acknowledge the good things before we keep pointing out the other things that we need to change. It's not just government. The average person in this room may forget, and it is human to forget, to renew your vehicle particulars. Be ready to pay the fine.
Adinrele Edun, alongside other invited guests, admired the skill of Inyoda's storytelling as the shower encomium on her.
I always have this to say about the media mogul and messiah that I call Fumi Yoda. Auntie Fumi Adat, because she's not my mate. I was inspired and motivated by how she was constantly changing the narrative and she was rewriting the story of media and also giving us stories from a different perspective. Where do I even start from? Mama, you are ageless, you are timeless, you are flawless, you are stainless, you are spotless. Bogwe, take all your flowers. In short, you don't even need flowers, you own the garden.
She is keeping abreast of the story to tell us that he shouldn't die because the safety of Lagosians and every one of us is at stake here. She wants the public to take 1 or 2 lessons from this.
She's real, she's true, she's inspiring, she's humble, she is beautiful, and above all, she's blessed.
In the world we live in today, journalism and new media, it's very, very tempting to go after like flashy, entertainment, fun stories, but it's still important to make sure that ordinary people's stories of justice and injustice and the way Nigerians live are told. And Fumi has always made that the core of her career. She's always wanted to highlight how regular, everyday Nigerians are living and growing and managing themselves in the society we live in. So it's really, really amazing and inspirational to see that she has continued to do that with Public Eye.
Guests at the event were treated to a light entertainment, even as Public Eye Season 2 goes on air.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events, Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry, KADAM, organized a walk in commemoration of World Drug Day and to create awareness about the dangers of indulging in drugs.
About 100 members of KADAM converged just at the gate of the redemption camp of the Redeemed Christian Church of God in Ogun State to sensitize the people about the effects of drug abuse. The sensitization began from the gate with members excitedly singing, dancing and sharing flyers as they embarked on a 7-kilometer walk to the house of the Grand Patron, Foluke Adeboye. Adeboye advised the members to keep up the work.
I want to seize this opportunity to thank God for all our board members and all our stakeholders and those who love us, who are supporting us over the years at KADAM. Even as we have submitted your wish and your will to eradicate drug by supporting all my beloved men of valor. On behalf of the General Overseer and the RCCG as a whole, we want to say thank you to all our stakeholders.
The Director General of KADAM, Dr. Dukun Adedeji, promised that the organization would continue the sensitization across the nation.
Substance abuse is so bad that we need to know about it. If you know the statistics that UN, United Nations released, Nigeria has about 14.4% prevalence use. We translate about 15 million. And that was about 4 years ago. You can then imagine what it is now. If we don't do anything about it, very soon the whole country will be ravaged by drugs. So we need to work with NDLEA, UNODC to do this.
The Assistant General Overseer, Admin and Personnel of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Funsho Odeshola, as well as the Director of Programs and Orientation, KADAM, Funke Salako, both urged parents to take up the responsibility of monitoring their wards.
Parent and every member of the family should give priority to the family even more than work, because God gave us family before He handed over work to us.
If it's still experimental use, then they need counseling. They will need counseling before it gets out of hand. Getting out of hand, I mean, before it gets to addiction. We've helped so many people over the years. We've helped over 3,000 people, and a lot of them are still standing, and they are doing good in society. So
World Drug Day is marked on the 26th of June every year to strengthen action and cooperation in achieving a world free of drug abuse.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on today's show. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram account, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Antonia Oshili. Thanks for watching.
I left Nigeria back as far as 2012, and it was a very funny story. As you can see from my social media pages, my best food is amala. So I worked after work. I'm a medical doctor, full-time doctor. After work, I went to this famous place in Oshogbo where they have amala, just next to my hospital. So while I was there, I sat down with the food, and then I saw this newspaper advert saying doctors needed urgently in Saudi Arabia. So I abandoned my plate of amala. The rewards were just amazing, and I couldn't believe my eyes. You know, free accommodation, free flights. I was earning, you know, I was going to earn like times 20, you know, of what I earned at the time, in dollars as well. So I packed my bags, went home, packed my bags off to Lagos. I was at the Keja for the interview. Like immediately? Immediately, I left the Amala, went home, packed my bags, and off I went to Lagos. The next day I went for the interview, did the interview. There were loads and loads of people there. Did the interview and got picked, and I was on my way to Saudi Arabia. So from Nigeria, I worked in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, and then I walked around the Middle East, Dubai, Oman, Bahrain, and from there, while I was working, I was writing my exams to work in the UK and the Republic of Ireland. So from there, I got a lecturing position in the UK, and then I was able to pass my exams within that time. So I got my licenses to be able to practice in Europe. So at the moment, I can practice in Europe, I can practice in New Zealand, I can practice in the Middle East, and of course in Nigeria as well. So my journey hasn't been straightforward. My journey has been from Nigeria, scattered around the Middle East and then Europe. The first culture shock I faced was I landed on a Thursday and obviously Friday, but it didn't click that Friday was a day to be respected in the Middle East, in the Muslim society. So I got up, was looking for food. I got out of my house, and after walking for like 5 minutes, it still didn't click that I was the only one in the environment, okay? So after walking about, say, 500 meters, I suddenly saw a car just drove in front of me and blocked me, and then I saw all these guys in beards just came, and of course I didn't. So the guy just came and said, "What are you doing out here? It's Friday. You're supposed to be praying." I'm like, I paused, and then he says, "Okay, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" "Yeah, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" I swear I didn't know whether to say Muslim or Christian because I didn't know what was going to happen. If you say Christian and they start flogging you, if you say Muslim, why are you not in the mosque? So I paused, and the guy said, "Bring out your ikama." I showed him my ikama, which is like a resident permit. That shows your religion, so it shows it shows I'm a Christian. And then he said, "Where are you coming from?" I said, "I just got into Saudi yesterday. I don't know what's going on." Then he said, "Well, today's Friday, Jumat. You have to be praying. If you're not praying, you respect it. Stay in your house between this period." So I said, "Okay." He said, "Everywhere is closed. You can't even get food." So I said, "I'm sorry. I will walk back right now." And then another one that was amazing, even though I was a doctor, I couldn't speak to female patients. So If a man comes in with a woman and the woman is the one with the problem, you cannot talk face to face to her. You cannot ask her. You have to ask the husband, say, okay, why have you brought this woman here? And then the husband would. So my first experience, I spoke to this woman who had a breast lump, and I was talking. The husband was just looking at me. So when I finished, he was answering me. And when I finished, the guy just lost it. How can you be talking to my wife? I was like, I'm not toasting your wife, guy. You know, calm down. So the medical director had to give me an education, you know, yeah. So we were able to just placate the guy at that time. So that was one culture shock for me as well. I've traveled a lot of countries. I've seen 50 different countries now. I would say that in Europe, okay, so some very interesting ones. When I got to Europe, I was in my house, just sitting on my own, and friends said, come on, there's this birthday party happening, let's go and eat. Birthday party, oh yeah, let's go now, where's the venue? So I went to the venue, we ate, we ordered, ate everything, finished. Birthday party. At the end of the day, the celebrant came and said, this is the bill. And in my head, I'm thinking, bill for what? I should pay that you invite. I was in my house. I was in my house, you invited me. I came to eat, now I have to pay the bill. So that was one. The second one was, of course, driving. In Nigeria, you're on the left side, but in the UK, you're on the right side. So that was another culture shock for me in Europe. Okay. It's important to state that I always talk about the way to live legally within the legal bounds without violating any international laws, which is opposed to what people do, most people do. And if you notice very well, people live, you know, it's upward movement. You're living from poorer countries to rich countries. And interestingly, it's not as if the people who leave their countries illegally, generally speaking now, are not the poorest of the poorest when you put the standard of their country into context. They're not the poorest of the poorest. But because they're looking for better opportunities, they're looking for a place where they will get, you know, larger finances, a better standard of living, education, good access to health. That's why they're leaving. So they don't care how they do it. So long as the promises, you know, they've been given good promises, then they just take that pathway. I always use my social media handles on Instagram, on YouTube, Waka Waka Doctor, to tell people of the legal ways. And the reason why people most times don't want to follow this pathway is because I would say it's inherent laziness, because you have to do the work. You know, this illegal pathway, they're possibly going to say, pay this amount of money, we will just move you across the border. But they don't consider the consequences that come with it. This way that I preach involves a lot of, you know, work. You have to do a lot of work. So it means that you have to do research, you have to make applications, you have to pay little amount of fees, and then get the end result. So if you're not open to working, I give tips, I point you towards the right direction, but if you're not open to working, then it becomes a difficult task for you. So the easiest way is to keep educating ourselves. We keep educating these people and passing the information across. And I mean, this is one thing I'm doing now, and it's one thing I've been doing for the last 18 months, using Instagram, Twitter, YouTube to pass the information across. If someone comes to you to say, okay, I'm going to take you to Europe, you're a cake baker, I'm going to get you scholarship, there are documents you want to see. There are documents you want to see. You have your original passport. Have you submitted a statement of motivation or a letter of intent? Do you have a visa? Have you submitted documents to help you get an original visa? Do you have a work permit? Have you seen an original work permit? Have you called your employers over there to confirm that I have a real job and I'm coming to resume? So that again brings me to my first point, that people are mentally lazy. They don't want to do the work. Because when someone gives you documents and say, oh, this is your document, we're going abroad, you should say, give it to me. Let me confirm if it's real. Let me confirm if it's original. If it's a work permit, I'm going to call my employers to see if this job is real. If it's a school admission, I'm going to ring up the school to find out if it's real. I told you behind the cameras, I said, people have this mentality that, things work outside just the way it works in this country. It's wrong. If you pick up the phone and call an admissions office, they will talk to you. If you pick up the phone and call an employer, they will talk to you. You're just looking for information. And if the information is real, they definitely get it. So, like I said, the first way to help with spread of information, help curb this is spread of information, educating people, and that's what I've been doing for the last 18 months using my social media platforms. Nothing good comes extremely easy, okay? You have to be patient. I tweet sometimes, I say that, I say, when you travel abroad, your life changes, your skin becomes fresh, your smile is different, okay? There's peace of mind, things come to you easily. You can actually actualize your dreams. You can live out your dreams right in front of you because there's a system that supports that. So my advice is, when you go abroad, be patient, keep working hard, don't stop, don't relax, have a vision, write it down, allow your eyes see that vision, consume it, and continue to work towards it. It's simply as basic as that. That would be my advice. Save, and always call home, because one of the downsides to going abroad is that it can be boring sometimes. And that's why you should call friends. Don't cut people off. Call friends. Always call home if you miss home. Like, I'm home now because I missed Amala. I missed all those things, so I came home. So yeah, that's my advice. Keep working. Keep your head down. Of course, keep your connections back home so that you can always come back to them. This is a huge subject. It's a huge subject, and it's not something I can share in 1-2 minutes. So I'm going to say that the first thing you want to do is open an Instagram account if you don't have an Instagram account, and look for me, Waka Waka Doctor, because I give tips. Now, there are job boards across Europe, across Asia. You cannot streamline your choices and say that, oh, I just want to be in Canada. I just want to go to the US. I just want to go to the UK. There are 195 different countries in the world. So you have to say that I'm open to any one of them. And most of these countries have job boards, okay? Websites, different websites where you can submit your applications. You go through rigorous interviews. You submit documents. If you then succeed, they are able to process your work permits and employ you. Now, some people will say, oh, I've tried the UK, it didn't work out, so they give up. But there are different countries in the world. There's Turkey, there's Lithuania, there's Kazakhstan. I know teachers that I've spoken to, in fact, 6, 7 of them in the last 4, 5 months who have left Nigeria to Kazakhstan, right? They teach English. They earn at least $1,800 in Kazakhstan, which is much more than what they will earn in Nigeria. So there are 195 countries. I post them, almost every day on my Instagram channel. So you can watch and see some of these job boards and apply for jobs. Some basic truths and facts is, not every doctor can leave the country. So even if doctors are leaving, more doctors would graduate and you still have doctors around. But doctors are leaving in their large numbers every day. So the future of medicine in Nigeria is very bleak, because you have the extremely intelligent doctors leaving, going abroad, because the system abroad is extremely encouraging. The system abroad gives you opportunities to become greater than what you can ever think or imagine. People keep writing their exams, people keep going for interviews because the system allows it. So the advice straight up I'll give to the Nigerian government is, first and foremost, create a platform that encourages us as doctors. Facilities, give us things we can. It's not as if, things we only see in the books, things we can see and work with. Pay us money. I worked in Osun State. My salary in 2011 was 90,000 naira. I was doing 2 jobs and I couldn't earn 120,000 naira, 2 jobs. When I went to Saudi Arabia, salary was $5,000. Look at the discrepancy, it's too huge. And they were owing us 6 months. You owe someone 6 months. How can, I was seeing 200 patients in a day. 200 patients. How, I mean, the first 10 patients I see would get the best out of me. The other ones, the truth, it's just the truth. The other ones would be people, that's it. It doesn't work that way. Create a good culture, a good environment for doctors to work. Pay them properly. You know, give them, you know, standard remuneration that they can compare with their friends and colleagues abroad and say, okay, yes, we you know, it's commensurate to the work we do. Nigerian government really has to improve. The future of Nigerian doctors, sadly enough, is abroad, and countries are asking for them. Like the PLAB exam is an incredibly easy exam to just write and pass. So people are writing it and moving, you know. So if Nigeria cannot improve these parts, payments, facilities, you know, then it's a poor tale. I would end on this note to say that this is a popular theme that I've always passed across, to say that travel is not necessary of money, but of courage. And the reason is because it takes courage to decide to leave a place you've been for many years and go to a place that's brand new. You're going to be leaving your friends, you're going to be leaving your family, you're going to be leaving your job, you're going to be in search of ways to make money, search of better career. So it's often very difficult. The first step is the most difficult one, the most daunting one, saying, I want to move. It's very difficult. But I would always encourage you to take that step. When you start, you will get to the end. Don't wait, start now. It's another year, it's 2022. My aim is to get at least 2,000 people abroad. So if we can do that, we've succeeded. Okay? There are better opportunities out there. If you're attaining this level right now in Nigeria, if you go abroad, you'll be times 20. That's it. So start now, make the move. If you're in town, if you catch me in any of the cities abroad, you can holler at me and I'll be there. Traveling abroad, migrating abroad is not age specific. You know, age is not a limitation. Even if you're in your 50s, you're in late 50s, you can still go abroad. I always talk about academics because academics seems to be the easiest path. But even if it's true career, like I've said earlier, you can go search for these job boards that will give you employment. Again, experience counts. I'll give you an example. Places like Australia are in need of people with huge experiences in different fields. Whether you're a cameraman, you're a technician, you're a chef, if you have 5-10 years, electrician, 5-10 years of experience, and you apply for jobs in Australia, they'll take you. Estonia, Lithuania, these are places that are in need of vocational, you know, you can do vocational studies. If you're not a skilled worker, so to say, these are places that are in need of you. So age is not a factor. So even if you're 50 and you have 15 years of experience to back this, they're looking for you.
Hello and welcome to Ladies Talking Business. I'm your host, Moremi Akonwu. On today's episode, we will be discussing an interesting topic, retaining your femininity as a businesswoman. Discussing this with me today is a seasoned etiquette consultant, human capital developer, and author. She is a certified international etiquette consultant. She is the CEO of the Etiquette Avenue. She consults with corporate organizations and offers specialized training programs. And she also teaches children at various levels and creates bespoke training sessions for individuals and groups on a variety of etiquette topics. A graduate of estate management from the University of Lagos, she received her etiquette training at Minding Manners International in London. She is a very passionate advocate of the power of etiquette and how it can be harnessed to improve the lives of individuals and ultimately transform a nation. She believes if you must do anything to make a difference in the lives of people, you must do it properly. She is Amanda Amushon. Delighted to have you on Ladies Talking Business today, Amanda.
Thank you for having me, Mom.
And I'm looking forward to our etiquette talk today.
Same here.
Okay, so in simple terms, can you explain femininity?
Okay, I'll try and be simple.
Oh, please be simple.
I'll give you a proper definition first. So femininity, you can define that as the attributes or qualities that are regarded as characteristic of women. Okay. If I was going to put it in my own terms, in my own words, I would say femininity is the essence of a woman. Everything that makes up her composition. When you look at her attributes, you're talking about her sensitivity, her ability to be emotive. A woman is a nurturer. She's a multitasker. She's warm. She's graceful. I can go on and on. But when you talk about a woman, I just think there's just something about us that lights up a room. So in simple terms, that's the essence of a woman.
So what makes a woman a woman? So those attributes that make her a woman.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about running a business as a woman. Why is it important for women to retain their femininity while running a business? I know you have a lot to say here, so let's talk about it.
Okay. First of all, women are wired very differently to men. Okay. And when you look at the composition of a woman and some of the attributes that she possesses, you would find out that there needs to be a balance. So when you don't have the touch of a woman in business, you know, when you don't have the touch of a woman, there's a vacancy, there's a gap, there's a void, and it's almost like it's not complete. So yes, we have men in business, but we need to bring a woman's touch to whatever it is they do. So we've looked at the attributes of a woman. There's a time where you need a woman, when you need a woman to be sensitive when it comes to making business decisions. There's a time when you need a woman's empathetic side, you know. So these things come to play. And I think what I notice is many times women feel that the attributes they have are not valuable. So what tends to happen is we abandon our values and we try and take up values that we can attribute to men. So you hear things like, oh, stay in your lane. This is a man's world, you know, that kind of thing. But the thing is, we need to begin to recognize as women the value that our attributes have and possess. So we know we bring something to the table.
Yeah, we bring the whole table.
Exactly. So if we don't take up our place, there's always going to be a void there. And I think what happens also with the woman, we don't recognize that value that we have.
But sorry to cut you short,
no,
but
that's okay.
I've heard people say, or people think, because women are emotional, they won't run a business properly.
We need to be emotional. You can't rule out who a woman is. I mean, it's just like, let me use this example. We were designed that way for a reason. So, which is why you wonder when there's so much competition with women, you know, we think we're not very nice to each other. We're like, oh, it's a woman. Oh, no, women are not nice. But it's if every woman recognizes that every other woman out there has the same abilities as you do, we won't have that competition. It's just the question is, are we using those abilities? Are we maximizing them? Are we activating them? We're not. So we think because it's a man's world and we feel the men do not pay tribute to what the woman can actually do. They don't ascribe value to what the woman does. So it seems we too have abandoned it. So we now want to adopt the roles that men play.
So we want to be...
Yes, we want to be the decision makers. We want to be the protectors.
Aggressive.
And we want to be a little bit aggressive. But no, we can win as women, who we are. We were designed that way. You know, so simply put, yes.
Well, I'm just, even from the way you speak, I can tell that it's something you're passionate about. You're calm about it, but I can tell that there's passion somewhere in there talking about it. So, how would you say, or what's the best way for a woman to handle situations where she's surrounded by male counterparts, and it probably doesn't happen every time, and they just basically want to shut her down or shut her up? How do you handle such situations?
She needs to maintain her composure. Like I say, you can't take away who a woman is. It's innate. It's how you work. It's just like you came into this world one day and you just realized, this is who I am. I'm a woman. And God put certain emotions in you. You know, you need to be warm. You need to be gentle. You're a nurturer. You can't change that overnight, no matter how hard you try. So it's who we are. So the thing is, I would only advocate just fill in that role.
Okay.
We don't need to compete with the men. We need to let the men know that we are good all by ourselves. We carry value and we are bringing something to the table. Like I say, you need the woman's touch with everything you do, any line of business, any line of work, whether if you're in an organization, from the tea lady to the PA, to a lady who is a director in a company, it makes the world of difference. As long as we're activating those skills and those attributes that we have and we're applying them. We should stop leaving them dormant. They're very powerful.
We should stop leaving them dormant.
Yes, which is what many of us do as women, and we're taking up the roles that men occupy. We want their attributes because that's what the world tells us, that it's a man's world. So what makes a man function? You look at his attributes, so you see the woman a little bit more aggressive. I know not all women out there would agree with me, but we're a little bit more aggressive, we're pushing the envelope. No, let us be women. Yes.
Amanda will speak more about this shortly.
Okay.
Please stay with us for more of this conversation after the break.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Thanks for staying with us. I'm still here with Amanda Amushan, an etiquette consultant, human capital developer, and author. I didn't want to interrupt you earlier when we were talking about it, but let's talk about the role culture plays in all of this. I believe culture, especially in the African setting, has its influence on how women behave generally, let alone at the workplace or running a business. So let's talk about the role culture plays, what culture basically has given we women.
It depends on what culture you're talking about. And one thing I would tell you is culture greatly influences etiquette. And another thing about etiquette is it evolves over time. So when you try and put culture and etiquette side by side, you realize that even what our parents did, or their parents before them did, it's 2022. Things are definitely going to be different. So how in the past maybe it would have been proper to write a letter, or a thank you letter, it was proper, you use the ink and the pen, nice cursive writing. Today, it might also be proper for you to send, a text message as long as your sentences are constructed properly. So things evolve, things change. Now, culture and women, we can't live in the past.
Okay.
We can't. And like I say, things evolve. So society has to give women the place that they have earned and they deserve. We can't live in the ages. So whereas in the past, it was traditional for a woman to be at home and look after the family, the home front, ensure the children are well, and her husband eats well, and she's looking after, the home, that was her job. The man went out, to work, earn money, and bring home. Typically, that was a cultural setting at that time, but now it's different. More doors are opening for women. Women are being educated. Women are pushing the boundaries further. So what are they going to do with everything that they have achieved?
But there are men who still feel a woman shouldn't be working or be in a place of authority. There are men who feel women shouldn't even have education.
Unfortunately, we're always going to have people who think like that in society. There's really nothing we can do about it. And there are people who you would find out, what I've noticed is even amongst the young folk, you see young couples, when you listen to their beliefs, their values, and you're wondering, you sound like someone from 40 years ago or 30 years ago, and then you're so young. Values, they hold on to these things, pretty closely. But I think that we've come of age, give women a chance. There's nothing you can do about the mindset that people have that women should be in the kitchen or should be at the home front. No. Look at them as your equal partner. They're there to support you. They're there to help you. And like I say, I go back. A woman's touch. I'm going to be saying that quite often.
A woman's touch. I know I'm going to be hearing that a lot.
Yes, a woman's touch. We make all the difference. So,
but just to summarize what you've just said, I believe that it's also the duty of the men to just let women be who they are meant to be.
I agree with you, and I think before we take the fight out there as women, I think amongst ourselves we need to have these conversations quite often to realize that what we carry is actually powerful. And if we can agree and have a loud enough voice, we can actually take it to the men. It's because they don't see us for who we are. They just don't think we're that powerful. And when I say powerful, I'm not talking about operating, in a man's world or doing what he can do. Whatever a man can do, a woman can do better. We've gone beyond that. It's honestly, I think it's more of as they are, with the attributes that they have, and in the times that we live in, the skill sets they've been able to, acquire, they're formidable.
I agree.
Let's give them that credit and work with them. Don't try and tell or make the woman feel that she's not like you. She wasn't created to be like you. Yeah, so recognize her power and what she brings to the table, and all would be well.
So moving on, how can women maintain a family life balance while thriving in business?
Good question. I think foremost, a woman has to look at her well-being.
Okay.
Like you said, in times past, our parents had the responsibility of, or mothers actually, a woman, being at home, looking after the family, the home front. But today things have changed. Women are out first thing in the morning, dropping their kids off at school, and they're hitting their offices. They're starting their day, 8 a.m., and a woman has to be balanced. Her well-being has to be taken care of if she's going to juggle all of these things. So her mental state, she has to be healthy in her mind and her emotions and physically. And when you look at physically, of course, you know, many women are very conscious about how they look now. So you're talking about diet, you're talking about exercise you need the balance. You need the balance. And emotionally, when it comes, you have to be happy. You have to do the things that make you happy. I'm listening to more women now who are saying, you know, it's going to be about me this year. You know, I'm going to do things. So you meet up with your friends every now and then, you have a drink, you know, with them, or you have a lunch date, or you go to the spa together, things that generally make you happy, you know, and could put your mental, you know, state at rest.
Actually, I was going to ask how women can deal with emotional stress, but I think you've just touched on that.
Yes, go to the spa and do all of those things. So your physical state, your mental state has to be on top for you to be able to juggle both the home front, family, as well as business. That's number one. What else would I say? A woman must be balancing family life. She must be able to manage her time well. She must be a good timekeeper, because a woman is juggling so many balls. The other day, I wrote down a long list about a woman, you know, we women being superwoman. And I think I came up with about 22 things on the list that women juggle, from being the doctor in the house to being the one.
Had that list here. We would have reviewed it together.
The doctor in the house to the one she's the one who sews everything that, you know, has a hole in it, who mends everything. She's the one who takes the children on parties. She's the chaperone. She's the chief cook and bottle washer. She does everything. She's the one who she does so many things. You know, so she has to be able to manage her time. And when it comes to running a business, you decide, if you leave your home around 8, you dash out, you give yourself, okay, I'm going to work 8 hours every day. So if I start work at 8, so that means by what time? By 4, I should be done. By 4 o'clock, you should be done. I don't think work ever ends, but don't bring it home. Because as a woman, when you get home, there's more work to be done, but a different kind of work. So you have family. So if you're married, you need to give some time to your husband. If you have children, you need to give some time to your children. If you have domestic staff, you need to get an update. What happened in my home today while I was out working? You need to give a portion, a little time to everyone that is in your space and makes up your life.
Amazing. I think you've just really summed it all up. I like that bit about not bringing work home.
Oh yes, we have to try. It's hard, but we have to try.
Okay, we'll talk more about this shortly. We will take a break now and be back for more etiquette conversation shortly.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
I'm still here with Amanda Amushon, CEO of the Etiquette Avenue. Amanda, it's been an interesting conversation so far, you know, the old etiquette talk. Why do you think it's important for businesses to have women in top positions? I know we've talked about why you should have them in business, but why should you have them in top positions?
At the top is where all the decisions are made.
Okay.
So the next question is, how do those decisions favor you? I'm not even talking about favoring you as a woman, but favoring you as a business person. You know, we have to stop. We're in business. Okay. Forget the fact that I'm a woman. No one goes into business without wanting to make profit. You know, so whenever decisions are being made, you know, you want them to favor you. You're in business to make profits. You're in business, you want to grow your business to another level. So at the top is where decisions, you know, are being made, and you want to have a say. So women, it's pretty simple. We need to have a say. We need to be at the top there. We need to be sitting at the table where it's like, do we take this project on? Or who do we go with? It's like, no, let's go with this person. I'm like, and you know, when looking at the attributes of women, when you say things like, you know, maybe the MD says, or a fellow senior person in the office says, no, they submitted their proposal late, so we're not going to go with them, you know, da-da-da-da-da. But it's like, look, the other company bid it as well, and they, you know, they're equally, you know, they're at par and everything. But I know they submitted theirs late, but I think, I have that feeling. She can't explain it, and the guy's probably getting irritated, feeling, really? Now, that's part of what we bring. It's the intuition. It's just that, you know what, there's just something about them that will go, you better listen to her. You know, so again, like I say, it's that woman's touch. You know, there are certain things that the man is not wired to sense that the women are. So it just goes without saying. We just need to ascribe more value to what is already. So we need to be at the top right there with whoever's making the decisions. So if there are 20 women there, let's join them. If you have four men up there, it's okay. The more the merrier. Let's join them as well.
I agree. So how do you feel about, I mean, over the last, I think, year or two, we've had more female MDs in top banks, top positions. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel good. And I'm pleased, I'm happy, because I think our voices are being heard and something is being done about it. And honestly, when we say it's a man's world, if the men out there, the decision makers, who I guess are majority, men, if they're, I think they're beginning to recognize that there's something women are so accomplished. When you think women, and the thing is, they're improving on themselves while still running the home front, doing all these things. So someone has to stop and look, as in, are these women real? Are these human beings real? We're doing so much, you know. So I'm really pleased that it's beginning to happen, and it would encourage more women to step up, you know, and encourage the younger ones coming, you know, up to say, yes, there's a place for me, I can do it. But like I say, I would rather the focus be on letting women know how valuable the assets they have are before they go out there to compete. So they're going out there with the confidence that they should have.
Thank you, Amanda. But before I let you go, in your opinion, what are the do's and don'ts for women in business?
Okay.
Let's do the do's first.
The do's first. Yeah. Okay, I'll be quick. Do's. First of all, I know, not that I think, a woman should be well-mannered. She should be graceful. And she should be composed at all times. It doesn't matter the line of work you're in. So some people might say, oh, but, you know, she's an engineer, which sounds masculine or so. But imagine an engineer attending a meeting, nicely dressed up, graceful, carrying herself very well. I'm going to give her another look. I'm going to draw the chair out for her, even as another woman to say, take a seat at the table. You know, there's just something about a woman being graceful, well-mannered, and it's all the way, So that's the first thing I would say. She must be well-mannered, graceful, and composed.
Okay.
Number 2, I think a woman the do's, she must improve herself.
Okay.
Look for the people in your field that share the same craft, learn from them, and be better. That's the only way you can remain relevant and stay competitive. Yes. Let me see. What are the number 3? I think women in do's. As a woman, we make many mistakes. We've made mistakes in the past, and we've not had people to guide us. When we have telephone calls, some in the past, well, I know it still happens. There's a tendency it can happen, but we need to ensure that everything we do in line of business is in writing. So you have a telephone conversation with someone, it sounds interesting, let's do this, let's go for it, everything. But a telephone conversation can be forgotten in a hurry. So as women in business, those are the things that maybe the men might think we overlook. Make sure every conversation you have, every business deal you're about to go into, everything is written. And let me just quickly add this. She should maintain a strong network. And when I say network, I think some people might just think, oh, it's all about, the people at the top, my network of friends and everything. Yes, it's okay. But also at the lower levels, because a strong network is a strong network. We all need each other. So I always say things, I can abound and, I could go high and I can go low. I can relate with the tanker driver that delivers water in my home, and I think I can very much, sit with the queen the next day.
So you can.
So that's what I honestly feel. We should have a strong network, but it should be a network of people at all levels, because you never really know who you need tomorrow.
True.
So I'll leave that with my do's. So.
Okay, so don'ts now.
Don'ts. Okay. I think women should never let their emotions run away with them. It's one of the reasons why I think, when men look at, oh no, she's too, you said it, she's too emotional, or no, I don't know, she's too, no. We are aware of who we are, but let's fine tune that attribute and work it.
Fine tune.
Yes, we need to fine tune. So yes, because I could sit down and cry about something the whole day, and I could also be emotional and get something done and sign that $1 million contract. Right. Yes. So,
do you have one more don't for us?
Let me see. One more don't. Let me leave it there
because
of time.
Thank you so much for coming on the show today, Amanda.
Thank you very much.
Wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure you'll agree that it has been an enlightening etiquette episode of Ladies Talking Business today. Many thanks for watching, and do join us this same time next week for another episode. Don't forget to follow us on Plus TV Africa Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I am Marumi Akongo. Bye for now.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
In the real estate industry, design and techniques are the defining factors and foundation of achieving the best construct. Whether in the real estate, oil and gas, or any kind of engineering, many industries utilize 3D modeling for a range of products. Now, using 3D designs enables customers and clients to have a full idea and concept of the proposed 3D structure from start to finish. This is extremely useful for envisioning the final product during pitches or to other stakeholders. On the show today, we will be focusing on the real estate sector with specific emphasis on 3D modeling. Welcome to Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Welcome back. Three-dimension modeling is a science and art of creating real-life impression and presentation of development proposal. It is a way of mimicking the interpretation of brain-eye combination of human beings. It can be done as physical paper model or as a computer model. Joining us on the show today is Benedict Ebe, architect, 3D interior designer, and he's with Afri-Beni Works Nigeria Limited. Many thanks for joining us on Business Insight on Plus TV Africa.
Oh, hi. Pleased to meet you, Justin.
All right, let's talk about this 3D modeling design. A whole lot has been said, but to break it down to people watching, what is it really about?
Okay, what we take to site and when we start construction is 2D, what we have on paper. But 3D really exposes you to some things look great in our minds. Colors, patterns, and then we end up constructing them in real life. And you find out, not so great, actually. And then what 3D models do for us is, we can change the colors, re-render, you can change the colors, the patterns, whatever you want to do. You can see it in 3D models before you take it to real life. So it's less expensive. You don't have to, the opportunity costs, all those costs, you avoid all of them, so you don't have to break things, and you do it on the system before you even go any further. So that's what it has done. It's very futuristic, and it's very helpful, trust me.
You talked about futuristic, meaning that is it like a novel idea, as it has been practiced for quite a while now?
Oh, funny enough, it has been around for a while. It has been around for a while, but in Nigeria, we've slowly been adopting it. Actually, I know back in architecture school, it's been there. 3D modeling has been there in architecture school, but it wasn't something that was thought in depth. It wasn't taught rather in depth in architecture school. You find out there was so much focus on 2D modelings and sketches because it takes us a little back. But when you check the competition out there, you find out that 3D models have been around since early 2000s. It has been there. That's what they even take it to the next level abroad, where it's not just about visuals now. You can check building credibility. You can calculate the lumens of light that a smart building is supposed to use, so you don't waste so much energy. You can test it on models. You can test lights. You can test its ventilation system. Sometimes we just guess, this place should use 1.5 horsepower AC, should use 2 horsepower, 1 horsepower. But we can test that with 3D models over there. The power you're consuming, so many other things. They do the position of the building. You can use relative to sunlight. Okay, this particular area, using Google Map, you can check, okay, this is the amount of sunlight hitting a particular building at a particular point in time, how much heat the building is generating, and then you can know how much power, how much air conditioning, how much light, stack effects, a couple of things that you can calculate with 3D modeling. That's what has been happening out there. But we're currently adopting now the visual parts of it, and I know we're growing towards that level. And I know in the near future, we'll definitely get to that level.
All right. It has a whole lot of potentials, and it looks very, very wonderful.
Yeah.
But in terms of cost, let's talk about cost-benefit analysis right now.
Yeah.
In terms of costing, is it something that is readily available, something that's readily affordable for, architect who might just be starting up?
Okay, it is readily available for architects who... These days, there's quality. There's a 3D model, and then there's something we call rendering. Rendering is where we take, you model something, you model a space. I could model this space like this studio where we're in now. We could change a couple of things in the model. But rendering now makes it realistic. So it goes from that cartoon-looking thing, and then you start to edit the materials. Okay, how do walls react? You check this is cement. It doesn't reflect. You take away the reflectivity. You put the grooves in wood. All of these things. So that is when it gets to rendering. That is where it gets heavy, where you need a system that can handle it at the point in time. So for a country like us, I feel 3D modeling is something, during the model stages, you use it to gather funding. You can use it to gather funding, grow as an architect, practicing in the industry. You use it to gather funding, but like my father used to say, a workman cannot be better than his tools. Yeah. So as you gather funding, you invest in your business, and then you can get some of those systems that improve your rendering subsequently as it goes, because those are the parts that need something expensive. And then people render, you can render 720p picture quality, 1080p, 3K, 4K, all the way to 8K. So it depends on the kind of render engine or computer systems that you have. But you can make money at every level. You don't have to get to the point where you're rendering 4K. It's a ladder. You can render at 720p for some projects. It will come off good. You can use it, a couple of bungalows, a couple of some interior spaces, like a bedroom. Somebody's asking for a living room, a kitchen. You can do that. But you want to do a whole project, a full project. You want to do like a mall or something. You want to do like a commercial space. Then you know that you have to have grown and earn money from doing a living room, doing this, gather money, and then you get the render engine that can do those kind of commercial projects that you're probably hunting for.
Okay, let's talk about the industry really, because a lot of times people believe that architecture, as it is some brain tasking, brainstorming kind of field of study, from the university and all of that. Because before now, we were told that you have to be very patient, you have to be very artistic to be an architect. I haven't spent 6 years. But then again, how do you see the industry in Nigeria in terms of, how things are done internationally? Are we really doing things the right way?
Okay, we are doing things the right way. Actually, architecture, I won't lie, is very tasking. And I'm not saying this because I'm an architect. And it takes a lot of patience. I remember in my third year, when I was doing my IT, I was going to stop architecture for one reason.
You're going to stop?
Yes, I was going to stop for one reason. I was doing my IT, I was going to stop for one reason. Oh, wow. It's a very weird reason. Okay, I was working in an office, and that office, they were vetting ShopRite designs. Those times they were designed in South Africa, but when it comes into a new country, it has to be acclimatized. The design has to be acclimatized into the rules, to suit the rules that guide our building sector here in Nigeria. So I had a senior architect. His name is Wale at the time. He was working there at the firm. And he was responsible for designing the car park. When people just come and then you see a car park, you're like,
I didn't know they need to even design.
You have to design a car park because if you're looking at, this particular building is going to have like 1,000 people going in and out at a particular point in time, you now think to yourself, okay, it should have how many people can be in a car? Maybe 4 or 5 people in a car, meaning 1,000 divided by 5. It means you should have a car park that can take 200 cars. You understand? Yes.
Oh, wow.
So when you have to manipulate that space to suit 200 cars. If not, you would not get approval or something close to 200 cars. You understand? So there's your turning radius. People don't, there's a lot of calculations. There's a turning radius. You know that, you must have a 9 to 10 meter space for a sedan.
Okay, now you're speaking a whole lot of technical things.
It's like that. So what made me to, I found out that he had this designated space that he had to do so amount of parking. And he was working on that for about 2 months. He'll do the parking, the turning radius, then he'll they'll submit it and say, no, you know what, he didn't meet the requirements. Some of the things are wrong. You have to provide for people who can't walk and all of that. You have to create a different kind of car park. You know, all of those things. And I now thought to myself, I'll wake up, get to work 8 or 9 o'clock, and I'm working on a car park from then till 5 p.m. every day for 2 months. Some people can run mad. You need a kind of mental psyche, you know, to be able to. Monotony can kill you in architecture. Some projects, they can give you a project and say, you know what, that project, you can be working on the same project for 6 months. All you know is you wake up in the morning, you're going to the office to do this particular thing. You are seeing the same thing for 6 months.
Oh, wow.
So if you don't have the patience, if you don't have the mental psyche to say, okay, this is what I want to do, all you do is sleep, eat, you wake up, you're thinking about your design, you can get very out of touch. So I thought to myself, well, is this what I want to do? Car park for 2 months, you know? So I was thinking, I was very discouraged, but you know, I can be stubborn too, and just say, you know what, I'm doing this and I'm here.
All right.
So that is it. So the question
is, yes. How are we doing in Nigeria vis-a-vis in comparison to global standards?
I think we have been doing really nicely. I don't know, for some reason, a lot of architects, the names are skipping my head right now. I can name a lot of architectural firms that have been doing really good. Even in the international, they are getting awards in the international world, in West Africa, in Africa, and even abroad generally. You know, we've been doing well. I feel like we've gone past. We had a phase of not being appreciated. You know, everybody just feels, oh, I want a 2-bedroom. We can get Babahu to just cut here. What is there?
That's the thing. You know, the Nigerians, the average Nigerians, does the average Nigerian patronize an architect to draw designs for their structures here?
Yeah. Yes. Now
have we gotten to that level?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. When like the island, you know, that's why a lot of people are having that urban shift to the island and parts of the mainland. You know, Ikeja, Magodo, Bagada, a lot of those places, they are really moving into the appreciation of architects. People don't know that, it's one thing to just cut spaces. It's another thing to know that, your bedrooms should face the east, where the sun rises, because when the sun rises, heat is supposed to enter your bedroom to drive you away from bed, while your living room should be cool because it is facing towards the west.
Oh, wow.
You understand?
That's new to me.
Yeah, so during sunset, it has rotated towards the west, and your living room is getting hot, but your bedroom is cooling.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Do you understand? So there are a lot of things that come into architecture. It is not just cutting out spaces. You understand? There are a lot of, so people are starting to realize that. And then the increase in value of land. People now know that I can't just call somebody to cut spaces. When you get to Ikoyi and see that some places are 600,000 per square meter, you can't go and throw a lobby of 5 or 6 meters in a lobby. You realize that, you have done a 30 square meter lobby at 600,000 per square meter. Oh, yeah. How much have you used in the lobby? So that has really pushed people to start to appreciate architects and what we're doing with the space, what we're doing. They need someone who understands space programming, then interior design, anthropometrics, the human form in relation to his environment, you know, some of these things. That has really pushed it. So architecture is really improving in Nigeria. It is.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation. What more do you really think the government can do in terms of maybe creating a level playing ground, or in terms of all that is needed to make the industry move forward? What more can be done?
Can be done by the government. Okay, there was something I raised, which is the reason why the course has become so bastardized is because it takes a lot to become an architect in Nigeria. People don't know, but it takes longer than being a medical doctor. Or it does take. It's 4 years BSc, 2 years compulsory masters, and then you serve.
Isn't that a good thing? You come out from school, you already have a master's degree.
But you're not exactly earning.
Okay,
in the society where we're in, do you you have children? Do you visualize them not earning after 4 years of school?
Not at all.
You understand? So in the field of architecture, you're not really regarded as anything if you don't have your masters. They can. You might even be paid like an IT student.
Is it even possible to be an architect without having a master's degree?
Yes, to an extent. Yeah, okay. That's where I'm coming to, because what is being practiced in America and Canada is, when I finish in 400 level, I'm an architect to a particular kind of level, in the sense that you have approval and accreditation to. I can design a bungalow. I can design maybe a 1 or 2 story building. You understand? Something that falls into a category of maybe a project shouldn't be more than $1 million or let's just say you can't handle more than a $500,000 project or $200,000 project. I'm an architect to that level. But that means I can't compete for projects that are up to $2 million, because people who now have an MSc are those who are qualified. Mm-hmm. You understand? The governing body would not allow me, who has a BSc, to fight for those projects. And those projects that are $200,000, $500,000, people in MSc level cannot fight for those projects. You know, so everybody can make money at different levels. And then you're a big firm, you've been practicing for like 10, 20 years, you can fight for the governmental project worth going into billions. But what is happening here is you find the people with the big firms still struggling for the bungalows and the 1-bedrooms and all that with the people who are down here. So these people have no chance. They now all have to have a paradigm shift into the big firms. You understand? That's the frustration that is going on. So they should find a way to sectionalize this thing the way they've done it abroad. Of course, I can even at 300 level or at 400 level, I can handle a project all the way. Yes, there'll be some supervision and all that, but I can't handle a project. You understand? So they should give them a chance to earn money and not be subjected to, if I want to gather experience at a firm, I should. But if I want to practice, I can practice to a level. Yes.
Okay, let's talk about, for startups now, because on this show we're trying to give advice, a useful insight for people who may want to get into particular industries now. Yeah. I've done with my architectural studies in school, and I'm thinking I want to be
on my own, I don't want to start with maybe one of the big names. I just want to see what I can do in my own little sphere. What advice would you really give to someone who wants to be an entrepreneur in architecture with all of the technologies, the 3D designs and the modeling and the rendering you're talking about? What should he be looking at?
Okay, where 3D design has also given an opportunity for employment was where I did my IT initially. I realized that we could be done with a design, but the company we were contracting 3Ds to were not even an architecture firm. Yeah, they were just graphic designers.
Oh, wow.
3D graphics and all that, and they were eating a lot of money. That was what was happening. So I would really implore that you improve on your 3D design, improve on it. You can work in those firms to gather experience because sometimes your designs cannot be better than what you've seen. You know, there are hardly any new ideas. Even what we call new ideas are modified old ideas. Mm-hmm. So if there are no old ideas to modify, you understand? So I'd advise, take 1 year, 2 years, work with these firms, go look around, see a couple of places. You know, it will really enforce what you're doing. Then always check what is going on in the outside world so you don't become a local champion. Then when you improve on your 3D modeling, also don't expect that they'll start to pay you the big bucks all of a sudden. Put your works out there, get to work for people, get referrals. If you keep doing more work than you are paid for, at some point you start getting paid more than the work that you are doing.
Okay, but on the general terms,
yes,
a professional career in architecture, is it rewarding? Is it worth the while financially?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is if you are patient. You have to be patient, especially. It's not just knowing, I'm a professional, this is what entails professionally. You should, as an architect, you should be adaptable and you should know where you are at. This is Nigeria. Okay. Come on. You're not some other place and all that. We're still growing in our respect for professionals, and it doesn't just deal with architects, lawyers, you see, engineers, and so many. As a lawyer, is it every person you meet as you do an agreement for that would pay you 5 or 10%? You know, they negotiate a lot of these things. Course. So, and if you're going to be staunch and not say you are not open-minded to all of these things. So, at a point, that would happen. You have to grow, you have to pay your dues, but you know what? Always have a plan. This is where I want to be in 2 to 3 years and work towards the plan.
All right.
Yeah.
Right, thank you so much, Benedict, for sharing this useful insight and all of the thought on architecture, 3D modeling, rendering, and all of that on the show. Do appreciate your time.
Thank you. It's wonderful being here.
All right. It's the Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. We've been speaking with Benedict Ebe, architect and 3D interior designer. He is with Afri Benny Works Nigeria Limited. Now, as we round off, the essence of collaboration and knowledge sharing to educate and empower Africans on trends and possibilities of the future of work and businesses has been brought to the fore. That this was the focus at the inauguration of the Knowledge Digest Africa Conference aimed at building the continent's largest one-stop digital knowledge bank. Take a look.
Digest Africa, Africa's one-stop digital knowledge banking platform.
It has often been said that most businesses die not necessarily from lack of funds, but as a result of dearth of fresh ideas, new technologies, and facts to ensure productivity. It is against this backdrop that this digital knowledge bank has been put together. In her keynote address, Commissioner for Education in Lagos State, Folashade Adefisayo, emphasizes the place of collaboration. The founder of the Digest, Samson Olatunde, who speaks about his passion for the past 15 years, says the country must leverage emerging digital technology to produce employees of labor for the 21st century.
Look at the synergy that you can get from you using online platforms. How many people can you teach in a class? 30, 40, 50. How many people can you teach online? Millions. So I think that because there's a masterclass component of it, and there's also the fact that there's a market component of it. How many people enter a bookshop to buy a book? But how many people go online to buy a book. So I think it's a great initiative, and I hope many people will tap into it.
We believe that many people are struggling with the implementation because they probably expect knowledge from a developed country. And then many things are structured in a developed country, unlike our country that is developing and other African countries. So we felt, why can't we look for business leaders, executive career professionals who have been there for over a decade, right? They've gone through a lot in their country, in the industry, so they'll be able to share experiences and help many people connect more to navigate in terms of maybe they want to start their business, they want to sustain their business, they want to scale up their business, or most importantly, they want to build a system around their business, which is saving them stress, time, energy, and money. System saves you stress, time, energy, and money. And the whole idea of Knowledge Digest Africa is going to be a collaboration with other young tech guys, people in different industry from educational sector.
You want to be the consultant, so yes, how do you think everybody will consult for?
Other speakers share their thoughts on the need for a digital bank, including the immediate past president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, who gives useful insight on the need to create transgenerational wealth.
Most businesses that would die within the first 2, 3, 4 years. And if you are able to sustain a business beyond 10 years, then it makes sense that you try as much as possible that business outlives you.
Ecosystem thinking means I'm not the sole provider of a solution, okay? I get in touch with people who have like minds, people who can actually augment whatever product that I'm developing such that it moves from being a product into a solution. That way, first you can reduce your cost of delivery because other people are imputing to the cost of delivery. 2, you can have a faster route to market that way because a lot of people are bringing in expertise that you don't have on your own alone.
The information on the platform shows commitment towards providing digital learning in line with the digital policy of the federal government. And that's the size of the show for this week. I am Justin Akadonye. See you again next time. Bye for now.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good evening, I'm Olamide Adiemi. This is the news update. Some thugs have invaded St. Bridget's Catholic Church in Jesha, Surulere, Lagos, and carted away voters' registration machines. As at the time of filing this report, the parish priest of the church reportedly locked up the church while people who came out to get registered scampered to safety. A resident of the area who pleaded anonymity said the thugs invaded the venue, saying they will not be allowed to register because they won't vote for their candidate. The police have been mobilized to the area to prevent further breakdown of law and order. After weeks of speculations, former senator representing Rivers Southeast and chieftain of the All Progressive Congress in the state, Magnus Abe, finally dumped the ruling party for the Social Democratic Party, SDP. Abe made the confirmation in his post on a Facebook page as he dumped the APC after about 7 years of a running battle with Rotimi Amechi, former Minister of Transportation and former governor of the state, for the control of Rivers chapter of the party.
Where we can propagate our dreams, where we can dream big dreams together and achieve great things together. We want to call on all Rivers people to join in this movement, to build a state where the government will serve the people and the people will prosper and promote the government. I'm glad to say that in the SDP, we have found firm believers in the project SMA. And so it is also my own pleasure and privilege to decorate our mother, our friend, our sister, our leader. And you can see that I am not only welcome in the party, I am welcome in his house. I am welcome in his mother's house. I am welcome in his kitchen because he's my friend, he's my brother, and he's
The immediate past Minister of State for Education, Chukwemeka Nwajube, and a group incorporated trustees of rights for all international will have filed an originating summons before a federal high court in Abuja seeking an order declaring Nwajube as the authentic presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress. They also prayed the court to cancel the votes got by the APC presidential candidate, Bola Tinubu, as well as the flag bearer of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar. Nwajube, who accused the APC presidential candidate of bribing delegates with dollars, presented 26 issues for determination by the court. Now, more revelations are still coming up over the killings of 14 youths who were returning from a traditional wedding in Awumama area of Imo State by alleged men of Ebubeago government security outfits. The Olu People's Consultative Assembly, Opoka, has fingered the People's Democratic Party PDP senatorial candidate in Imo East, Uche Oyegocha, of being the brain behind the killings and insecurity in the state. According to the president of the assembly, Rex Anonombi, Uche should apologize to the people of the state or face the wrath of the law over his alleged sponsorship of criminal activities in the state. In a swift reaction, Oyegocha said the allegations are false, explaining that he is genuinely concerned about the killings in the state.
The assistance of Governor Hope Uzodimma, in conjunction with the security agencies, to extinguish and drastically end politically motivated insecurity in Oluzo by not submitting to non-state actors. It is, however, saddening that Onyagocha's repeated attacks have beyond contradiction exposed him and his accomplices as sponsors of the insecurity and bloodletting in Oluzo. Rather than commend Governor Uzodimma's synergy with the security agencies that is restoring normalcy and peace in Oluzo, Onyagocha, apparently for his desperation for power, has unstatesmanly resorted to instigating another wave of insecurity in Oluzo and Imo State with his unguarded statements and unwarranted attacks on Governor Uzodimma and the government of Imo State and security agencies.
That the people who address the press conference as Opoka are not the genuine Opoka. we know about Opuka. Opuka people are concerned about the interests of the people of Olu, and they fight to ensure that Olu gets a good deal. Opuka is opposed to insecurity in Olu. Opuka is opposed to the loss of lives. So the people who address the press conference are paid agents of the government. On the issues they raised, one, I have no reason to apologize to anybody whatsoever, and any demand for me to apologize is misplaced. Two, on the issue that I am the person behind the insecurity in Olu, that is very laughable, and everybody knows I have no hand in it, and that's why we've been condemning it. We are strongly calling for peace in Olu, and this security cannot continue. It doesn't serve any one of us any purpose. The people who are dying in Olu are our brothers and sisters and our relatives, and we don't want it to continue. On the issue of me, citizens' arrest for me, that's also very laughable. I'm very much in a worry. I even intend to pay a condolence visit to the family of the people who lost their lives, who were killed in Otulu and Awamama. I will actually be seeking for the Commissioner of Police to give me police security to go pay them a condolence visit like every other person is doing.
Renowned Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmed Gumi has condemned the position of the federal government regarding media reporting and coverage of the lingering insecurity in the country. He specifically faulted the government's plan to sanction the BBC Africa Eye and Daily Trust for their recent reports, which he said exposed the politics of insecurity, the genesis of the crisis, and how bandits and terrorists virtually took control of several communities in the Northwest. In a statement on Friday, the cleric commended local and international media organizations for coming out boldly to report about the magnitude of the insecurity, the government's wrong approach to tackling the crisis, and how it has become a lucrative business for the criminals and few in the position of power and authority. As the country continues to battle insecurity, Nigerians have expressed worries and that's on Straight Views.
Nigeria is a country that God has really blessed for real, but it wasn't like this before. The situation we're passing through now in this country is I don't know what to say, but I just pray that God should help us. Nobody is free now in the country. Things are happening every day. There's no security. People's lives is at risk, and even their properties. We don't know why it shouldn't be like this, but it's only God that we were praying for him to interfere for us.
We don't have the security in the country. That is giving us problem. Like me now, I have to attend a burial in my village next month. I have been praying over 2 months ago that God secure my going and my fro and my throw to come back. So we are fear. We are even fearing that the Taliban will not take the control of the government in Nigeria.
Actually, the way things are going in this country, I'm not happy personally. Because I can see Nigeria with AD is not be like before because of the settlement, and number two, economy, that the way they are using things to us, we are not happy. I wish Nigeria can be able to buckle up, we be one according to what they are saying. I did not see that Nigeria be one again. The settlement is too much, tribalism. That is why it makes things difficult for this country to us. We are praying to God. May God give us the righteous person to rule. Who is the righteous person? So only God can prove it out to us.
The insecurity thing is too much, and it's getting more worse each and every day. From the rural areas to the towns to the cities. And most especially at this very particular time that the election is about to take place, people are not secured. Things are not moving fine. Maybe that's why. So I believe that the government should do more to make sure that they secure life and properties individually, each and every Nigerian has the right to live free in any part of the country.
The issue of security for Nigeria today, it become critical. And the solution, not that there's no solution, there's solution, but those that are standing there does not want to bring the solution. How can you say security go like this, then another person come like this? The people that come like this, the security is supposed to attack them. He leaves the people that the security is supposed to attack the innocent ones. So my own opinion for concerning issue of security is that let them resolve the security, change the old ones that is there, bring the new ones in.
Moving to other parts of Africa, after 9 years of sweeping crackdowns on dissent, Egypt is set to launch a carefully choreographed political dialogue. However, the main Islamist opposition movement is excluded, and critics say a parallel move to release prisoners is proceeding too slowly. The dialogue announced by President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi in April will include some moderate opposition factions. A presidential amnesty committee is processing thousands of requests to free some of those jailed under Sisi's rule. Though the Brotherhood remains firmly excluded from the dialogue, its leaders in prison or exiled. Opposition figures see the speed and extent of prisoner releases as a pivotal test of the dialogue's potential and of the chances of any softening in what they describe as the most severe political repression in decades. And outside Africa, it is important that NATO members solve their conflict through dialogue. This is according to German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock-Grace, and Cyprus had accused Turkey of stoking tensions as Ankara prepared to dispatch a drill ship to the Mediterranean next month in a search for natural gas. In 2015, the then Greek Prime Minister Alexis accused Germany of using legal tricks to avoid paid reparations for the Nazi occupation of Greece. And in business, the Central Bank of Nigeria says non-remittance of dollars to foreign reserves by the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation is responsible for Naira's free fall in the official and parallel market. As at the close of work on Thursday, the Naira traded for 700 Naira per dollar at the parallel markets and 415.96 per dollar at the official market. The CBN explanation was given in a report that was released yesterday. NNPC and its subsidiaries are the sole managers of crude oil, which accounts for more than 80% of foreign exchange earnings. On Tuesday, an abridged communique of the Federation Account Allocation Committee showed that the excess crude account shrank to $376,655.09 from $35.377 million in May. Moving on to entertainment, Khalees has slammed Beyonce for theft after she sampled her song in her album ahead of Beyonce's Renaissance album release. Some of the tracks off the album have been leaked. Beyonce's track Energy samples Khalees' Get Along With You, which the Neptunes produced for Khalees' 1999 debut album. After this was shared online by a Khalees fan account, the singer took to Instagram to make it known that she did not know about Beyonce using her song until she saw it online. She added that no one sought her permission. In the sport, Barcelona have agreed a deal with Sevilla for defender Jules Koundé, with the Catalan club piping Chelsea to the French international. On Thursday night, the Spanish club confirmed that they have reached an agreement with Sevilla for the signing, with the defender now set for a medical in Catalonia before putting pen to paper on the contract. The deal comes as a big blow to Chelsea manager Tuchel, who prioritized the French international in their attempt to rebuild the defense. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
This is it for upcoming.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are a treat for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican President Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like this is, we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like, mural is very interesting, and I used to say it. No painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example, now, this is lion. A lion represents a king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or old building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than.
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
Nelly Uzonna Edith Uchendu was born in 1950 in Imuchu, in Aguata local government area of Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. She was a Nigerian singer, composer, and actress. Nelly started singing at an early age. She later joined Professor Sunny Oti's music group, under where her talent flourished. Her music career shot to limelight in 1976 when Homzy Sound released her debut LP composition, Love Wantinti. Thereafter, hits like Waka, Akabueze, and Mama Hauser further established her place in the Nigerian music industry. She traversed genres, including Igbo highlife, pop, and gospel music. She died on 12th of April 2005 in a hospital in Enugu State, Nigeria, after a reported cancer-related illness. She was aged 55. Salawa Abeni was born on May 5, 1961. She hails from Ekpe, division of Lagos State, southwest Nigeria. At the young age of 8, Salawa found her niche in Waka music. Waka music is an Islamic-oriented Yoruba musical genre. It was popularized by Alaja Batile Alake, in whose worthy steps Salawa Abeni dutifully followed. She was crowned Queen of Waka music by the Alafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, in 1992. Her debut album, titled Late General Murtala Ramat Mohammed, in 1976, was released on the Leader Records label. It became the first recording by a female Yoruba artist to sell over 1 million albums in Nigeria. Her music is a combination of talking drums, conga, saxophone, and keyboards, amongst other instruments. She has performed in and outside the country and has released up to 12 albums during her music career. Christy Udwak Esienigbokwe was born on 11th of November 1960 in Okat-Ona, Akwa Ibom State. She was a celebrated Nigerian musician and actress. Christy was 12 years old when her mother died. Her mother's friend in Aba, Abia State took her in. She encouraged Christy to develop her singing. She even bought her a second-hand cassette recorder to tape her songs. With time, Christy became known as Nigeria's Lady of Songs. Her greatest hits include Sheonrere, Tete Nla, Ife, Hear the Call, and Give Me a Chance. She was the first female president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, and the chairwoman and managing director of Soul Train Entertainment. She was fluent in many Nigerian languages, including Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, Hausa, Yoruba, and English. This made it easy for her to cross tribal limitations by singing in any language she desired. Her epic Shorere broke all language barriers. Whilst Akwa Ibom's meme is regarded as the unofficial anthem of Akwa Ibom State, such was her impact across the country that whatever language she used, her message evoked emotion and reflection. Onyekanwenu was born on the 31st of January 1952 in a small town in Imo State, but she grew up in Port Harcourt. She's a singer, a songwriter, actress, activist, journalist, and politician. The Nigerian press nicknamed her the Elegant Stallion. She released her debut album, From the Love of You, in 1981 while working with the Nigerian Television Authority. The album featured an orchestral cover of Johnny Nash's Hold Me Tight. Her second album, Endless Life, was produced by Sonny Okosun. Both were released on the EMI Records.
One love set you free. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. One love.
Originally a secular artist, Owenu made the transition to gospel music in the 90s, and most of her songs are self-penned. She describes her music as African pop. This consists of high life, Afrobeat, blues, jazz, Igbo spiritual, and even juju, a typical Yoruba beat. She continues to write and sing about issues like health, HIV, peace, mutual coexistence, respect for human rights, the plight of children, as well as pride in oneself.
You and I will be as one.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your accents.
Hello and welcome. On this episode on One-on-One today, I'm speaking with a professional with over 18 years experience. His name is Aziz Abida. Now, those who have worked with him say he possesses strong leadership qualities and management skills. He has worked in about 12 industries, including general management, corporate finance, portfolio management, investment banking, private equity, and financial advisory. He's the former CEO of IHS Rwanda, one of the top 10 largest companies in Rwanda with an estimate of 50 million annual revenue. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Amida.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time. My first question to you is, you've done all of these things. What are you up to now?
Well, right now I left IHS in September, so I decided to take time to write a book and I consult for a lot of companies now, about 3-4, on structuring themselves for growth and helping them position themselves for funding and the rest. Then also spending some time setting up my foundation to, give back to society as we go. Yeah, so that's more like.
So now that you're in control of your own time, are you busier than when you worked for companies?
Yes. Right now, I can't remember the last time I slept before 3 a.m. I still get my 6 hours daily, but I sleep almost 3 a.m. daily now. Because, you know, you're in control and you just feel like this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this. And then you're juggling. Before it was like one company you're working for. Now you're juggling about 3 companies together to make sure, okay, yes, tomorrow morning we need to go for an investor presentation, make sure this is ready, and things like that. So it's much busy now.
Oh, wow. Okay, so every time we hear this word corporate governance, how do we ensure that companies follow through with it? We only just being another tick box exercise.
I think we are beyond the age of corporate governance being a tick box now. It's now investors, companies are looking for, there are very few companies out there that are not looking for funding. And when you talk about those, when you look at the companies that are looking for funding, investors are very focused on those sort of things. You cannot just come to an investor and he says, okay, if I give you money, how do I ensure it's safe? So those are areas that are really becoming more and more critical. So if you treat it as a tick box now, you'll most likely pay for it really big. So corporate governance is extremely important, especially since 2008 when we have this whole financial crisis, and it's been that way since then. So you have US implementing Sarbanes-Oxley and a lot of other policies coming into place to ensure that you can protect stakeholders in a business through corporate governance. So yeah, I don't think any company would ever treat it as a tick box anymore. It would be difficult.
Okay, well, if you say so, now let's talk about leadership.
Okay.
In Nigeria, everybody goes on about how we have a leadership problem. And every time when we talk about leadership, we look at politicians, we look at government agencies, and we assume that corporate organizations, private-owned companies would do it better. But some of them have leadership challenges. Why?
Well, I would say, I think some of them is a big understatement. There is no way you don't have a leadership challenge, one or the other, whether small or big. It's the degree that varies. So if you go to some of the most advanced companies you have in the world, you would be surprised what you find when you get to their leadership. So, but the important factor to understand about leadership is that everyone is always learning on the job. We treat leaders as if they are these super robot human beings that are just there, they can't make mistakes. They would make mistakes, but they make it in different degrees. And a lot of them realize, they take a step back, and then they go forward again. So, but what differentiates a leader from every other person is actually that bird's eye view, that, okay, even if I'm making a mistake, I still see the impact on everything. And then you just start filling in pieces. So you can't really say that there is no challenge of leadership anywhere. Private organizations have a lot, from controlling politics to controlling employee engagement to making sure everybody is equally treated. It's a lot of problems on the leadership side. So yeah, I don't think it's private organizations have it better scenario.
Well, no. We all assume they have it better.
I've never assumed that.
Okay, now let's talk also about finding. So this CEO is about to resign. Why is succeeding him always sometimes like a challenge? Why is grooming leaders to succeed people a challenge sometimes?
Well, you can't really know a successor is good until he succeeds. So it's like I always say, if I have you as a staff, you're fantastic at what you do. Then you tell me there's another guy that is behind you. I could tell you, okay, yeah, that guy is there. But the question is, you're going, I know what I get, but I don't know what I'm going to get with the next guy. So it's like an investment. You want to invest in something. Do you know the return? No.
Okay.
So technically, it's a bit difficult to go to the point. So succession planning is always something that would be a problem. So, but what companies are now doing is to make sure that even if we don't know what we're going to get, at least we can pass as much knowledge as possible to the next person. Then you introduce mentors when they take over. Okay, how do you... So like for me, when I was leaving IHS Nigeria to IHS Rwanda, I was director of FP&A for 7 years in Nigeria. Okay. Then I went to Rwanda as CEO. Now, somebody took over after me, and I spent a lot of time saying to the person, okay, how do you need to do this. These are the sort of relationships you need to build. These are the areas you need to go. So that sort of mentorship helps a lot in succession, but it is never risk-free. It's impossible because you still have the ego. You still have a lot of things that comes in place. And then you have the unwillingness of the person that left to give that person the chance to do it. So it's a lot of variables to juggle around. So yeah, it's always going to be a problem.
Is it not possible that beyond, even though of course the leader makes the company, is it not possible to create a system such a way that regardless of the leader, we're able to develop whosoever might want to succeed the CEO or the MD when he's leaving? Is it possible to ingrain it even from when they come, when we take them in as trainees, to ingrain it just before they move up?
Well, yeah, it's possible. But the point is, if you want to test that theory, let's take a country like the US. Most of these guys that are leaders in the US, they go through schools, the best schools in the world, come through one of the best political systems in the world, but do they end up being the best leaders in the world? Not really. You really can't.
Mr. Amda, let's come to our own country.
No, but I'm trying to stay away from.
Why? Because I just also feel like, Nigeria, so it's fantastic that you made that analysis. They go to the best schools. Yes, it doesn't always mean the same, but like in the schools, in learning, there's some, they're doing projects, they're doing like different things. But Nigeria is, like we say, man no man has brought this person in, whether he has the capabilities or not, whether he has the I don't even really like to look at degrees, because I always say that degrees is not character.
Well, true. I agree with you. And at the same time, I always feel it's a personal journey. What you do as a leader defines a lot about you in terms of what you've. Leadership is something that until you take it, you don't really know how much variables are in front of you. You could look at someone that says, this guy is a leader, he's not so great at what he's doing. It's easy. I can tell you, when I became CEO, I forgave every CEO I've ever worked with in my life. Because there is a lot of work, a lot of things you don't normally see. And someone told me once and said, oh, maybe that's not something, is that something you think you want to do? I said, that's the best experience in my life. I would do it anytime, any day, because it gives you so much. The pressure is huge. The government wants something, they call you. Your boss wants something from your holding company, they call you. Everyone that wants anything relating to that brand would call your name. So it's a really different ball game.
So how do you balance that?
Well, you need to find a lot of balancing everyday stuff. One, I like to distract myself a lot. I like to take myself away from work significantly. I play games, I go play games with my friends, go watch the game. Just do something that takes me away completely from everything. And I play football as much as possible. I do almost every sport that is available to do. But the aim of that is to ensure that I don't have any reason to pressure myself to the point where I can't function. And that's important, because you could really go hard on everything, and then next thing you find out, boom, you're taking it out on the staff, or taking it out on a peer or something. It's really hard to master. So I don't really believe, I believe systems work, but when people take roles, they decide what they do with it significantly. There are controls in place, but they still have a lot of role to play. So that you can't really rule that out, no matter what.
Okay, let's talk about you as a leader. So I'm glad you've talked about. So your leadership style, I don't know, you correct me if I'm wrong, you're the one who has been a CEO here. I feel like there's some people that have there's an innate leadership style that they're born with. And then, along the line, as they begin to work and relate with other people and mentors, it changed. So tell us about yours. What's your leadership style and how has it evolved over the years?
Well, I think one thing that stayed constant all through me being in leadership is that if you want to lead people, you need to remove everything they can worry about outside of you. Now, what am I trying to say? I have staffs that will say, if I have a staff and he's worried about taking his kid to school, he can't concentrate. So anything I tell him, he can't do. So for me, my priority anywhere is that my guys that I'm working with, they have to be fine. When I got to Rwanda, I promoted about 35 people who basically some of them have been on roles for 7 years. So it's been because the first thing I could do was to say, it's impossible to tell this guy, go do this for me, when he's worried about how he's going to pay his bills. So you need to understand that everyone has a goal. Everyone wants to send their kid to the best schools in the world. Everyone wants to eat at the best restaurant. So it's not just you. So if you can't make that I'm not saying just increase salary, boom, and make everything crazy. But the moment I have a budget, this is my budget, this is what I can work with. It is now down to me to say, okay, how can I use this bucket in a way that makes sense to the company and at the same time to the people? So when I was in IHS Nigeria 7 years, and my team was one of the fastest growing teams.
Oh, wow.
I think I had more managers in my team than a lot of departments had in them. So it was basically, my aim was to say, how do I grow the people? Not just growing them because they're not working. So they can now worry about me because I demand performance. So if it's only me you're worried about, then I can take away the rest. Then at least it's fine. Then I can easily say it's balanced in a way. I'm not saying I'm the perfect leader. There will always be faults everywhere here and there. A staff once told me I should go back to school to learn management. It's fine. It's his view. But to me, it's the way I believe people should be led. Give them a reason to want to follow. Because followership is more of a sacrifice than leadership is. Leadership, yes, is mostly imposed. Imposed is not the right word. It's mostly given. You need to have that opportunity to lead. But to follow is actually a default. So it requires you sacrificing your time to be able to help someone else get his goal up. Okay. So to me, I don't take that for granted at all. So people is extremely important in my leadership style. But every other thing is left to debate. People can tell me, oh, is this, is that. I don't know. But that is a constant.
Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll take a short break. Mr. Amida is still with us, talking about leadership and leadership challenges in a corporate organization. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us on One-on-One. I still have Aziz Amida with me, and we're talking about leadership and leadership challenges in corporate organizations. Okay, so you've talked about your leadership style. What will you consider as the critical success factors for a leader?
People. You can't do without it. It's I always say if your worry is about targets, most likely you don't have the right people. If your worry is about a lot of things, people would make everything happen. But if you cannot sort that problem out, it's impossible to conceptualize any other problem, because you will spend your days dealing with, maybe you're overpaying one person compared to the other guy. This guy is not happy. This lady here wants to be somewhere else. You spend a lot of time around. There'll be a lot of friction in the organization. So to me, having the right team that could work together, creating that environment that people could say when they wake up in the morning, they don't feel like they are under any pressure to come to work. I once had two staff who got into a very big conflict, and it lasted for a while. And I remember there was a time I was speaking with the manager. One was a manager, and they were like, one reports to the other. So they were, and I said to her, I said, the important factor for me is that at the end of this whole thing, at no point should this lady feel she doesn't want to come to work. So I'm not going to tell you how to run your team, but just know my concern is that she needs to be happy with the job. So if you feel this conflict makes her happy, it's fine. If you feel it doesn't make her happy, then get it resolved. So it's important to understand that those things they're salient, because one tiny problem can basically wreck the entire chain, because what you do affects what the next person does, and It goes on and on and on like that. So if one person is not functioning well, the whole team can't function.
I feel like I should ask you a follow-up question to that. Like, how
Please
do you
go
ensure?
ahead.
Because, leadership, like you said, I really don't envy leaders because leadership is a lot of work.
Yeah.
You're managing someone's not only personality, whatever self-confidence issues they have about themselves, how they were raised, and all of that. And you have to battle and balance that and ensure that you still get, your results at the end of the day because...
Yeah. Because what has worked for me, because I think I can read people a lot. For me personally, I could almost tell how to deal with you in 2 minutes after talking to you. I could almost tell, okay, with this person you need to be extremely firm. With this person, be soft. With this person, I used to work in an environment where we shout a lot. And there was this lady that was working with me. I never shouted on her for 6 years.
Oh, wow. How did you do that?
It would be like, okay, how does it? But to me, that's her personality. She works better when you're able to
explain to her.
Okay, you know what, just take it easy. Go do this. Sometimes you get you get angry and you're like, oh, wow, what's this? But I never really got into that position where I'm like, unlike some other people, you're going hard at them. But then the other lady is like, she just comes to work and is like, okay, she comes and then you talk to her calmly. People say maybe it's the way she carries herself, but no, that's her personality. She works better when she's understood, when she's allowed to think. And the moment you put her under that sort of pressure, boom. It's we used to crack this joke about this friend of mine that we work in school together. We're in school, and when you go into an exam, and if that guy is thinking, and you call his name, he has failed.
Oh, wow.
He would literally forget everything he wants to write. So everyone in the class will just say, in his exam, just let this guy be. Don't talk to him. Don't do anything. And it works. So your ability, discernment is important in leadership. So these things, they look so small, but they go a long way. People look at you and think, oh, it's just that guy that does it. But no, you're paying attention to all those things because they are extremely important to you being successful.
Interesting. Okay, let's talk about employee behavior, especially in this era of great resignation.
Okay.
How should leaders, handle that? How should companies handle that now? Because it's almost like anybody, if you just resign, they're going into, I was reading a CNN report, and it was talking about how a lot of people, are resigning even from the jobs that are well paid and just, moving on. Was it the pandemic? I don't know. Tell us about it.
Well, it has two sides to it. I can't really confirm or say anything about the theory of the Great Resign, but the point I know is that people would always see things from two different angles. So there is the guys who see a different opportunity to go to. They would resign. They will go because human beings are rational. So it is impossible to see a high return and go for a lower one when all things are the same. So every time you look at them, if a man is making a decision, or a woman is making a decision, they are making it because they see a better opportunity in something else. So when this whole great resign, it becomes, is a person resigning for something worse than what they had? I don't think so. So the same thing would apply. So, and it comes down to what I said earlier. If you can make people believe and have goals, and you can meet their goals on whatever they are doing, they would always feel that joy to come to work daily. But if it's the other way, if I'm stressed every time I come to work, and I know that I'm probably going to lose my life or something else if I don't pay attention, then I'll leave. So you might call it anything, but the real problem is that everyone leaving any opportunity is leaving to what they believe in their mind is a better one. Whether it turns out to be better is a different thing. But as of the time that decision is being made, that's the background.
All right, interesting. Thank you. Let's talk about work cultures. How do we create sustainable work cultures?
Culture. Culture is hard because you build culture from the little things. You build culture over time. You really can't. I've seen people do presentations around building culture, but I don't believe culture is something in Yoruba culture, they say if you want to greet an adult, you bow. If you're younger than someone, you give them a title, basically. Now, how is that relevant? Was that basically a law that was made and say, boom, this is how you relate to this guy? No, we grew up. Oh, I saw this person do it. Then I'm watching. So it's the same way. When in an organization, everyone below anyone is looking at the way you do things. They see you go into a meeting tomorrow and you're on your phone. Okay, maybe it's good to be on the phone. They see you go into, it's those little things. Culture is actually one of the things you contribute to in the subconscious a lot compared to any other thing. Processes you can draw on visual. Culture is a conscious effort towards little things to say, okay, as management, we want to do this way. When we go into the meetings, do we want to put our phones on the side so people see us that we do this? So it requires a lot of deliberate effort to make happen. So yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the pandemic. It's been 2 years, 2022, 2020. Lessons you've taken from the pandemic.
We must be ready to change. There is no one way to achieve any goal. We're glued to the office before now.
Yeah.
We need to do it from here. If we're not in the office, we're not productive. But then, most of us have found significant productivity from home. Basically, I particularly, working from home has been amazing for me. It's been, I could spend more time with my daughter, I could spend more time with my wife, and at the same time still focus on work. Unlike before, that time is, if I replace the time in traffic in Lagos with the time with family,
time in traffic.
you could almost double your income. When I used to live in Egbeda, I drive to Marina every day. And I leave the office at 5, get home at 10. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, why am I doing this to myself? You spend 5 hours. So if my hourly rate is, let's say, even if I make 300,000 a month, it means my hourly rate comes down to about, if I'm not mistaken, that's about 800 naira an hour. 800 naira per hour comes down to 5 hours. That's literally 4,000 bucks. If you look at it over a month, you're almost paying your rent. So the question becomes, that time alone, if that guy spent it focusing on what matters, he would produce more for the company. So yeah.
Okay. So for you, Mr. Amida, any regrets, any things that you wish you could have done differently?
I wish I could have been a bit more. You make how do you call it? This is a very difficult question to answer because regrets are very hard to acknowledge, more or less. But I think I didn't go through my career with a lot of humility, basically. I wish I could have learned humility earlier in life.
Okay.
To say, I learned it the hard way as I grew up, but I wish I could have been, a bit more. If you ask people that work with me early on in my career and people that work with me much later, you'll see a very different divide in the way it works. Maybe some might still have different opinions, but yeah, that's to be more humble, but at the same time, network more, create more relationships. There are a lot of relationships over the years that are basically allowed to okay, you know what, maybe this person is here or there.
Our time is fast spent, but I cannot but help ask this last question. What difference did you notice in working in Rwanda and working in Nigeria? What was the shocking, should I say, difference? Was there any...
Just like day and night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nigeria is like brash. We like to get it done now.
Aggressive, yes.
Rwandese they're not confrontational like us. So when there's conflict, they back down. So you need to be able to manage their position a lot. And I always say, in Rwanda, anger is your last resort. A lot of times you need to is at the very end of the line. Nigeria, we get angry at each other. We understand. We just feel his work. We move on. But when you get angry with the Rwandese, you might not forget it easily. It's not because it's just the way we're built. We're built differently.
I think in the entire continent, Nigerians are most aggressive.
I think Nigerians are very aggressive, but a lot of other countries also have that aggression. But because we go into the English line when we communicate, people tend to, like in Rwanda, people are not quiet when they are speaking Kenya Rwanda. I think Rwandese are very loud when they're speaking Kenya Rwanda. But as loud as Nigerians are, But when you go English, because it's not the comfort zone, it's a bit easier to, back down. But when you see Rwandese talk to Rwandese, you're like, okay, are they fighting? Are they not? It's really different.
Did you pick up on the language while you were there?
Well, the only one I know is that Oya in Lagos means let's go.
Oh.
In Rwanda, it means no.
Oh, really?
Yes. So when you say Oya, just know you're telling the person no. Meanwhile, your plan is to say let's do it.
Let's go.
So it's one of the areas I found very. But yeah, I learned a bit of Kinyarwanda here and there, but not very good.
Okay, my director to me. One last question: top business priorities or top priorities leaders, and I think even everyone should look out for in 2022.
I think 2022 will be a very productive year because we've been. It's like it's like a jet engine when it is boosting and it's about to launch. We've been doing this work from home / adjusting to the pandemic for about 2 years now, and it's now time for you to start seeing the benefit of that. People are now getting more and more used to the fact, and now they can produce the best of it. So I think the best things to look out for in 2020 will be huge productivity, if you ask me. I'm not a professor of econometrics that modeled this out, but I can tell you that from what I know about behavioral science and how people tend to produce, this is a time where businesses will start seeing a lot of drive towards new levels. Well, those that are willing to adapt to it anyway. So, but yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Aziz Amida.
Most welcome.
I still have like a lot of questions, but we're out of time.
It's not a problem.
I think I'll ask you behind the scenes. Thank you very much
problem.
for your time. And that's all we can take on 101 today. I hope you have listened and learned as much as I can. So until I see you again next week, my name is Femininity.
That is not good for the government to do that anyway. That is what I felt. Because in a forest, you must have a big monkey there. Understand? In a group of people, you must have one that is bad. Not everybody is bad. If you find a school that is not capable of holding children, it is to close down that school and leave others carry on their business.
My validation on the issue of Hanifa's death is actually medicine after death. Now that the Kano state government is requesting for maybe the licenses of private school, really, but to me it should have been done in a different way. This thing should have been put in place before now. And to me as a parent, I felt the pain of the mother, like watching your child go through that pain and being murdered just like that. No, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. Justice should be.
Mental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better? Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions. Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
APC lacks capacity to win elections, says Senator Magnus Abe. And free and transparent polls a panacea for peace, stability in West Africa, says President Buhari to ECOWAS leaders. Well, this is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anacom. Senator Magnus Ngay Abe on Monday said the Rivers State chapter of the All Progressive Congress APC lacked the capacity to win the 2023 general elections in the state. Abe, however, said Governor Wike would not solely determine who would succeed him in 2023's general elections, but majority of the people in the state. Abe, who is believed to have joined the Social Democratic Party SDP to actualize his gubernatorial ambition, also expressed the hope that to be Wike's successor in 2023. And joining us to discuss this is Golden Chioma. He was the factional chairman of the All Progressive Congress in River State until recently, when he resigned. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chioma, for joining us. Mr. Chioma, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clear.
Perfect. Okay, great. Let's start by looking at the problems of the All Progressive Congress. I think we have had several conversations over the years, concerning the APC in River State, and here we are again today talking about the APC yet again. I'll start by asking why you left the APC.
I left the APC for a lot of reasons, but the most important reason is that the reward system in the party is very abysmal. People work and they are not rewarded. Those who have the capacity to lick boots are given the best options and the best offices in the party.
What do you mean by those who lick boots and are giving the best offices in the party? What does that mean?
Yes, it's surprising to you that a party like APC that has very able and competent persons, when it comes to appointment, those who get it, for me, I consider them as being inconsequential as to what is given. So most times, the best materials are not being used to enhance the party's fortunes.
Interestingly, you and I have been here talking about factions within the APC, and those factions have held sway for almost 2 years plus, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 4. It spanned into 4 years. And you're here saying that what some of the problems in the party was, lack of fairness, in distribution of offices. But is that really the sole reason why you left the party? Because you were not given an office? Or is it that you were sad that certain things were not done right? Because to the ordinary eye, it seemed more like you were seeking for an office and that wasn't given to you, and that's why you left the party. Is that it?
No, I said party members are not being rewarded for their hard work. It's not a personal thing. I aspired to be the chairman of the All Progressive Congress. But it's baffling that the party, or next to the faction that was on the other in the party, are not being given to the best materials. Rather, only those who have the capacity to tell stories, lick boots, are given. If you remember, some time ago, the governor of the state had cause to lampoon the nomination of the minister from the state that it was appalling to the state that that was the best the APC could give for the ministerial position. Though it is his own opinion, but a lot of other appointments that have gone on before that are laughable. So for me, politics has to do with interest.
Let's talk
and
about.
I felt that my interest was no longer protected.
Okay. Let's move on to other matters before we talk about, what the senator said about the APC. Now, I remember some time ago when I brought the other side of the APC to the show, they did, of course, many times accuse your faction of, being in bed with the opposition, that is the PDP, for the longest time. And I remember even the senator himself was, points fingered as someone who was in bed with the governor. And this is reference to a Thanksgiving service that he had in the state, that the governor of the state had attended, which raised eyebrows. At any point in the life of your APC membership, was there a wooing from the opposition for you and members of your faction?
To the best of my ability, to the best of my knowledge, I'm aware that we're all politicians. Those who were in the SDP, we were in the PDP before we came over to the APC. So all those in the PDP, we know them. They also know us. If anybody wants to woo anybody, it goes on a daily basis. But what I want to explain to your viewers is that we belong to APC as at the time we were there, and we made sure we protected the interests of the APC. We had no business with those in PDP. As I speak to you now, I left for the SDP. I'm also aware that Senator Magnus left for the APC, for the SDP. We didn't go to the PDP. It is a clear vindication that we were not in bed with those of the PDP. But let me refresh your memory a little bit. Those with Amechi and faction are those going to the PDP. If you remember, some time ago, a lot of those who resigned after me headed to the PDP. And they're all from Amechi's faction. I left the APC, I went to the SDP, but they are all going to the PDP. What does it tell you? I'm not a member of the PDP. I do not have any relationship with them.
Okay.
But those, my accusers, are those going there.
Okay, let's move on to the future of the APC. Now, I know that you speak now for the SDP, but you obviously were members of the APC. Now, the senator had been quoted to say that the APC will not and does not have the capacity to win elections in the state. Why do you think that? And I also want to ask, do you think that the Magnus Abe faction of the All Progressive Congress at the time has had enough power to cripple the party? Because what the senator is saying is that without him and other members of the faction, obviously the party does not have a long lifespan. But how true is that?
Yeah, I would prefer you ask me directly. I don't to ask him what he said.
Well, I'm asking you. What do you think the chances are for the APC in the state right now? And how powerful do you think your faction is or was?
Yeah. The truth of the matter is that the All Progressives Congress is a great party. But unfortunately, in Rivers State, it has been managed poorly. And the success story of the party is below half. So there is no way they can win any election in Rivers State, especially that of the governor. It's not possible.
I'm curious. I remember also while there was this drag and back and forth, which cost the party all of its ticket in 2019, they blamed your faction and the senator for their inability to win elections or even run for those offices. So again, now that it seems that you all are out of the way, what are the chances? I mean, what makes you think that they might not be able to win the elections in 2023? I mean.
Yes, to be fair to you, in 2019, if the party was on the ballot, the party would have won the elections. But unfortunately, the poor management of the party scuttled the party's chances. We had a problem where we all agreed that the party do not have elected officers in the various levels of government, in the ward, in the local government, and in the state, that it will be best we do direct primaries. But unfortunately, those at the corridor of power then said that it would be better to deny the party of these chances, and they went for indirect. And those who had bought forms contesting the election to the various offices went to court. And the judge in his wisdom and the court in his wisdom nullified all of it. So it lost the opportunity.
Okay.
Now in 2022, people bought forms again. For the delegate elections, they were denied. The same pattern. So I don't know what is left of the party, but I haven't heard in very recent times that even a BOT member of the party from my state has also left the party for the PDP. It's unfortunate.
Let's come to
to show you.
Okay, let's come to the SDP now.
You're right.
Let's come to the SDP now, knowing that you and the senator and most members of your faction are now in the SDP. I wish that the senator was here. I don't know if you can speak for him, but the SDP is not necessarily a party that one would say is a major political party in Rivers State, being that the tussle has been between the All Progressive Congress and the People's Democratic Party. And now the SDP being introduced into the mix here by the senator. What is the spread and the structure of the SDP in the state, even though members from your party has moved to it?
I'm aware that the SDP as a party is registered with INEC. They also have structures in all wards, in all local governments, and in the states. So it is a viable option. But with the entrance of Senator Magnus Abe into the party and his followers, their chances are brighter.
I want to look at the issue of the power sharing formula. Let's look at the trajectory. We had a Governor Odili. We also had a governor Rotimi Amechi. We now have a Governor Wike. And there has been this conversation about, the guys in the Ogoni section of the state, and of course the guys who are in the waterlogged areas who are supposed to be given an opportunity at this ticket. Now we see that the APC is fronting Tonye Cole, who seems to be from one of the places who've been canvassing for an opportunity at the ticket. But then, of course, we have now the senator who is from the Ogoni extraction of River State. Does this mean that, let's say, the APC and, of course, the SDP stands a chance of wooing Rivers people to their side, especially for the SDP, being that Senator Magnus Abe has been canvassing over and over for the Ogonis to be given a shot at that ticket? Again, What's the guarantee that with a Senator Magnus Abe on that ticket, that the Rivers people would flock in his direction?
Let me explain to you. Before Rivers State was divided between Rivers and Bayelsa State, in the old Rivers State, we had the river ride and the upland. 80% of the river ride was taken away from Rivers State to form Bayelsa. So the equivalent issue saying that upland and river ride share it in pari passu doesn't hold. But even if the argument is supposed to hold, the state is structured into senatorial zones. Rivers East, Rivers West, and Rivers Southeast. Rivers West and Rivers East have held the position of governor. But Rivers Southeast have not had it. Coincidentally, all the senatorial zones have riverine elements. Now, the only senatorial zone that do not have, that have never tasted the governorship, is the Rivers Southeast. In the Rivers Southeast, we have the Okokos. They were deputy governor for 8 years. In the Rivers Southeast, we have the Andalus. They were deputy governors for another 8 years. But the entire Ogoni area have never had deputy governor or governor. And this is the senatorial zone in 2014 that the party APC, in its wisdom, zoned the governorship to.
But this has been a subject of argument. I'm sorry to cut in there. This has been a subject of argument between the senator and the minister. There have been allegations that the former governor had promised that power was going to be zoned, to that part of the state, which he didn't keep to his promise. And then there are also, disagreements on that issue, saying that there was no such thing, there was no such agreement, in the first instance. And one would think that maybe this was at the core of the imbroglio between the minister and the senator.
In 2014, it was glaring, it was clear to everybody that the governorship was zoned to the River Southeast. And the two candidates three of the candidates were the former deputy governor, Senator Ekuru, Senator Magnus Abe, and Dakuku Peterside. The three of them in APC fought for the governorship ticket. No other person from any other senatorial zone did vie. So it was glaring.
And do you think?
I'm aware.
Okay.
That is the only time the APC zoned their governorship to the southeast, and everybody held to it. But just with the intention to frustrate, deny the most competent candidate in the APC as at the time, it was not changed to riverine. That's all.
Okay, because we're almost running out of time.
The same senatorial zone has a riverine component.
Okay, I think you made that point clear earlier on. Quickly before we wrap up, this is my last question. Senator Magnus Abe has been quoted to say that he will support the APC national presidential candidate for the 2023 elections. But then you all are in the Social Democratic Party. What does that mean? Because, of course, the SDP does have its own presidential candidate. Is that not tantamount to anti-party practices?
No, I disagree with you. Every individual has the right to vote for any candidate he wishes, irrespective of party affiliation. If Senator Magnus has said that he still supports the candidature of Alhaji Bola Tinubu Ahmed, whom he worked for while in the APC, that is his personal opinion. He's at liberty to hold that.
Okay. Well, because we're out of time, I want to say thank you. Golden Chioma is the was the factional chairman of the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State until he recently resigned and moved to the SDP in Rivers State. We want to thank you, Mr. Chioma, for being part of the conversation, and we wish you the best of luck in your new party. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Well, thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a quick break now. When we return, we will be joined by some gentlemen as we discuss the conducting of free, fair and transparent elections in Nigeria, as President Buhari has told his fellow leaders in West Africa that these are what we need for our democratic process to grow in the sub-region. Stay with us.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
President Muhammadu Buhari has told his fellow leaders in West Africa that free, transparent and credible elections are a panacea for peace and stability in the sub-region. According to the president, democracy and good governance must take its roots in Africa to sustain peace, stability and development, even as he urged leaders to redouble their efforts to guarantee the irreversibility of democracy. He also called on West African leaders to do all within their powers to ensure that elections are conducted in their countries in an atmosphere of trust, freedom, and transparency. And joining us to discuss this is Timmy Frank, former Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the All Progressive Congress, and Enefa Jodril, Chairman, Rivers State Civil Society Organization. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Thank you very much. I'll start with you, Mr. Timmy Frank. I always like the fact that, we go back to talking about, governments and leadership, the trajectory that Mr. President has put forward since 2015. Now, the president has obviously been out at an event speaking with world leaders about transparency, free, fair and credible elections in Nigeria. But then charity, they say, begins at home. Let's take a look at how the elections have been carried out so far in the country and what Mr. President had to say. The elections, of course, for 2023 is just around the corner. And INEC, thank goodness, has been able to up its game. But the transparency, the atmosphere in which the elections are supposed to happen, all of that is determined by leadership. Can we boastfully say that the president is practicing what he's preaching?
Well, let me say
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Oh, Mr. Frank, I think that you're breaking. We're unable to hear you. Mr. Frank, let's try again. Can you hear me? I think that we're losing connection with Mr. Frank. Well, let's go to Enefa. Enefa, you're representative of civil society in Nigeria. And just as I asked Timmy Frank, are we really practicing what Mr. President is preaching back home, looking at all of the things that have been happening in the country?
To be fair to Mr. President, there seems to be some level of improvement in our polity and our electoral process. Like the politicians who want to say that people the blind that see, especially with the new the Electoral Act that has been signed into law, and of course the new innovations that the INEC had introduced. You know, so whether we agree or not, whether I like Mr. President or not, have no choice to accept. However,
now, Mr. Timmy Frank, I started by asking a question. Mr. President has spoken about free, fair, credible elections and secure, safe atmosphere for which this can happen in. Now, Enefa, before he was cut off, said that we can give the president some credit because he has allowed for certain adjustments in the Electoral Act that has made some of these things that he's speaking about to be possible. But I'd like to share your own thoughts on what you think.
Well, I can tell you clearly, the president should understand what it takes to conduct free and fair election in any nation. The biggest beneficiary of free and fair election today in Nigeria is Buhari. In 2015, the election that brought him to power was free, fair, and credible. But again, in 2019, we expected the same process, but at the end of the day, the election in 2019 was rigged. There were so many outcries at that time for him to sign the Electoral Act, but because he was not a believer of free, fair, and credible election, he refused to sign the Electoral Act. In 2020, the civil society group, the international community, mounted pressure on the president to sign the Electoral Act to enable Nigeria to participate in a free and fair process of conducting an election. At the end of the day, the president had to bow to pressure. You could see us at that time, the president signed the Electoral Act out of pressure, not because he wanted to sign the Electoral Act. Because the only way we can achieve free, fair, and credible election is when the Electoral Act is signed. But by the grace of God, for the first time, General Buhari bowed to the pressure that has enabled us today to have a certain level of, free, fair, and credible elections. But again, we are about to test the water with the 2023. The last two elections seemed to be good. Anambra was good, Osun was good, but we cannot say because Osun was good and Anambra was good, that today the process is now totally in progress. The big election is going to be in 2023. Okay. We are waiting to see what the INEC and the APC agitation that he is trying to lead of free, fair, and credible election.
Okay.
Then after the elections in 2019, 2023, they will be able to commend him.
Okay. Let me go back to Enefa briefly. Enefa, your civil society, there have been, we've been seeing people advocating for free, fair, credible elections, a safe civic space for conversations to be had. I mean, Timmy is not in Nigeria, but Enefa, you're in Nigeria. You understand the killings, the threats, everything that's been happening in the space of 2 weeks. We've seen the kidnappings. We've seen, all sorts of things happening amidst the campaigns, amidst the back and forth between the presidential candidates, across boards. And the president spoke again on the fact that, true democracy and good governance has to take its roots in Africa, being that the rest of the continent is looking to Nigeria. And I'm wondering, as civil society, and talking about the issue of, making sure that the civic space is safe enough for these conversations to be had, what are the things that need to be done for this to happen? Are we having enough of these conversations? And when can we say that we have come to a point where people know their rights, people understand what's happening, and people know that they need to be part of, the process, the electoral process in itself?
Yeah, I think this is the big challenge. I think I was coming to this before the network got bad. Because I did say that hate the president or like him, in access to the electoral bill, for a lot of us, we were shocked, judging from the disposition of the president. But beyond just finding it and persuading it, it has a lot to do with the will of the political class, especially those in government, to make sure that beyond the law that it is being implemented. For example, the issue of security. Because if there is insecurity, the people will not come out. And some people, first, who are crisis managers and who have been complaining about the changing of the civic space, we are able to begin to suspect that this high rate of crime, especially in the northern part of the country, is orchestrated by politicians in order to scare would-be voters out of the political system. So it is in this end I would think that then is finding the electoral bill, which is a good thing in itself, and we so comment. The government should make sure that they provide security and not to be closing down schools, closing down public centers. I think government is bowing to pressures of ragtag, petty criminals. On the part of the citizenry, and by this I mean society, Nigerians, professional bodies, all of us should come out to begin to raise the bar and raise the campaign, build public confidence. Of course, we have done enough. Of course, the media too have a lot of role to play, and I must commend the media, civil society, and other professional bodies for raising the bar to an extent. Whether you agree or not, the level of awareness and consciousness of our people to even get that CCC is very, very high. Even though our Igbo brothers, who we do respect, I do know insult, who are very docile in terms of getting that CCC for the first time, are getting their CCC in Joe. Even market people, ordinary people, who ordinarily don't like getting their CCC. It's going to be kind of work the media space, civil society, and others have engaged the civic process. Again, Nigerians should understand that whoever remains in the different government houses determines their life for every 4 years. And because you must get the best person to fix your car, you will not check the tribe of the man. You will not check the clan of the man. You will not check the religion of the man. You will not even check the creed of the man. What you will check is whether or not that mechanic can fix your car. Once you are comfortable and can fix the only car your children will use to go to school and do other things, you will get a mechanic irrespective of wherever it comes from.
Okay.
Nigerians should have this at the back of their mind. Therefore, on that day, on the polling day, on the day of election, they should bear in mind they want to get a best mechanic to fix their car.
Okay.
Out with this mindset, they will put every other relevant emotional sentiments aside and begin to get the best of person with the soundness of mind, with age in consideration, and every other thing that needs for a president in the future, with a president with a knowledge with IT, with a president with knowledge with security using modern technology, with a president that is modern to aspire, to feel the solution, the hopelessness that this country is gradually caving into and collapsing into. These are the things that we feel that Nigerians should do.
All right, and if I can feel the passion. I can feel the passion in your voice, and I can feel, what you're saying. But I'm going to come back to grill you a bit on, what more the civil society space is doing. But let me come back to you, Timi Frank, because you've also told me over and over again that you're an activist. You're pushing for a better Nigeria from outside of the country. A few days ago, the presidency released a statement saying that the president has done his best and that the media should intervene to rescue the Kaduna train passengers. Now, the presidency put out this statement on behalf of Mr. President, saying that the president has done his best. Now, the National Assembly, in fact, senators has given the president 6 weeks to end insecurity. They've also threatened to impeach Mr. President. And on the floor of the House of Representatives, a few people walked out on the speaker, on this issue of insecurity. Now, you obviously know what's happening within the country. And if we must have elections in 2023 that will reflect the true will of the people, this issue does have to be dealt with. But going back to what Mr. President has said and the message that was released by the presidency, does it seem that we are getting anywhere close to dealing with this issue of insecurity? Or does it seem that from the body language of the presidency that we have been left on our own?
Well, for me, I just want to make it very clear. If the president or the presidency has said the president has done his best and this is the best he can offer, I think General Buhari has failed. And I can tell you clearly, this is not what Nigerians expected from a general. And when a general happens to be in charge and the country is sinking, that means he's a failed general. So I think at this point in time, what General Buhari should have done is to take a bow and said, I'm going back to my village in Daura. I can no longer lead, protect, or defend the people of Nigeria because this is what I promised the people of Nigeria. So it is very clear as of today that the president has failed. The president does not have the capacity or the will or the idea to tackle the issue of the insecurity in the country today. You can see clearly how many months down the drain we have been able to make any progress on the Kaduna train attack victims. Today, the insecurity in the country is the height of impunity from the laziness of the military and the laziness of the government to fight and tackle these issues that we are suffering today. For example, even in Abuja, that is meant to be federal capital territory, Abuja is no longer safe. So I think these senators that are shouting for the impeachment or removal of the president, for me, it's coming too late. They would have done this long time ago. This should have happened like 2 years ago. But they are worried and they are bothered right now because they all live in Abuja. They know right now anything can happen to any of them. So now that the battle has been taken to Abuja, they are not shouting. Nigerians have been yearning, calling for help, calling for the National Assembly, including northern leaders have called on the National Assembly before now to say commence the impeachment process of the president. The National Assembly ignored because we have a rubber stamp and a lawyer boys in the Senate. But today, the battle has been taken to them in Abuja. The senators are now crying. How many months down the drain before this administration will be over? I can tell you clearly, this issue of impeachment right now, they cannot have the number. You need to impeach the president from the both houses from the both chambers. But as I speak, with this government that I know, very clearly they are going to fight back. This government does not care whether Nigerian people are dying. Every day they come out to tell us we are winning the war. Every day they will come out to tell us that General Buhari has done better than previous government or the PDP government in the past. Remember, under President Jonathan, the insecurity was curtailed within the Northeast. But today, the 36 states in Nigeria is not safe anymore. Under the watch of a general who have all the ideas and the military background, I think General Buhari should be stripped of the name called general because he's a failed general.
Quickly,
Nigeria today is the worst. Nigeria today is the worst country. Okay. The worst.
I do not necessarily agree with that, because when you say Nigeria is the worst, I mean there are other states who are literally at war, and we're not at war. We're facing serious insecurity challenges, but I don't think you can say that we're the worst.
Listen, let me tell you, we're the worst. I can tell you clearly. In a country where you kidnap 100, 250 people every day, kidnapped in all parts of the country, in a country where people die every day in numbers.
Well, quickly, I wanted to ask for solutions, but I think we lost you there. So quickly, Enefa, I want to ask you quickly, because we're almost out of time. In 60 seconds, because we've seen all the problems, we've laid them out on the table. What are the possible solutions? If the presidency is saying, we've done our best, Mr. President has done his best, the National Assembly is saying, no, your best is not good enough. We're going to start an impeachment proceeding if at the end of 6 weeks you're unable to deal with this issue. But I'm even wondering to myself, is 6 weeks good enough time to deal with this issue if we were to deal with it? Quickly.
Yeah, I think I want to align myself with the view of my colleague in the studio. That Mr. President has failed. And outside Nigeria, there is no other country in the world where the people would have tolerated the president to stay another 1 hour. So the choice is in the hand of the girl to either go the Sri Lanka way or wait for the 2023 elections to boot out the party that have put against the. But on the immediate, if I have to advise the president, the proper thing to do in this circumstance is to sack all the service chiefs. Why would the manager of NA still keep his job? Why should the data director still keep his job? Why should those in customs, Kuje?
But Enefa, we pushed for these. We pushed for service chiefs to be changed. What change took place right after changing these service chiefs? So again, if we keep sacking service chiefs and nothing happens at the end of the day, what's the essence?
No. There are young men, women in the army, in the police that are ready to serve this country. If it means for you to fight in the chain of command, for younger officers and elevated officers for general, and let them fight. The problem with the war we are having is that there is lack of political will on the part of government. You can even see the attitude of government to what happened in Kuje.
We have to go.
You can even see the attitude of government to what is happening. Military guards of the country.
It's quite sad, but
you can't do that anywhere. You can't do that anywhere in the world. Where the president wants to have the political will to fire people he hires. I think that one thing that the Buhari must keep is the legacy and the sanctity of the electoral process in 2023. I will be advising that he should do everything humanly possible to make sure that it starts on INEC, the duty to make sure that the elections.
All right, we have to go, Enefa. Enefa, we're out of time. I beg your pardon. We're out of time. We have to go. Thank you so much. Enefa George Will is is of the civil society organization in River State, and of course, Timmy Frank is a former national publicity secretary of the All Progressive Congress, and he's now obviously in some form of activism to fight for a better Nigeria. I want to say thank you, Mr. Timmy Frank, for being part of the conversation. All right. Thank you so much. And that's it on the show tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good time, because tomorrow we will be back talking about the biggest stories in our political scene. And of course, we're talking always for development. I am Mary Anacone. Have a good night.
In every age, the good old days were always memories to cherish. Although no one ever thought they were good at that time, for every age has consisted of crises that seemed intolerable to the people who lived through them. Looking back now, one can really say, indeed, these days were good. My name is Tolulope Akmike Medebem Ni Adiolu, and here is my good old days story. I hail from Oderemo, Ogun State, but I was born and bred in Lagos, Island Maternity to be precise. My dad was His Royal Majesty Obasanjo Olufunso Adeolu. He was an educationist, a seasoned broadcaster, actor, and finally he became an Oba, while my mom, Olori Adedayo Atinuke Adeolu, was a thoroughbred educationist. She was an English major. She rose through the ranks working for Lagos State Ministry of Education, where she actually retired as an education director. I am the fourth of 8 children and Olori's first. That's my mom. I grew up mostly with my aunties on Lagos Island, Ologbo, where my mom would drop me off and then pick me up over the weekend. My aunties were more like my big sisters then, and it was so much joy being with them. And guess what? We actually still deal the same way, even now as adults. They formed a core part of my childhood, and today, I proudly say anywhere that was raised by 4 mothers, my mom inclusive. So imagine if these 4 mothers of mine got a whiff of my bad behavior in school. The story would never end, never. Each one of them would take turns to scold and punish me for bringing the family name and that of theirs to disrepute. Those were days of communal training where the community played a major role in child training and development. As much as these women, my moms, as much as they loved us and tried to ensure we charted our lives' course correctly, growing up, they couldn't always protect us from everything. I must say, I had my own share of bullying. I started wearing glasses at a tender age. These glasses were as thick as the Coke bottom bottle. Yes, such was the thickness of my glasses. I could not see without wearing them. Different names people like us were called. Those days hurt, Sha. But the ability to move on regardless of all those snide remarks, developing a thick skin, and believing in what I can achieve through the grace that I have been blessed with by the Most High, saw me through those moments. In fact, it honestly contributed to who I have become today. I started my primary education at Yaniwura Nursery and Primary School in Ilukweju, Lagos, and then later moved to Estate Nursery and Primary School within the same Ilukweju environment. My secondary education was twofold. I started at Federal Government College, Ugwalao, where my uncle was the principal. And when he was transferred to Federal Government College, Sokoto, I naturally followed him to Sokoto, of course, to continue my secondary education. Such was the trust parents had on guardians in those days. The need to monitor a child and ensure that he or she was under a very strict control, and tutelage of a mentor was considered essential for the moral and academic growth of such a child. Oh man, Sokoto taught me about being human. You may wish to ask, what does that mean? It meant that was where I learned that everyone was first human being before his tribe and ethnic learnings. At Federal Government College, Sokoto, we did not have or understand the divide of tribes or thongs. School then were not only about academics, but they were out to develop character as well. And that's what truly being educated is all about. We all grew up together, and today, quite a number of us are still friends, regardless of whatever situation or conditions we are presently in. Today, I am pretty much a people's person. All that matters to me about you as an individual, first and foremost, is the chemistry, not where you come from. And all this is, I believe, thanks to my orientation. Oh, testing times 2. I mean, when a growing child will always be a child. Yes, I remember the story of caustic soda. In those days, I think my mom used it to wash the bathroom. It was a plastic beverage container kept away from peering eyes. One day, she sent me to get something from her room, and I saw the container. I opened it and saw this sugar-looking substance and wondered why she kept it in her room. And guess what? I licked it, and that was it. I started foaming. I ran into the sitting room, and everyone went berserk, confused and scared. My mom lifted me and started running towards the hospital. I was rushed to the hospital where I was stabilized and brought home. On a good day, after all the drama, I would have still been beaten. But I think they believed I was traumatized enough, and she looked me in the eye and said, "That's what happens to thieves." No amount of beating could have shamed me like that, man. That was it. The tendency to steal perished forever in me. The first time my dad slapped me will be a story for another day. It was clear in my head, the biblical dictate of spare the rod and spoil the child. Over and over, my father would say that he had no inheritance he was leaving for any child. His greatest legacy to all of us, according to him, would be our education. So whatever he wanted to study, he was willing and ready to make it happen. Strangely, Dad's fame as an actor of repute wasn't something we thought about. I mean, it was just work as far as we knew. The only times it became a subject of discussion were when people saw you with him or found out he's your father and wanted to know what life is like living with him, or if he actually didn't have hands, based on his character in the famous Village Headmaster serial. Ha ha ha! Quite nostalgic. I recall how being his daughter impacted on me when I proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Great Ife, where I obtained my bachelor's degree in arts from the Department of Dramatic Art. I had a lecturer who scored me rather low because he felt and actually knew I could do better. And he said to me, "To whom much is given, much is expected." That was a turning point of sorts in my academic. In those good old days, we were built to be resilient. We pushed on basically because we wanted to make our parents and ourselves proud. In the hierarchy of values, we were taught that honesty and integrity reign supreme. And I am very proud and thankful for these orientations and training. So what went wrong? Is it the same today as yesterday? I doubt. Is the situation hopeless? Certainly not. Is it possible to change the narrative? Absolutely yes. Like the lights that cannot be hidden under a bushel, like the faith as a mustard seed, I believe the glory of Nigeria will shine and we shall blossom again if we begin to plant into the hearts and minds of people these time-tested values of truth, honesty, integrity, and sincerity of purpose. Personally, I don't think the challenge is solely upon today's youth. It's our inability to create the right mentorship programs. The youths tend to emulate what they see around them. So if change must come, if tomorrow must be brighter, then the right attitude and values must be reenacted today. The onus lies on each one of us to keep showcasing those things that we want emulated. Change can and will happen through a collective will and joint resolve to make it happen. Change begins with each and every one of us standing together in truth and believing that truly we can make the difference. We all deserve a better Nigeria, better than those glorious days we speak about today. To this end, I join Sir Shemore Badejo in this collective desire to have a brighter future for not only our children, but for us too. God bless Nigeria. God bless all of us.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Pikin. You have all come to know and love as Brother Dirili, Shewiri, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking. Because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theatre school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to like sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. There's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school. Those kind of things that if you woke up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school. That kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had, but I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength, not to allow your kids to go through that. Road Boy says so. Bless her.
Before Jennifer's Diary, I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing. How I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads free, me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was, so I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say, no, go. They will yab you. They will make you not believe in yourself. You just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC, 1,000 Days of Blackberry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no, too bad it's audition. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they wouldn't have found people they need. A couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did a third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics and news as it affects us all. I am Osayome Sale, and today Mania and I are flying solo. Hello.
Hi, Uwa. How are you?
Hello, Money Money. What a guan.
Everything is happening.
How's the week for you?
Well, the week has been good, but today was just very good. Yes.
Made my new hair.
I see that.
Meanwhile, what has been happening in the, what's it called? In the chambers of legislators? Did you follow the story?
I'm following it, but you know, it's there in the news. You know.
But I don't know. Somebody just has to be the scapegoat, Sha.
Always.
It's so unfortunate that somebody will be thrown under the bus, but
But what must be done must be done.
Yep. I listened in on Liboro Soshama and Jimmy Disu on, I think it was yesterday. Yeah. I was listening in on their conversation and they were analyzing the thing. And you know, the truth is sometimes the letter that comes out of your law firm, I don't think anybody can send a letter without your approval as the head of the law firm. They can?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
But you know that's dangerous.
It's very, very dangerous. But you see, when you've run your law firm
for years,
things have to work. It's a system. You put a system in place. You cannot afford to see everything that goes out because of time and other things. So if you have to do that, you can't go.
You can't go.
You just put systems in place and just make sure that the systems work. But we are still in Nigeria.
So it means that this one particular case, maybe it was the issue of failed system? I don't know.
Exactly. That's another point.
Interesting. I'd like to understand it more. I want legal people. You know, I have to be careful when I'm talking before they go and sue me.
Like you see.
Because I do not have a penny to give.
We're very careful.
All right, so today we want to continue our conversation on this, our bread matter and inflation matter, rising cost of food items. And here's what we found as today's quote. Right, pricing power is important in business. You want your business to have the flexibility to raise prices as needed, especially with regards to inflation. So we're discussing inflation and the impact it has on small businesses, right? So the reality is that inflation is always happening. So small business owners need to be prepared for it. It's important to understand how inflation affects your business and to come up with solutions to manage, you know, when these things are happening, right? So Tosin Bamiro is here to discuss inflation and the impact it's had on her business, right? But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. You are still watching Ways. Now, International Tiger Day is celebrated annually on July 29th. The tiger enjoys the reputation of being the largest of the world's big cats. A tiger can be easily identified with its distinctive orange and black stripes on its face and body. International Tiger Day is celebrated across the globe so that all of us can raise awareness for tiger conservation. The day aims to build a worldwide system that will be dedicated to protecting tigers and their natural habitats. Now, a safe and thriving habitat for tigers means that we conserve other species and our forests too. Through International Tiger Day, we can work for a future where humans and tigers can cohabit peacefully. Oh, see this one, so cute. But did you see the video that went viral on social media in India, where a tiger was just strolling in the neighborhood? The girl actually brought her phone and she was videoing the tiger. I said, they're cohabiting, but that's very rare.
Wow.
Honestly, because if this tiger was just strolling past the neighborhood, so you missed that video.
Well, I missed
I'll look for it.
But I would like to think that it's all these jazzy people.
Right?
Yeah,
You know,
it's
Indians.
not normal, my darling. It's not normal. The animals are still animals.
But God created us to dominate
You're
and
right.
subdue.
Continue. Let the animals stroll here. Let's see what you will do. Okay. Jackpot.
You can't even outrun it. That's the problem.
Exactly. So we don't.
So she was, as in, it
exist.
was catwalking, and she just took her phone and she was videoing it. I said,
Well, these people are
this
the
can,
highest.
you know, the truth is that what you said is what came to my mind. I said, this can only
It's
be
not
jazz.
normal. It's just jazz. Period. Honestly, they're animals.
All right. So what did you find for us in the news?
Oh gosh. Okay. So today, where am I? Passengers grown as 1 hour flights hit 75,000 naira. So in February of 2022, domestic airlines in Nigeria raised the prices of minimum fare to 50,000, which elicited a negative response from stakeholders, particularly passengers. In today's Nigeria, it's been reported by Punch newspaper and other news houses in the country that domestic ticket prices issued by airline operators are going for as far as 100,000 naira for economy. Many travelers are lamenting this recent update to airfares. According to the report, economy class tickets from Lagos to Abuja via Arik, United, Nigeria, and Air Peace cost 150,000, and other airlines have followed suit. So this rapid increase is being attributed to the increase in price of aviation fuel, otherwise known as Jet A1 fuel, and the difficulty in obtaining forex. A litre of Jet A1 fuel that was selling for 400 naira is now being sold for 800 naira per litre, so that's double the price. Many Nigerians have voiced their displeasure and called on the federal government to act to relieve the burden pushed on average Nigerians. So for me, I just think, you see, the last part of it says that this burden pushed on average Nigerians. Flying is no longer a thing for the average Nigerian, because I was in Abuja last week and it cost a lot of money. It cost about 185,000 for the ticket, you know.
Yeah. For a return ticket.
ticket, 185. That's crazy. To Abuja, a 1 hour flight. So back in the day, we used to even go to Ghana for 80K. You know, now we're going within Nigeria and we're spending so much money.
And you know the sad thing about this flight thing is actually a double whammy, because some people actually could go via the roads or rails.
Yes, that's
you know?
the thing. So if the roads were working
Safe.
properly, if they were safe, then you have
Safety.
an alternative, then you don't have to fly. But as it is right now, you know, let me tell you, when I was in Abuja, they said that the airlines were shutting down. So I think Air had already shut down. They shut down Dana. So many airlines were shutting down. So I was like, I hope mine does not shut down. If I would never come to Lagos by road from Abuja, never. I would stay there until they come back or we get a private jet.
Abio. You know? That's the thing, though, because, you know, so that's where I was going with the conversation that, you see, it's no longer luxury. People that used to fly before, people that used to fly before, they were flying based on luxury.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want the inconvenience of driving or going via road.
Things have changed.
But where we are now as a country, flight is no longer luxury, because that is almost the only safest.
Yeah.
If you pray that yes, the plane is in good condition, it's the safest mode of moving from one part of Nigeria to another part of Nigeria.
Because if you don't pay 100 and something to go to Abuja,
you pay ransom. You pay ransom. You know. So that's why I don't understand where we're going. I mean, my story is not even so palatable as well because it's also it's also
a lamentation.
It's a lamentation day.
let's have it.
Since we're talking inflation,
let's go there.
So, do you know that subscribers now, right, to pay 5% tax on calls and data? So, the federal government has disclosed that Nigerian telecoms subscribers will pay 5% tax on calls, SMS, and data services. Now, according to The Guardian, the Minister of Finance, Budget and Planning, Zainab Ahmed, disclosed the tax at the Stakeholders Forum organized by Nigerian Communications Commission in Abuja. Now, Ahmed, who was represented at the event by Assistant Director Tax and Policy, Mr. Musa Umar, said that some countries in Africa, such as Malawi, Uganda, Tanzania, amongst others, had all keyed into the same revenue generation pattern. And she said the issue of revenue is not something that we need to shy away from, right? Our revenue can no longer take care of our needs as a country. Also, Nigeria is no longer making enough money, they hear, in oil revenue. Hence, the attention is shifting to non-oil sectors. Oh, more, people should cuckoo kill us. Like, the government should cuckoo finish us. I mean, I was lamenting the other day when we were talking about what she talked about. And saying that, comparing the economy, that they did way better than previous administration. I was comparing it. Gas that we used to buy at maybe 4,500. I mean, how much were we buying gas? Now it's now 10,500. I filled my gas last week at 10,500, right? Is it flight tickets that you're talking about? Or what exactly? Is it the bread that we want to talk about today? Or is it bag of rice?
It's gone crazy.
I bought a 5 kg bag of rice for 15,000 naira. Meanwhile, we used to buy 50 kg bag of rice for 8,500. 15,000 naira. So now you don't want to add this. And I keep saying that, where do they expect this money to come from?
Do you know,
our revenue is not going up. Our salaries are not going higher.
When people come like this to speak about things like this, I'm like, anyway, I don't blame you. You don't go shopping. You don't know the price of milk in the market. You don't know the price of a bag of rice. You don't do the shopping yourself. So you can come back and say your administration is better than the last one. Wake up.
Wake up. Yeah, so, I just scanned through the comments on the comment section. Somebody said, I hope we won't start paying salary to federal government directly.
Very soon.
Say when there is no any way to obtain anyone from us anymore. Because at this rate now, it's like federal government just tell us that, you know what? Kuku kilos. Let's just be paying you salary every month. Come on, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Honestly. It doesn't make any sense. But hey, that's the conversation we're having today. Today, I just want to chill and lament because we need to lament this lamentation well. Dollar is 720, I hear. Ha, Father, Lord of heaven.
Dear Father in heaven, it's about time to take over, honestly.
All right, so we'll take a break. When we come back from the break, we'll have our guest with us as we discuss the impact of inflation in her business. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
It's not just the parents that have to do this. We put a lot of emphasis on government, we put a lot of emphasis on schools, but the service sector is completely left out of this conversation, and it's really important because they touch the families every day.
When we are making intervention, at the back of our mind, that plan that you're drawing up should also say on X amount of times or hours, you as the parents have to have X number of training.
Not just about the training, okay? So as we're collecting data in the center, you're collecting data at home. We give you the exact same plan.
From my own experience is that the children are usually the best advocates.
Absolutely.
Because the children have been informed and they have also experienced it, we find that they tend to go home and tell their parents the appropriate things to do.
All right, thanks for staying with us. According to Forbes, many people treat inflation as a bad thing, but inflation is always happening. For instance, if you had $100,000 in a savings account in 2002, that money would it will not go very far in 2022. Since the pandemic began, businesses have been struggling to deal with the rising cost of inflation. I mean, COVID-19 just fast-tracked the inevitable ongoing supply chain issues, made it even harder to access goods, which drove up the prices. Now, the Federal Government Reserve actually aims for an inflation rate of 2% per year because if inflation is too low, it weakens the economy. However, inflation becomes a financial burden for customers and businesses when it goes too high. Now, the Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, speaking on Wednesday, had stated that Buhari's led administration had performed better in terms of the economy of the nation compared to how they met it in 2015. So how do you think inflation has affected small businesses especially? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at Wisho Africa1 with the hashtag Wisho. So, Mani, I'm going to bring in Tosi in a minute, but I just want to hear your thoughts. You're a business person, right? You know, how is this impacting you as a person? Because everything seems to just be going off the roof, right? Today you want to transact business. I don't know how it's, because again, I don't think we're able to really calculate the impact of inflation in our businesses. Because down to the very paper that you use to do your brief, whatever it is, the ink you're buying, every single thing is impacted. But I don't think as business people we even understand how to actually do the adjustments when it comes to, as the economy is changing and everything, how we are able to translate that into the very tiny detail in our businesses. I don't know. Have you been able to do that?
Okay, we might not have been able to calculate the percentage increase or increase in percentage, what we're going through. But we see what's happening, and the only way we can attack it is to look for how to cut down on expenditures. So when I say cut down, I mean, okay, now you talked about paper. So are they clients that we can write to, just send e-copies without sending hard copies? What can we do? Before I left the office, I asked them, I wanted to know how many liters of diesel we use. I never used to be like this. I never used to count, but they say whatever you don't count doesn't grow. But anyways, what I do now is I count how many liters. Don't put that there, no. So we are trying. When there's no light, we have an inverter. I have to get
invest.
solar.
Yes.
Yeah. So now everybody just buy fans. Everybody has one fan to himself. Let's blow ourselves away, but leave the gen out of this, please. So we use the gen when we really need to use the gen, like when it's very hot. So we are cutting down. Next week now, cuts are on vacation. Thank God, we're going on vacation. So we just have a vacation cuts in session now. So what's happening? Stay home. Everybody work from home. So that way we don't have to use anything in the office. So it reduces the light bill, reduces
every
use of
cost,
diesel,
all the overheads.
paper, everything, overhead. So you have to find a way because everything has increased. So in me telling my staff to even work from home is me helping them to save money. What they would normally spend on transportation, they are now, they now have to save it. So you just, in this present day Nigeria, we're complaining, but even as we complain, we need to be smart.
And very innovative.
Until things change, we need to step up and think of how to cut down on our expenses, and then we'll be able to rise above it, like they always say.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me bring in our guest, right? Tosin Bamiro. Bamiro is the MD of Uncle B's Bakery, Lagos. The company was established in 1997 by her father. She set up the Lagos branch in 2014 and has been running it for the past 8 years. Now, Tosin graduated from Middlesex University, UK, with a degree in hospitality management. After obtaining her degrees, she worked in hospitality industry both in Nigeria and abroad. She is passionate about her business and economic climate of Nigeria. She believes that with a good structure, SMEs like hers can be the backdrop of the sustainable development in Nigeria. As you can see, she's a baker. I told you people, this bread matter, we must continue it. Thank you so much, Tosin.
Thank you for having me.
First of all, what did we do to you people? Bakers. People don't want us to eat bread anymore.
We've been kind.
Right?
We have been kind.
Wow.
Because bread should be like ×3 what people are getting in now. We've been really, really kind.
So tell me, how are you coping as a business?
It's just the grace of God. From diesel to cost of raw materials, especially flour and sugar. Then so your vehicles, basically overheads, gone crazy, they've just gone so high. And so we've tried, we reduce, so what we basically do, we try and reduce weight so that we don't have to increase price. But it's gotten to the point whereby the pans can't take any more reduction, yes. So that's why we had the strike last week. And hopefully, even with the strike, we've not been able to increase it to what it should be. We just put like just a little bit, like 50 naira or in some cases 100 naira on a loaf. But it's hard.
But if we were to calculate, right, the real situation now, what would profit look like if you wanted to really put the price of a loaf of, like a standard family loaf of bread?
So a standard family loaf of about 900 grams should probably be about 1,000 naira, 1,000 to 1,500, depending on the quality, because people put different things.
Because I'm already buying bread at 1,000 naira.
Yes, I'm sure you are. So I don't know how to explain it, but there's different. So the bread you'll get in supermarkets, they will sell at 1,000. But like the agege, the people that sell on the streets to the general public, we haven't started selling at 1,000 yet. The family loaf. So we're still about 500 naira, 600 naira, depending on the size and the weight. But typically, if you walk into a supermarket or you walk into the people selling the hot bread on the road, you'll get your 1,000 naira. But agege, the agege sellers, they have not hit 1,000 naira yet. We're still at 500 naira for a loaf of bread.
Yeah, but I think 1,000 naira is, kind of on the high side.
Yes, yes, it is.
I think it's on the high side.
Sister Naya, they buy you.
No, maybe you're buying luxury bread.
I don't know about the luxury, but the bread is nice.
You're probably buying luxury.
You're definitely buying luxury because a standard family size loaf, I would say maybe 750, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that would be okay for a price.
But let's discuss these issues, right? Because I mean, yesterday it was almost an insult when because Nigerians are like very edgy right now. Because look at the story I took about the telecoms adding 5%, blah blah blah. So everything is hitting on us as the consumers.
Yes.
We're not really so. It's almost like, come on, it's getting too much. And yesterday, the Minister for Finance had come out to say that, they've not had a better economy than now. You're a business person. I mean, when we talked about the bread issue last week, we talked about monopoly that happens even in the sugar and the flour importation and all of that. So in terms of comparing what the minister had said about, 2015, you've been in the business for 8 years, so you can actually tell, how well, is it really, really, is it a better economy that we're at now, or how would you compare 2015? No, it's, sometimes you are not the business, right? You are not the business, so you can't talk about it based on layman's terms.
Yeah.
You have lived it. You've lived 2015 administration. You are now in 2022 administration. So you can easily tell us, where those loopholes are, where are the bottlenecks are, where are the lies, if there are any, right? So maybe you should just walk us through what business was like for you in 2015 and what it is now for you.
Okay. So I'll take you back to 2014 when I started. So in 2012, 2013, I was in Lagos Business School for a course, and during Goodluck Jonathan's tenure, and there was this opportunity for SMEs, business youths under 40 to sign up and write a business plan. And the government was ready to give you grants. That's how I started my business. I got the grant, and I started in 2014 with some money from family and savings, and I started that. So the economy, if you say the economy, then I got a grant from the business. I was in my 30s, I was young, I just had my baby, so I started the business then, and although it was a struggle, but it wasn't, back then a bag of flour was 8,000 naira. Now that same bag is, as of today, 30,000 naira. And
I hear you can't even vouch for the quality of some bags now, because now there is a lot of mixture going on.
Yes, they are mixing also, I don't know, cassava, because they too probably are struggling with cost of production, and they need to yes, yeah, exactly. So, so back then we had government backing, government support. There were opportunities for the government to help us with grants and loans and, different things like that. And right now, we're actually really, really struggling. A lot of businesses have shut down. A lot of my colleagues, you just call them and say, I've not seen your bread in the market. They'll be like, look, I can't do this anymore. It's not adding up. It's not tallying. I can't pay if you do 1 month and you can't pay your staff salary, by the next month, they'll start leaving, or you just tell them to go. So in terms of the economy, I don't know, some people are saying, if they say it's better, for us, it's a struggle. Even workers, to keep workers, minimum wage can't take anybody anywhere. But when I sit down with my guys and I say, look, I can't pay you more than this. This is what, I'm not even making anything, but just help me, let's reduce waste, let's try and sell as much as we can, and that's the only way we've been able to keep afloat for this long.
Manny, because when I hear you speak, are you trying to say, because this administration is one of the administrations that brags about supporting businesses, ease of doing business, right? Are you trying to say that, there's not been some level of government intervention and support for businesses, or for your business, as you would have had it in the previous years?
Well, yeah, I'm sure they...
Have you applied for those things? Because, we see it all the time in the news, and they say, oh, this is available. Man, stop giving me that eye. We see it all the time, that is available and all of that. So are you trying to say that you have not been able to... Is it that maybe you didn't meet up with the criteria, or what exactly,
Well, I haven't come across any yet. And, well, the one or two that I've tried to apply for, I haven't been given.
Wow.
So, yeah. And it's
are they available?
I really don't know if they're available. So I don't. And you think that as a woman, businesswoman, with over 30 staff, and employer of labor, direct about 30, indirect, I'm sure over 1,000. You think that the government will be at my door saying, how can we help? What can we do? But, I run 2 gens for basically 24 hours.
Wow.
12 hours each. You can imagine the kind of amount of diesel we use every day.
So what's your consumption level? Because you see, no, production level. Because just like you said, when we wanted to have this conversation, I actually called a friend of mine that started, he's a young guy, started a bakery in Ikorodu. You know, I called him, I was trying to reach him until I finally spoke with someone that had said, that he had to shut down the bakery, like, you know, that the thing was not adding up anymore. It was also, what's your capacity like in terms of production? And, you know, has the production dropped, or what are you trying to do to like mitigate this, what's it called, this issues with costing and pricing and all of that is affecting the businesses?
So the thing about the bread in industry is that it's better with the numbers, so volume. So if you're doing 1 bag, 5 bags, right now, you're probably using your savings to run your business, or you're, I don't know how you're surviving, because it can't work. So anywhere from 10
bags.
Right now, to break even, 40 bags. If you know what you're doing, 40 bags. Well, you can probably get by with 20 bags a day, but you have to be very prudent and you have to know what you're doing. Because even with that 20 bag, you just need one machine to break down. You need the gen, if you have an unfortunate incident that your gen breaks down and then they give you a bill of 500K or 200K, and that just...
it just takes all your
exactly.
profit plus capital. Sir.
Or, like what happened, we went on strike last week, we came back on Monday. As of yesterday, the flour mills stopped selling flour. So they're telling us that Monday, there's probably going to be another 2,000 increase on the bag of flour. So come Monday now, it's a new price. This evening, I've got like, for my suppliers, new price, reviewed price, new prices to start 1st of August. And that's how we've been getting it since January. So every month or every 2 weeks, there's
an issue.
So, I mean...
Money. Wow.
It's just the grace of God that's keeping a lot of businesses. And
so are you even encouraged to stay in business in this?
Exactly, I was going to ask that.
What can I do? Every day I go to the bakery, I see. So I have distributors that come and carry in bulk, and they sell to the street, the women on the street, the corner shops, the abokis and things like that. And that's what they rely on to feed their children, send their children to school every day. When we went on the strike, some of them were literally in tears. Like, how do you want us to survive? 3-4 days, we will not be able to feed our children, we'll not be able to eat.
They make daily income.
Yes, it's daily. It's daily. So, I mean, for them, I will get up in the morning. For my children, I will get up in the morning and go to work and try as much as possible to make it work. So I get to work every day. I beg my staff, please. The ones that I can appeal to in Yoruba, the ones, Ejo, please. That I'm not making money. This is not about making money. This is just about feeding the masses, Lagosians that can't afford much. Because right now, there's the fear that in another 1 month, we might not have 100 naira bread in the market. Because right now, 100 naira bread is less than 100 grams. And that's like puff-puff or the size of a donut. It's really, really small. Yes, that's 100 naira bread. So tell me, it can't even feed it can't feed a 2-year-old.
A 2-year-old?
Yes, to go say, you're going to school, I give you 100 naira bread. So for a child now, maybe 200, 250. They give them a loaf to go to school.
This is interesting.
You know, this is not even funny.
Yeah.
I don't know. And then someone comes and says that our administration is better. Like, are you even sleeping? I can't get over that statement. I won't tell you a lie. How do you even pay for this? Okay, you don't buy in foreign exchange.
No, I don't. I don't.
You know
I don't buy in foreign exchange, but everything that goes into a loaf of bread is imported. There is nothing. The only thing that is in a loaf of bread that is not imported
is the flour.
No, it's the water we put in it.
So how do you get forex?
No, sorry. What I mean that I don't have to do the forex. So it's
somebody has already.
The flour mills do the forex,
and those are the people that those are the people that have color-beat the market. But let's go on a break. This is actually very serious. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Wow. If you just tuned in, we're discussing inflation and the impact it had on small businesses. And we have a business owner here, Tosin Bamiro. Now remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at Way Show Africa with the hashtag Way Show. How do we start to find solutions to this problem? Because this is actually hydra-headed. That's what they call it. So it's not like we can only solve one problem in a particular sector. It has to come from a very holistic approach, because what happens in this sector affects every other sector. So what do you even think, if you were to say, okay, you want to start thinking, what relief would be like for you as a business? If somebody says, Tosin, I'm coming into your business and I want to just give you some level of relief, what would relief be? What would be the definition of relief for you as a business?
For me right now, relief would be if I'm off my generators. If I don't have this constant, every week I have to review prices, every week I have to review my weights. If I don't have to do that every week, because every week something goes up. There's no week that things go up. So that kind of relief for, so my machines are down. We flogged the machines so much that, I mean, somebody comes and says, oh, here you go, brand new mixer, or get an oven, brand new oven, so that I'm not spending so much on maintenance. So maintenance, overheads, that's what, because you sit down every day and I'm calculating my overheads and...
Walk us through that overhead. Let's go with diesel,
yes.
Daily, other consumption. What is it like for you as a business? Like, I'm just wondering, like, where is the profit coming from?
Well,
I'm trying to look for it.
Like I said, volumes, and you must be very prudent, and you must be very, try not, cut out wastage.
Yeah.
And, in the society that we're in now, it's hard, except even if you have Hawkeyes, you cannot catch everybody, you cannot try and stop all wastage, because you have staff that will steal bread, you have people that would steal money, you have people that would do, in fact, my staff right now, sometimes they will come to the store manager and, please, can we have some sugar? Please, can we have some butter? So, because they want to eat. I'm literally feeding people in the bakery because they have to, if they don't eat, they cannot have strength to work.
Be able to work.
So, yeah, those kind of
consumption, because you mentioned power,
Yes.
diesel.
Oh, power.
What's that consumption like for you on a daily?
So on a day, I use about 300 liters a day.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Because I use diesel for the gens and then for the oven. So I have 2 burner ovens.
And they're all powered with diesel.
Diesel, the ovens,
So
diesel and electricity.
240,000 a day.
Yes. So.
Oh, no. Hey, Tosi, how can we help you to help yourself? This matter is serious.
Help us beg the government.
So what do you think the government can actually do in this situation?
To be honest, I do not know. I was in a meeting yesterday with master bakers, and they asked me the same question. Like, what is a suggestion? Even people that have been baking for 40, 50 years, nobody, because everybody, next day you're hearing, oh, this bakery is not producing anymore. The bakery beside you is not producing anymore. So it's just that everybody's looking at when will it be my turn? When will I say I can't produce anymore? And nobody knows.
I understand what you just said now. You know what they say? They say tough times don't last.
Yes.
Or tough.
Yes, tough times don't last, but tough people do.
Yeah. So you need to be tough. So what it means
definitely.
in business, in being tough, is when you look at the situation, you look at your business. If you can no longer sustain your business, then what happens? You pivot. So for you can pivot and do something else in the meantime before things, calm down, regularize, and you come back. But I'm just thinking, since you made a statement when we started, and I've been thinking about it. You said in another 1 week or 1 month, you cut those people out who can afford 100 naira.
Yes.
So what happens to these people that cannot afford the 250 naira? Are there no other ways, other options available to manage your business without cutting out those people? Because those people, that market is very important.
Huge.
Yes, that market is huge.
And it's the biggest.
It's the biggest and very, very important. And those are the people we're supposed to be looking out for.
So what I've done now what I did in the last 1-2 months is invest more money, make the pans smaller. So I mean, how many people have to go and be making pans, and pan still is imported, it's dollar, so it's expensive as well. So what we've done now is just reduce the pans to give 100 naira bread, and like you said, yes, it's my biggest. That's the 100 naira bread is what I sell the most because
it's
easy. But the truth is that except God was to come down, Jesus Christ was to come down from heaven, you'll get to a point I won't be able to do that 100 naira bread. Right now, I'm doing 100 naira bread, I am not making 1 naira on it. I do not make 1 naira on it. So I make money from the 150 and above, but the 100 naira, I'm just doing it because
you need to just keep that
market.
Yes,
I just see these people and say,
that's
all we can
eat, because it's very easy for them to, just buy 100 naira bread and 1 Coke,
yeah,
bottle of Coke, and that's lunch.
Pet drink, yeah.
That's lunch.
Yes,
you know. So now you take them out of the market, you make them go even.
So how about your staffing? Have you had to review? Because I see that a lot of small businesses, the first thing they want to do is probably downsize. So what's your strategy in managing, your staff, with the issues around the costing and the pricing and the inflation?
So for me right now, I haven't really downsized because, like I said, my factory runs 24 hours, so I've looked into it, but
you need all the hands that
yes,
you have.
because bakery work is a lot of hand. You need the bodies. So to downsize is except, I don't know, right now, no, I haven't.
That is, you're going to have to cut down in production as well.
Yes, so exactly. So if I downsize, I'm not going to bake as much as
you're baking right now.
Yes, I'm baking right now.
So that means you have been able to keep the numbers of your employees.
Yes.
That's interesting. And you said you have about 300?
No.
Okay,
I have about 30.
30, sorry. Okay, yeah, I added an extra zero.
Amen.
You have 30 staff that you have to deal with every single month, and you guys run 24 hours.
Yes,
why is that? Why are we not cutting down maybe the because I know, okay, so some bakeries now have decided, you know what, let's run 12 hours a day instead of the normal long time hours. So you're not thinking about that?
Well, sometimes we have the shifts that we don't do when we see, like 2 days ago, I got in there and there was, maybe because of the strike, there was just so much bread on the shelves, and I said, you know what, don't bake tonight. So we have the days that we have low sales, then the days we have high sales. So I can't really say don't work today, come to work tomorrow. So I just staff them for now, and I take it month by month, and we see how it goes. But where we are going now, because the effect on the dollar and what has happened in the last 1 week now, we would not know until about maybe second week in August.
Wow. So how are you guys holding because the body of bakers now, let's go back there, because I remember part of what they are complaining about is what's it called, monopoly. In items which is the most important items in this ingredient, flour and sugar. Right, so is there anything that's been done in the body of bakers to say, you know what, let us hold this government and hold them by the jugular until they take off this monopoly from this? Because I want to believe that maybe if you had the opportunity to be able to bring in your stuff, it might be cheaper. It might be cheaper and all of that. What do you think? Do you think that would help?
Right now, I don't think so because of the war in Ukraine. Because right now, that's where a lot of wheat
comes from.
And even when you talk to the millers now, it's hard. It says a struggle getting hold of the wheat. So sometimes, usually, within 2-3 days, you call them, they'll bring your flour. Right now, sometimes 1 week, sometimes more than 1 week.
So you have to book ahead.
Exactly. So for them to demand and supply, they're not getting the wheat as they need it. So, and you know how we are in Nigeria, we're consumers. So, and then that's definitely, the dollar going up, prices go up. And they too are using diesel.
This is interesting about consumption. So why are we not thinking now? Is it that we have lands in the north now?
that we can grow wheat.
Yes. So why are we not thinking to look inward to say, you know what, these things, let's start to grow it? Because, yes, part of why we're having issues like this is because of the dependency on these importations, right? So we're not thinking about that. Man, stop looking at me with that eye.
Well, you know why I'm looking at it, because you have all the answers with you. You are talking about farming again. We have issues with security.
Insecurity, yeah.
So it can't work. You see, what she's talking about is a ripple effect of other things. What we're seeing in Nigeria right now is ripple effects of different things. So you're talking about growing our own wheat. Yes, we can grow our wheat, because there was a time, I was watching a video today where someone was talking about a time in Nigeria where the dollar was, it was 1 naira to $6. 1 naira to £3. What happened then and what happened now? It's not rocket science. We were into exportation, lots of exportation. You understand? So there was a high demand for our naira. But now we're not exporting anything. So when you trace it down, why are we not exporting? Why are we not farming? Why are we not doing? Everything still boils down to insecurity. You understand? And then we have a government who I don't know, who do not, or they don't listen. Somebody is telling you that their government is the best government so far
since 2015.
Oh, please.
You know what?
I don't have anything
Man, you
to
have a
say
comment.
now. You know me, sometimes I keep quiet because I have too much to say.
No, there's
a
a lot to say, and I wish, you know, these issues around monopoly, because it can be addressed, because if it is addressed, I know that it will go a long way in helping, you know, to mitigate some of these, you know, excesses that we're having in terms of pricing. Because I don't believe that the prices can go so high like that. You know, somebody is the one controlling the price and just taking advantage of the situation, and that's why we're having all of this. But we also made mention of cassava option, right? Because I remember there was a time in Jonathan's administration where they were trying to explore the possibility of cassava as the what's it called, the main ingredients for bread, and you know. So I mean, I would still maintain it, even though our baker was arguing with me. You know what, my friend sent me a message after the show. She said, "Uwa, I'm going to send you cassava cake. Your next order."
I hope
your next order of cake is going to be cassava cake. But Tosin, can we even explore that option? Is it possible?
Well, where we are, and I think so.
Because it just needs our taste bud to adjust. Have you noticed so?
Taste buds, but can we produce the cassava we need for bread? The amount.
Yes, we can.
Can we?
Yes.
We don't even have enough for Gary.
Are you sure? Yeah. If we start if we start to put it as priority.
How much is a Congo of Gary now? we don't have surplus of cassava. If we now say we want to put it in bread, but yeah, we probably can, if, like you said, in the security, if the farmers can, if they're allowed to farm.
Would you be willing to experiment that option
There was a time, and I believe that there was a levy they put on that we bakers have been paying for about since Goodluck Jonathan's time to develop the cassava flour, and that money, I understand that it's almost in trillions, but we don't know where it is, and we don't know what's happened to it. That's one of the reasons why we went on strike. The master bakers went on strike. That this money you've been saving for us, please.
For cassava option.
Jackpot.
Can we see?
Hi. Who's new?
The money has jackpot.
Money.
The money has left the country in search of greener pastures. Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters. What are you saying? #ways. The topic is inflation and the impact on small businesses. As I'm typing this comment, I am sad, I am upset, and I'm downcast. I'm going to lay emphasis on bread alone. Bread happens to be my best food for breakfast. Are you now telling me that I should stop eating bread, or what? Bread that happens to be food for all has now become food for the rich only. Sister Uwa made mention of the price of foodstuff going up, but the salaries are not. This makes sense a lot, and there has to be balanced equation. I really feel the pains of your guest. She says she runs 2 generators a day, and I can imagine the quantity of diesel she consumes a day. It's 240,000 naira a day. This is painful and highly unacceptable. My name is Daniel Ilo, Ways regular fan. Thank you so much, Daniel.
Where do we move from here? Tosin, what are you hopeful for? What do you think you know? Because I don't want you to leave here feeling, because me, I'm feeling downcast on your behalf, and I'm not the business owner. But tell me.
Every day I wake up, I just say, Father, Lord, help me to be able to produce, and even if, well, no matter how small it is, let me be able to take home. Because, I mean, I left the UK, came back to Nigeria, thinking that, I mean, let me come back home and do something for my country. And every day I wake up, I'm just, you know, you're just tired. So right now, well, everybody's looking to the government to save us, and I don't even know if they have the answer.
No, if they are listening.
They probably are, because I'm sure they're buying bread like we're all buying bread. They're buying this dollar like we're all buying, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe they know what to do, they don't know what to do, we don't know. Maybe I don't know.
Sorry?
No, I'm just asking, like, what do you think we should? I don't know. Because the conversation is sometimes I just wonder that, do we even understand where this thing is going? So look at what you just said. If we cut off people that are eating 100 naira bread, do you know what that means to the already suffering economy? See, that thing that happened after the NSAS protest, where there was a, what's it called, would I call it, where the whatever took over the situation, and people started
the hired hand.
They went on rampage to loot and all of that. That is just the tip of the ice. Yes, because
no, we really can't pray for that, because it's going to be very terrible if
that's
it gets
my
to
point.
That's why, you know, you asked her a question. You said, can she cut down on staffing? For me, there really is no good outcome here if you have to cut down on staffing, because those are human beings that have jobs now,
and they have children
they're feeding. So if you even cut down, you stop feeding some families. So what's the way out? The way out of this, the only way out of this is a solution where she's okay, staffing is okay, the poor man has the bread to eat, because now 100 naira is now, it's not even like it's affordable for these people that are eating it on a good day. But now they don't have a choice. So now you're going to tell them that even the 100 naira you have, sorry, we don't have anything for you anymore. You have to look for where to get.
And this is what we say when we talk about businesses, right? Fix small things. You might call it small things, but they are not. They are major. Fix electricity. Fix the roads, infrastructure. Do you understand? So imagine if you didn't have to pay diesel money. Now look at it. It's not only the diesel. The cost of maintaining the gen, all the breakdowns, the repairs, and all of that thing, you put all of those things in your business. It's more money to your business, more income, you know, and you can play around with a lot of things. You know, so that pressure comes way out of the picture. So when sometimes I hear some people comparing our economy or comparing us with other climes, I say people should just please hold yourself, because other climes, they don't worry about what Nigerians worry about in terms of businesses. I'm not worried about somebody coming to come and rob me. I'm not worried about somebody coming to, or driving on a bad road, entering a pothole that eventually damaged my tire. I will not be stuck there, or staying in traffic for hours, you know, losing time. I'm supposed to go and make deliveries. I'm not worried about light issues, you know, saying that, oh, the light is, there's no power to run my outfit, so I have to go and hire a gen or do something. I'm not worried about all of those things. So production will happen. You know, somebody was saying that bread is not particularly cheap abroad. You know, that if you buy a what's it called, £1 bread, £1.50, £1 whatever, convert that £1 to or £1.50 to naira, you would understand that bread is not really cheap. But I say, hey, it's not because of that. There was a time that our naira could match up any other currency, but it's because our own economy, I don't even understand. We're just consumers, right? So I don't know. Tosin, I can't even tell you what you know, like I like to leave people with, you know, something. But I even mean now, I can't even find anything, you know. But if you were to encourage yourself in the Lord, please, what would you say to yourself? Because I mean, this is why we are having this conversation. We're not here to come and speak textbook inflation. This is what the impact it is having on a real business, right? So I mean, you're looking at it. August 1st, somebody is going to send you a new price list, and you have to now review your prices again. So if you keep on reducing weight, what then happens to us that we, you know, it means that we have to buy more.
Yes, buy more.
So if I had to buy a loaf before, if you reduce weight, I might have to do 2 loaves or even 3 loaves to be able to fill up my children.
Wow. Exactly. So what some bakeries, what they do is that they just increase the price. But a lot of, like I said, a lot of bread I sell is to the masses, and when they get there and you say bread is 150, because I tried it, do you know what, I can't do this anymore. Put 50 naira on the bread, even 20 naira. My guys brought the bread back. They won't buy.
Nobody bought it.
Yes, they will not buy. I was okay, go and sell it to them 100 naira, and they will buy. So they will rather go without than add that 20 naira.
So that means you don't have a choice. You must reduce the weight.
That's why the 100 naira is still there. And but I'm sure by December they will not be. If we're going, because since January there has been a 2,000 increment on a bag of flour since January. So every month.
2,000 every month.
A bag of flour was 20,000 January. Right now it's 30. So we have about 5-6 more months to go.
So it's going more to.
So you know, by December we're going to 40. We're going to bag of flour will be 40. 40 so if you do
40 headed to 50K.
Yes.
Wow.
You know what it means?
So how much do you want to sell bread?
Even our regular fan says he eats bread every time. The truth is, homes will have to stop eating bread.
But then what do they eat?
They will eat yam.
Have you seen
the price
of yam?
I sent my staff to the market. 1 tuber I weigh 2,007.
Yes.
He wears CI. I said, leave it. 2,007 for one.
And then with yam, you still have to cook. You still
And
have to
guess what?
Put egg, put stew, gas, bread. You can just tear and eat.
It's true. That's so true. You know, this thing about grammage, actually, funny thing is that I was speaking to another entrepreneur. What she does, you know those peanuts that they lace in flour?
Okay,
so what they just do, she said, because her market is 50 naira.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't wake up and say it's 100 naira. Nobody will buy it.
No.
She said, what they just do, they'll just be removing small grams. That's what they've been doing. She said, that's all, my dear.
We get to a point.
Yes.
Is she going to just give them one
peanut inside the bag?
For 50 naira.
You know. On that note, we shall be reducing grammage. Just manage us like that. Yeah. Thank you so much, Tosin. I think we've had a fantastic conversation. I'm just hoping that things get better and hopefully we'll be able to bounce out of this horrible state of the economy. Thank you, Manny. All right, so before we go, ensure you follow us on Instagram at Way Show Africa. Follow us on TikTok too. It's at Way Show Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, here it is again. Pricing power is important in business. You want your business to have the flexibility to be able to raise prices as needed, especially with regards to inflation. At this point, God will help us in this country. We'll see you guys on Monday at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Now, let's join ace broadcaster Mamode Akuga as he takes us inside the Niger Delta.
Hello out there and welcome to the program. It's Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region. I'm your regular host, Mamode Akuga. After 23 years of its unbroken hold of power in Delta State, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, may be heading for an inglorious exit from the government house in Asaba. This is as a result of the seeming inability of its leaders to resolve the disputes over who is the authentic governorship candidate of the party, as well as the obvious and bitter divisions within the party that are now threatening to reduce the once very powerful PDP in Delta State into a crisis-ridden party. Since 1999, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has held sway in Delta State. Former governors of the state, Chief James Onanefe Ibori and Dr. Emmanuel Eweta Udwara, as well as current governor Ifeanyi Okowa, are all products of the PDP. They had always worked together in harmony and unity, making it difficult for any opposition party to have its way into the seat of power in Asaba, the state capital. However, recent internal wranglings within the party is now threatening to destroy the once formidable alliance in the state. Crisis erupted in the party last year when the major political players in the party failed to agree on who should become the next governor of the state. While Chief Ibori wanted former two-time commissioner and chief of staff to Governor Okowa, David Edebie, Governor Okowa wanted current speaker of the Delta State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Sheriff Oborewori. Up until the time of the PDP primaries, both political heavyweights and their supporters could not agree on a consensus candidate and a way forward. It was no surprise, therefore, that after the May 25th PDP primaries in the state, which was won by Right Honorable Sheriff Oborewori, first runner-up David Edebie approached a federal high court in Abuja, seeking the disqualification of Sheriff Oborewori on the grounds of having presented forged and dubious certificates. In his ruling on the matter, Justice Taiwo of the Federal High Court Abuja found merit in Edebie's prayers and promptly disqualified Oborewori for presenting forged documents. Expectedly, Oborewori has appealed the judgment. Upon the deadline for the submission of candidates named to INEC on the 15th of July 2022, the Commission, in its wisdom, decided to omit the name of the governorship candidate of PDP in Delta State, since the matter was still in dispute and a subject of litigation. This further threw the PDP in Delta State and its members into confusion. Deltans who are surprised at the turn of events wonder why Governor Okowa and Chief Ibori cannot mend fences and present a common front. Comrade Hosanna Jalogo Williams and Barrister David Jarikre, both Deltans, wonder why the two leaders and indeed PDP members in the state cannot identify a way forward on the matter. For them, the only way to salvage the situation for PDP is to go with the candidacy of David Edebie than that of Sheriff Oborewori, which they say is fraught with many problems arising from inconsistencies in his documents.
The candidate that Ibori is bringing to the fore, Edebie, was in government a very sound person in academic terms and otherwise. But look at the one that Okowa is bringing. We are now beginning to have problems about his certificates. You will say that Okowa has erred.
People have said over time that this man is not qualified. Why still take the pains to ensure that he's the person who emerges as the candidate of the party? In doing that now, all of the problems that are now on ground are caused by those who were the persons that brought him in.
As the battle between David Edebie and Sheriff Oborewori rages on, Governor Okowa continues to carry on as if all is well with the party in the state. However, pioneer chairman of PDP in Delta State and senator representing Delta South Senatorial District, Senator James Manager, who recently posted on his verified Facebook handle, confirmed the crisis bedeviling the party. According to Senator Manager, and I quote, "As the pioneer chairman of the party and by extension the father of PDP in Delta State, I am greatly disturbed by the recent happenings at the party today. I will not feign ignorance as the party is drowning and dying gradually. If nobody is seeing it, I'm seeing it and I'm also feeling it greatly." Unquote. In his response last Saturday at a PDP mega rally organized in Ozoro Delta State, Governor Okowa affirmed that the PDP was still very much alive and determined to continue winning.
I heard some people saying that the PDP is dying in Delta State. I say, how come now? How come now? Why are they deceiving themselves? We don't like to shout, but on the day of the election, we know what to do.
The PDP mega rally in Ozoro, headquarters of Isoko North local government area, was shunned by some political heavyweights in the state, including former governors James Ibori and Emmanuel Udwanga, Senator James Manager, and the current Deputy Governor of Delta State, Kingsley Otuaro. In his remarks at the rally, Chairman of the PDP in Delta State, Mr. Kingsley Esiso, left no one in doubt about the fact that the PDP in Delta State had taken sides on the matter of who is the authentic candidate of the party.
Having conducted a free, fair and credible election, it is our responsibility to stand and defend the outcome of that primaries. We have been told by the court, and INEC has reinforced it, that debtors should wait patiently for the outcome of the process of the court. But I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that God is not asleep. So I'm very convinced that at the end of the day, we will have cause to smile.
While it is not clear which court has asked Mr. Esiso and Deltans to wait for its processes, what is however clear is that Justice Taiwo of the Federal High Court in Abuja, in his declarative ruling, ordered both INEC and PDP to immediately replace Uborewori's name with that of David Edebie as candidate of the PDP in Delta State. In its reaction, the national body of the PDP, in a press release signed by its National Publicity Secretary, Honorable Debo Ologunagba, confirmed that the party had received the court order, but said that INEC had not given the party access to its portal to effect the substitution. For its part, INEC, which has also confirmed receiving the court order, may be foot-dragging over the name substitution because it is waiting on the outcome of the court's position on the motion for stay of execution filed by Oborewori. Clearly, litigation on this matter will eventually get to the Supreme Court. Some members of the PDP who spoke with Inside the Niger Delta noted that if for any reason the party fails to have a candidate in next year's gubernatorial election, the blame should be put squarely on the shoulders of Governor Okowa, who has refused to share power in the state and continues to insist on taking all decisions alone. Other members, however, say the problem is the result of the meddlesomeness of former governors and leaders of the party who have refused to acknowledge that their time in power is long gone. As the nation inches towards the 2023 elections, it is instructive that the PDP in Delta State recognizes that a house divided against itself cannot stand and that its internal crisis threatens its continued grip and control of power in the state.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Conflict analysts in the Niger Delta have called for an overhaul of the presidential amnesty program designed in 2009 to facilitate conflict transformation for sustained peace and development in the region. Correspondent Chika Bodozie reports that the call follows a recent declaration by the Presidential Amnesty Program under the leadership of its interim administrator, Colonel Milan Dikio, retired, to reform its contractual processes and block financial leakages in the system.
The Presidential Amnesty Program last month hinted that it had revoked a contract awarded to a firm identified as Express Concern International to train some 90 ex-agitators in agricultural value chain over alleged diversion of funds meant for execution of the contract. The Amnesty Office further hinted that it had activated an internal mechanism to get refunds through a performance bond secured from the contractor, noting that the days of awarding shady contracts were gone for good under the watch of its interim coordinator, retired Colonel Milan Dikio. Sadly, the latest contract scam follows many reported cases of malfeasance in the system. In September 2020, a presidential panel set up to investigate alleged corruption in the amnesty program turned in a damning report that between January 2011 and March 2018, Former coordinators of the Presidential Amnesty Program, namely Kingsley Kuku, retired Major General Paul Boro, and Professor Charles Dokubo, had misappropriated a whopping 712 billion naira through award of dubious contracts. In the many reported cases of brazen theft, the looting of the 60 billion naira Amnesty Vocational Training Center at Kayama Town in Kolokuma Opokuma local government area of Bayelsa State in February 2019 was totally unexpected. For days, the looters, including women and children who were said to have overpowered security guards, carted away starter packs procured for Amnesty trainees and other valuable items valued at billions of naira. Soon after, a committee was set up to unmask those behind the looting and bring them to justice. However, no single culprit has been identified till date. At the height of violent conflict, daily crude oil production had nosedived from roughly 2 million barrels to about 700,000 barrels, a situation that prompted the government of late President Umar Yar'Adua to proclaim an unconditional pardon for violent agitators in 2009. In 2010, the Presidential Amnesty Program was designed to restore lasting peace in the Niger Delta through a model of disarmament, demobilization and reintegration, DBR. The DBR model of peace building in the Niger Delta was part of recommendations made in the Niger Delta Technical Committee report. Under the Niger Delta Peace Deal, ex-agitators were to receive training, economic empowerment and gainful employment in exchange for laying down their arms. Dr. Anthony Egubweze, a political scientist, insists that the peace deal in the Niger Delta derailed with the federal government's unwillingness to take into account its development component as recommended in the Ledum-Mite report.
Now, the persons that have handled the amnesty program as the head and critical stakeholders, have they gone back to look at the integrity of that recommendations that led to the birth of the amnesty program? I'm sure they have not.
With the benefit of hindsight, sociologist Wisdom Dike and Dr. Promise Ogele, a conflict scholar, are convinced that the Presidential Amnesty Program has not achieved much due to its implementation as a disaster management program, whereas it was originally conceived as a peace-building initiative in the Niger Delta.
For you to actually address conflict transformation, you must go to the root of the problem. That amnesty was a cosmetic. Was like, what do we do to ensure that these people allow us to drill oil? The people that they granted amnesty were only those who are involved in violent struggle. What of those who are involved in peaceful struggle?
Let there be a new program of peace and development for the Niger Delta. And this time around, it should be well thought out. It's about creating an enabling environment for the people to live and then to thrive.
The Presidential Amnesty Program, designed to last a period of 5 years, was to terminate in 2015. Following resurgence of violence in 2016, President Muhammadu Buhari has consistently extended the program to a point where its terminal date appears no longer feasible. In view of this development, Dr. Anthony Egubweze advocates a review of the program.
Why we believe that it's not supposed to be a continuum, a permanent structure that should be there forever. They need to rejig the amnesty program. Let them come up with a deliberate policy that would make it visible and possible for any contractor that is coming to handle any project for them in terms of training. Let him be sure that he has contact enough for those set of persons that will be trained to be integrated into the society in the form of employment.
The Presidential Amnesty Program has so far brought relative peace to the Niger Delta, where attacks on crude oil and gas facilities are no longer a daily occurrence. However, most jobless youths have been engaged in massive oil theft and illegal crude oil refining, which have impacted negatively on the collective security of communities and the environment in the post-conflict period. It is a wake-up call on the federal government to reframe the Presidential Amnesty Program in a manner that addresses root causes of violent conflict, which should necessarily take into account the need for a more focused human capacity and infrastructure development initiative in the Niger Delta. As some development analysts have suggested, the federal government may also have to consider an upward review of the statutory 13% derivation principle to enable largely backward oil-producing communities access more funds to cater for their development needs. Their suggestion may not be out of place, as the Niger Delta conflict is largely driven by general precariousness, which will only take social justice to address sufficiently.
Inside the Niger Delta. Azikil Group, oil and gas, dredging, power and air transportation. Azikil Group, petroleum product sufficiency, energy sustainability and infrastructure development. Everything home, all in one place. Visit Home Options today at 22 Aba Port Harcourt Express Road, Port Harcourt, River State, or call 080-998-08678 or 080-331-34055, or visit our website www.homeoptionsng.com.
Interim Administrator and Chief Executive Officer of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dr. Effiong Akwa, has reiterated the interventionist agency's commitment to capacity building for youths in Nigeria's oil-rich region. Dr. Akwa made the observation recently while flagging off the Niger Delta Youth Talent Hunt program in Port Harcourt, River State.
Nigeria's vast population is dominated by youths with latent talents waiting to be nurtured and exploited to add value to Africa's biggest economy. In recent years, a handful of youths in the Niger Delta have demonstrated exceptional talents in the performing arts and are currently strutting their stuff in the entertainment industry. Convinced that there are many potential superstars in the entertainment industry, the NDDC recently conceived the Niger Delta Talent Hunt program to discover and showcase them to the world. While flagging off the program recently in Port Harcourt, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the NDDC, Dr. Effiong Akwa, said it would serve to change the narrative of youth militancy and insecurity in the region.
Our focus in this program is to identify these youths, engage them. We want to use this as an opportunity to bring them together, create a platform for them where they can expose their talents. Niger Delta is blessed. It's not all about restiveness. The youth of Niger Delta, they are the best you can find around.
Music sensation Harrison Okiri, popularly known as Harry Songs, who responded on behalf of indigenous Niger Delta youths in the entertainment industry, described the initiative as a dream come true for upcoming artists.
It's a dream come true, not just for me, but I know for every youth and every child in the Niger Delta that have got talent burning and they want the world to see. I'm excited about it because a lot of them cry out a lot of the times. And when you come to Lagos, you see that a lot of the talents are from Niger Delta. So now is a yes for all of us that NIDET is our own and is the best from this region that we need as far as platform is concerned.
The Niger Delta region has for several years produced youths with remarkable talents in various sporting activities. Special Advisor to Interim Administrator of the NDDC on Youth Matters, Udengs Eradiri, told reporters that the next phase of the Commission's Talent Hunt program would focus on sports.
We'll be looking at sports. You know how much it is to in the transfer window today, you see how much they're buying one player. Some countries don't even have the kind of budgets that are used to buy just one player. We should be able to tap into it. There are a lot of young people in the Niger Delta who can play very good football. There are a lot of athletes in the Niger Delta, but do not have the platform to express themselves. So we intend to expose to the Niger Delta youths this as an opportunity for them to come out from wherever they found themselves, in the communities, in the creeks. This is a platform to showcase you to the world so that your lives can change.
The Niger Delta Youth Talent Hunt program is consistent with the Human Capacity Development component of the NDDC Establishment Act 2000, which mandates the Commission to provide inhabitants of the Niger Delta region with requisite skills for employment generation and poverty reduction. The Talent Discovery Program, which is scheduled to hold simultaneously across 9 states comprising the Niger Delta region, will be rounded off with a grand finale in Port Harcourt. Already, arrangements have been concluded to provide sponsorship for top finishers, while consolation prizes await other upcoming artists who are able to demonstrate capacity to rule the entertainment world in years to come.
Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, making a difference.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Bayelsa State Governor Senator Doyediri has solicited the collaboration of well-meaning individuals and corporate organizations, including multinational oil companies, in sports development to engage youths in the oil-rich state. Senator Diri made the appeal recently at the finals of the Governor's Prosperity Football Tournament in Yenagoa, the Bayelsa State capital.
A shot by Senator Doyediri signaled commencement of the finals of the Governor's Cup tagged Prosperity Cup 2022 at the Samson Siasia Stadium in Yenagoa. 2 teams, Odioma Football Club and Eternal Grace Ministries Football Club, made it to the finals, featuring what spectators described as football at its best. At the end of 90 minutes of play, Eternal Grace Ministries defeated Odioma by 2 goals to 1. The winning team clinched the trophy and a cash prize of 5 million naira. A visibly excited Governor Doyediri, who described skills demonstrated on the field of play as very impressive, noted that Bayelsa was blessed with many budding talents waiting to be discovered and nurtured into limelight. The Bayelsa State Governor used the occasion to call for collaborations between his government and the private sector to develop sports and reduce unemployment and youth restiveness in the state.
We have often said that you can take one of these clubs and sponsor them. You can even create your own competition for the states and sponsor them. It's not enough to tell us about sabotage in oil pipelines. Translate it to affect the youths of Bayelsa State.
206 teams from across 8 local government areas of Bayelsa State participated in the 2022 edition of the Governor's Cup, which Director General of the Prosperity Cup, Ono Akpe, describes as the largest grassroots football tournament in Nigeria.
And the great thing about this particular tournament is that we brought in scouts, foreign scouts from various countries, from Australia, France, South Africa in the first instance, and the second team from Eastern Europe. And they've selected young, outstanding players that very soon will be plying their trades in Europe.
Bayelsa State has always taken the lead in sports. Recently, 2 teams in the state emerged champions of the Nestle Milo National Secondary Schools Basketball Championship in Lagos. This follows the emergence of Bayelsa United as FA Cup champions last year, The Bayelsa Queens reenacted same feats in May this year when they won the National Women Football League and are billed to represent Nigeria in the CAF Women Champions League early next year. A proud Governor Doyidiri says Bayelsa has got talents.
In music, in sports, in the academia, we have youths who can compete anywhere in the world. And so I call on you to join this government, to be partners and collaborate in ensuring that we bring down youth unemployment and youth restiveness in Bayelsa State.
Under the Doyidiri administration, Bayelsa State now hosts the annual Governor Diri National Scrabble Championship for professionals and students across the federation. An advocate of youth empowerment, Senator Diri, a former commissioner of sports in Bayelsa State, strongly believes that through investment in sports, unemployment and youth restiveness will be sufficiently addressed in the glory of all lands.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Well, that's the size of our package on the program for today. Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region, will be back same time, same station next week. Until then, you can follow us on our social media handles showing right now on your screen. And please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at NDNTV Nigeria for these stories and many more. Until next week, I am Mamode Akuga thanking you for staying tuned. Bye for now.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
On Plus TV News now, thugs allegedly attack voters' registration center in Lagos, reportedly carts away PVC machines. INEC denies claims of stolen PVC machines in Lagos. Al-Shabaab terrorists launch fresh attack on Somali town bordering Ethiopia. Ukraine government says it is ready for grain shipments, awaits signal to start. A very warm welcome to you. This is News Now. We begin with this report that some thugs have invaded St. Bridget Catholic Church, Ijesha Surulere, here in Lagos, and carted away voters' registration machines. As at the time of filing this report, the parish priest of the church reportedly locked up the church while people who came out to get registered scampered to safety. A resident of the area who pleaded anonymity said the thugs invaded the venue, saying they wouldn't be allowed to register because they wouldn't vote for their candidates. The police have been mobilized to the area to prevent further breakdown of law and order. In a swift reaction, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Lagos State has said that thugs did not cart away its voter enrollment machines. INEC's public relations officer, Mrs. Adenike Oriowo, said that though the exercise was disrupted due to the surge, no machine was stolen. She said orderliness was restored and the exercise continued smoothly. Meanwhile, she disclosed that registration in that center has been moved to another polling unit in the area. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has described as unfortunate what he termed as unguarded public comments credited to party members against him after the conduct of the People's Democratic Party's presidential primaries. Governor Wike maintained that after the exercise, PDP's presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar or the national chairman, Senator Iyocha Ayu, should have reached out to him, but they have not.
That comes in time that people will understand and know the true facts of things. So obviously, when I will speak, it is not in doubt that I will speak and let Nigerians know the actual truth. Having known the truth, whatever they decide to do with it is left for Nigeria. Because you can imagine the presidential candidate of the PDP, Abubakar, when he unveiled his vice presidential candidate, no right thinking, a lover of this party will say that the speech he made on that day was fair. No right thinking lover of this party. Forget about the run seekers, forget about the scavengers. And I never reacted to it. I said, look, this party belongs to all of us. Thereafter, he appeared before the Arise television. See the statements he made. So many lies were told. And then you say, I should not react to some of those issues. That would not be fair. Assuming today I'm not alive, obviously what they have said will be accepted as the truth.
Governor Wike explained that after the PDP primaries, he returned to Rivers State to focus on fulfilling the remaining promises he made to the people. He clarified that Senator Bukola Saraki met with him in Spain.
I have to make sure I will react line by line. Statements made by Atiku Abubakar himself and his attack dogs. I will do that. I've heard a lot of stories. For example, some senators called me that Atiku Abubakar said he sent Bukola Saraki to be. That is not fair. That's not correct. I was in Spain. Bukola came to me. I said, my brother, how do we settle this problem? I said, were you saying that I took her back? I said, no. So Abubakar Atiku has never, forget about sending rent seekers around him as scavengers. In fact, some of them will call my friends, oh boy, tell your guy now, make him support us. It has reduced to that level. I have become guy. Atiku Abubakar came to my house to say I should support him. So he doesn't know my house again. He doesn't know my house. I should let Nigerians to know at the appropriate time after the commissioning of the projects we have lined up. To say, look, this is correct, this is not correct.
After weeks of speculations, former senator representing Rivers Southeast and chieftain of the All Progressives Congress in the state, Magnus Abe, has finally dumped the ruling party for the Social Democratic Party, SDP. Abe made the confirmation in a post on his Facebook page. He dumped the APC after about 7 years of a running battle with Rotimi Amechi, a former Minister of Transportation and a former governor of the state, for the control of Rivers chapter of the party. The chairman of the Young Progressives Party, YPP, in Imo State, Victor Diala, has urged youths to save Nigeria's democracy from oligarchy as it's currently making its way into the nation's leadership. Speaking in Owerri during the unveiling of Kingsley Kenkwo as the party's candidate for Okigwe South Federal Constituency, the chairman said the ruling class in the country were now handing over their children and family members. He said youth should use the 2023 general election to pass a message that tomorrow is now for them to take over power from incompetent and not fit leaders. The candidate of the YPP said he is contesting to ensure quality representation and good governance in the federal constituency. We apologize for that poor audio. More revelations are still coming up over the killings of 14 youths who were returning from a traditional wedding in Awonama area of Imo State by alleged men of Ibubagu, a government security outfit. Olu People's Consultative Assembly has fingered the People's Democratic Party senatorial candidate in Imo East, Uche Onyagucha, of being the brain behind the killings and insecurity in the state. According to the president of the Assembly, Rex Anunobi, Uche Onyagucha should apologize to the people of the state or face the wrath of the law over his alleged sponsorship of criminal activities in the state. In a swift reaction, Onyagucha said the allegations were false, explaining that he was genuinely concerned about the killings in the state.
Sisters of Governor Hope Uzodimma, in conjunction with the security agencies, to extinguish and drastically end politically motivated insecurity in Oluzo by not submitting to non-state actors. It is, however, saddening that Onyagucha's repeated attacks have beyond contradiction exposed him and his accomplices as sponsors of the insecurity and bloodletting in Oluzo. Rather than commend Governor Uzodimma's synergy with the security agencies that is restoring normalcy and peace in Oluzo, Onyagucha, apparently for his desperation for power, has unstatesmanly resorted to instigating another wave of insecurity in Oluzo and Imo State with his unguarded statements and unwarranted attacks on Governor Uzodimma and the government of Imo State and security agencies.
That the people who address the press conference as Opuka are not the genuine Opuka. We know about Opuka. Opuka people are concerned about the interests of the people of Olu, and they fight to ensure that Olu gets a good deal. Opuka is opposed to insecurity in Olu. Opuka is opposed to the loss of lives. So the people who address the press conference are paid agents of the government. On the issues they raised, one, I have no reason to apologize to anybody whatsoever, and any demand for me to apologize is misplaced. Two, on the issue that I am the person behind the insecurity in Olu, that is very laughable, and everybody knows I have no hand in it, and that's why we've been condemning it. We are strongly calling for peace in Olu, and this security cannot continue. It doesn't serve any one of us any purpose. The people who are dying in Olu are our brothers and sisters and our relatives, and we don't want it to continue. On the issue of me, citizens' arrest for me, that's also very laughable. I'm very much in a worry. I even intend to pay a condolence visit to the family of the people who lost their lives, who were killed in Otulu and Awamama. I will actually be seeking for the Commissioner of Police to give me police security to go pay them a condolence visit like every other person is doing.
A former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Yakubu Dogara, has said the Christian Association of Nigeria's opposition to the All Progressives Congress All Progressive Congress's Muslim presidential ticket was godly. Dogara, a chieftain of the APC, added that the CAN's position on the matter was the position of all those who love justice. The former speaker spoke during a symposium on the leadership crisis in Nigeria as part of activities marking the 12th General Assembly of CAN.
The inability by the APC to distinguish the Nigeria of 1993 from Nigeria of 2022 gave me cause to worry even the more. An indispensable attribute of a leader in crisis is to be able to recognize a departure of events from routine to novel. The inability to spot an inflection point in moments of gripping visual fear across the nation represents an irredeemable, fatal error of judgment on the part of the presidential candidate. There has never been a time in our history that we are as divided. We are battling terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, ransom, secessionism, all manner of challenges. Consequently, anyone who thinks that events in Nigeria in 2022 are not novel but routine as they were in 1993 is totally incapable of finding solutions to challenges currently ravaging our dear nation.
Govern a country with our kind of diversity, we choose this path to power. This is very divisive and must be rejected by all patriotic Nigerians. Also implied in this ticket is the insinuation that northern Muslims are not willing to vote for a ticket that has a Christian on it and on which they are not represented. It is our belief that northern Muslims would have seen the justice in a Muslim Christian ticket and would have given it their overwhelming support had the party been inclined to do so. Sadly, the party chose to go the divisive line. A corollary to this mindset is that Christians should also not vote for a ticket in which there are no Christians.
And the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion has said Christians in the country would respond appropriately to the Muslim presidential ticket of the All Progressives Congress on the day of election. The Bishop of Kubwa Diocese, Reverend Dr. Duke Akami Soko, was speaking in Abuja during a press conference. Akami Soko described the same religion ticket as totally unacceptable to the Christian community, saying it constitutes a gross abuse of collective sensitivity as a nation. Also, the Christian Association of Nigeria in Kaduna State has said that the APC's desperation to seek the support of Christians for the ticket would fail. We're now being joined to discuss this with Reverend John Joseph Hayab, the state chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN. Reverend, good evening to you.
Thank you for having me. Good evening to all of us in Nigeria.
Now, CAN is vehemently, opposing the Muslim ticket of the APC. What exactly are the core fears?
Every Nigerian knows that about a year or 2 years ago, the Christian Association of Nigeria, listening to voices and insinuations about this Muslim ticket, did advise the 18 political parties that, look, Nigeria is in a dicey situation. There is so much divide. There is tension virtually everywhere, suspicion. Even in the way the current administration is running this country, there is always accusation of nepotism. Some part of Nigeria and other religious faiths feel they don't really have a say or strongly feel the impact of this government. So what we try to do is, how do we find something that will take us out of this thinking, perception, and unite us? So we advise the various political parties that, look, let there be an inclusiveness in the choice of their candidate, whether president, and then the vice. Unfortunately, when it was time for the APC to announce her vice presidential candidate, she did something different. And we have explained to people who care to listen that, look, simply, Bola Tinubu and his team are saying, we don't care about the unity you're talking about. We don't care about the togetherness and inclusiveness you're talking about. We're only interested in becoming what we want to become. And so there is really nothing to talk about. So let them focus on what they want. We'll also tell them how they do it when it is on the 25th of February next year. When we realize that every tribe, though they never wanted a Christian vice president, but they seem to want to show off that they have Christian support. So this is the hypocrisy that is even leading to this conversation up to this hour.
Now, in some quarters, some persons have said that the PVC is the power that the people have right now. And so whether there's a Muslim ticket or a Muslim-Christian ticket or whichever is on ground, the people have the power to make their decision. Do you agree with that?
I'm just finished saying exactly what you say, that look, since the APC candidate chose to do what he did, we are going to use the power of our PVC to show him that we want a united Nigeria, because we are going to vote for a united ticket, a ticket that wants to carry every Nigerian together, not a ticket that is despising others, not a ticket that assumes others are not. We don't really want to talk much about it, because when they were confronted with this matter, the excuses they gave were quite insulting. They didn't think deep to give such excuses, because they could have just said, look, it's a political experience. When they said that because they couldn't find a competent Christian, a credible Christian, some of those words. And we asked ourselves, you mean in the whole of northern Nigeria there is no Christian that is competent? There's no Christian that is credible? So these are many others, but we are going to use the power of PVC. So if Tinubu and his team like, they can call everybody and so gang for them and parade them as bishop, it will still end in the same way, because the Christians in the north know the difference between their genuine leaders from opportunists.
You raised an issue when you were talking earlier, and you talked about the sensitivity of this time and the insecurity in the land. Of course, it is very obvious now that the insecurity in the land, rather than abate, is even increasing. And of course, one would ask, is Nigeria in a war zone?
It is unfortunate that the situation we are facing now has degenerated into a terrible situation. When this whole madness started, some of us were in the forefront of crying out, calling on government to do something, because there is evil in the land. There are people who are terrorizing innocent citizens. They are causing innocent citizens pain They are causing mayhem in the land. Sadly, those in power felt that we were more as if we were trying to look for their office and never give ears to it. Now, this evil has taken over the larger part of northern Nigeria. This evil is almost in every part of Nigeria. All that we thought the attack in the church would have been the end, still had an attack 2 days ago. There is still attacks going on in the southeast, attacks in the northeast, attacks in the north central, attacks in the northwest. Most especially now, Abuja has become even a center of attack. So you can say that there is nowhere in Nigeria that is safe. Are we in a war situation? I think I will allow the National Security Advisor and the Commander-in-Chief to tell us whether we're in a war situation, but common sense will tell us the situation we are.
All right, and then we quickly look at, we're not digressing, still looking at the security situation, and Kaduna, where you are, have been pounded time and time and time again. And there are fears that the election in 2023, holding the election in 2023 is dicey right now. What's your take?
You know, sometimes we suspect that the reason for this insecurity is to deliberately create this sin and give an impression that there is no peace and give an impression that there nowhere is safe, so that whatever may be the agenda will come to pass. And we are resolute that, look, even if they let them bring gunmen everywhere, people in Nigeria are tired, people will come out and vote. We will educate and sensitize people to do what is right and to come out and vote. Since there is no law that says all of us 501 polling units must come at the same time. So in every polling unit, we are sensitizing people that, look, what will happen is that half of you will be guarded, while the first half will cast their vote. After the first half have cast their vote, another half will go out, they will go to cast their vote, and the other half will go and watch over. Because we will not allow this thing to continue. We must salvage Nigeria. We must get Nigeria out of this mess that Nigeria is. There is no section of Nigeria that is happy. There is no religious identity in Nigeria that is happy. There is nobody that is happy. Our economy is getting bad. The situation, our security situation is getting bad. Our students have been home for a very long time. Look at in Abuja in the last few days. Schools were forced to close even before they were ready to close. Is that what we call safety? That cannot be. We must do something, and election will hold, God's willing. Because those who do not want Nigerian election to hold and are playing game, I think Nigerians are wiser now.
Thank you, Reverend John Joseph Hayab. That's the state chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, in Kaduna. We'll keep talking to you on this. Stay safe.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We move on in the bulletin. The immediate past Minister of State for Education, Chukwuemeka Nwajuba, and a group incorporated trustees of Rights for All International have filed an originating summons before a federal high court in Abuja, seeking an order declaring Nwajuba as the authentic presidential candidate of the APC. They also prayed the courts to cancel the votes got by the APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu, as well as the flag bearer of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar. Nwajuba, who accused the APC presidential candidate of bribing delegates with dollars, presented 26 issues for determination by the court. And the governor of Benue State, Samuel Otom, has lauded the National Assembly for issuing a 6-week ultimatum to President Muhammadu Buhari to step up the fight against insecurity or risk being impeached. The Senate's People's Democratic Party had staged a walkout of plenary last week to protest the failure of the administration to end insecurity. According to Otom, Buhari has performed far below expectations of Nigerians in solving both the security and economic challenges of the nation. And renowned Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmad Gumi has condemned the position of the federal government regarding media reporting and coverage of the lingering insecurity in the country. He specifically faulted the government's plan to sanction the BBC, Africa Eye and Daily Trust for their recent reports, which he said exposed the politics of insecurity, the genesis of the crisis, and how bandits and terrorists virtually took control of several communities in the Northwest. In a statement, the cleric commended local and international media organizations for coming out boldly to report about the magnitude of the insecurity, the government's wrong approach to tackling the crisis, and how it has become a lucrative business for criminals and a few in position of power and authority. There are fears that Nollywood actors Cynthia Okereke and Clemson Cornell may have been kidnapped after they left a movie location in Enugu State. The Actors Guild of Nigeria made this known through its spokesperson, Mona Lisa Chinda. She revealed that the national president of the Actors Guild, Emeka Rolles, has asked members to avoid going to outskirts of cities to film except full security is provided. The Theatre Commander Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Hadin K, Major General Christopher Musa, has handed over 3 rescued Chibok schoolgirls who have been in the captivity of Boko Haram for the past 8 years. Each of the 2 girls have a child, while another, aged 26, has 2 children. General Musa, in an update to journalists on the success stories in the fight against Boko Haram, also said 70,593 members of Boko Haram terrorists have so far surrendered to troops. Away from insecurity matters, the Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige, has provided a latest update on the ongoing strike in the university system, insisting that negotiations were ongoing between the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, and the Ministry of Education. Ngige, however, warned that negotiating with ASU without simultaneously doing so with the other university-based unions only delayed the strike, as it would not achieve a quick resolution of the issues. He also disclosed that Nigeria was broke and may be unable to finance its capital projects come 2023 if it fails to reduce the cost of government and remove fuel subsidies, among other actions. Operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, stormed Wuse Zone 4 in Abuja, home of most Bureau de Change operators in the Federal Capital Territory. The raid was said to be a product of weeks of surveillance, which agents of the EFCC had been monitoring. The anti-graft agency is said to be working on intelligence that some forces with massive naira inflow have mobilized resources and are buying up available foreign currencies, especially the United States dollars, to either hoard or smuggle the same out of Nigeria. The House of Representatives has urged the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, to redesign the national identity cards to include the National Identity Number, NIN. This resolution followed the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance sponsored by Frederick Agbedi. Raising the motion, Agbedi noted that the NIN was used by the governments of many countries, or is used by the governments of many countries, as a means of tracking their citizens' permanent and temporary residency for the purposes of work, among other reasons.
Also aware that the National Identity Management Commission began enrollment exercise in September 2010 and started the issuance of a multi-purpose identity card in 2013. And only recently, the Commission has started issuing a digital ID card, which displays only the name, age, and nationality of the holder of the ID card without displaying the NIN number. Informed that a look at the face of the national identity cards issued by the Commission reveals that the Commission neglected or failed to include the national identification number on the face of the ID cards issued by the Commission. This has brought untold hardship on the citizens who, in a bid to retrieve their NIN via short codes provided by telecommunication service providers, still have to pay for services or service charges. Convinced that as important as the national identification number is, it is important that same should be reflected on the face of the national identity card for easy access and use to reduce the pains of the citizenry. as it is even now reflected in the current Nigerian passport issued by the Nigerian Immigration Service.
NAPTIP has partnered with Facebook, now Meta, to tackle cybercrimes, especially as it concerns human trafficking. This comes as the world marks World Day Against Human Trafficking with the theme Use and Abuse of Technology. NAPTIP is also in partnership with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children to enhance tracing and diligent investigation of all cases relating to online child abuse, human trafficking, and other related crimes. According to the zonal commander of NAPTIP in charge of Benue State, Taraba, Kogi, and Nasarawa states, there is a need to keep creating awareness about the menace of trafficking.
10-year-old suppose they go school, suppose they eat for house, pure water. They must go sell their nuts. They must go sell beer. They must go sell bread. Feed my pikin when you born. Pikin never reach 13 years. Pikin never reach, some of them are 2 years old. See them, 10 years old, 11, 12, 14, 13, 16.
Our youths who are victims are exploited due to their vulnerabilities, such as their desire to escape poverty, homelessness, domestic violence. Available statistics have shown that the youth, which are the live wire of this state, of our society at large, are the main targets of this atrocity.
Is largely influenced or largely caused by poverty. People in the quest to find better living conditions for themselves are deceived by criminal agents in the society and are abused, maybe sexually or labor-wise. And so in our own economic empowerment thematic area, we are trying to build the skills or the capacities of vulnerable persons, women and children and youth in the community so that they have meaningful engagements which they can take or pay for basic needs, or they can provide for their basic needs so that they don't easily fall prey.
Still ahead, Zimbabwe's inflation rises to 250%. We will return with details.
It's scary, isn't it? Putting yourself out there, ignoring the voices telling you can't. Moments like these are when your fight or flight response kick in. Will you step aside? Or will you go for it? After all, what's the worst that could happen? So, keep trying. Don't stop. Don't give up. Push harder. Give it everything you've got. Because nothing is really impossible when you dig deep. Believe in yourself and go for it. Aladana, available in many variants to nourish you every step of the way.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
You're welcome back. Into other parts of Africa, Al-Shabaab terrorists have launched a fresh attack on a Somali town located near the border with Ethiopia, so says officials. The attacks took place in the town of Ato in Bakol region near Ethiopia's Somali region. Al-Shabaab terrorists later claimed responsibility for the attack, saying they targeted a security camp in the town, killing Ethiopian Liu police officers. The attack comes a week after a group crossed Somali border with Ethiopia, sparking heavy gun battles. The new U.S. envoy for the Horn of Africa, Mike Hammer, has arrived in Ethiopia to advance peace efforts between the government and Tigrayan rebels. Fighting has eased in recent months following a truce to allow much-needed humanitarian aid into Tigray and neighboring regions. The UN says more than 5 million people are in urgent need of food in northern Ethiopia. The U.S. envoy is also trying to help resolve a regional dispute triggered by the construction of a dam on the River Nile in western Ethiopia. After 9 years of sweeping crackdowns on dissent, Egypt is set to launch a carefully choreographed political dialogue. However, the main Islamist opposition movement is excluded, and critics say a parallel move to release prisoners is proceeding too slowly. The dialogue announced by President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi in April will include some moderate opposition factions. A presidential amnesty committee is processing thousands of requests to free some of those jailed under Sisi's rule, though the Brotherhood remains firmly excluded from the dialogue. Its leaders in prison or exile. Kenya's ethnic cohesion watchdog has given Meta's Facebook 7 days to tackle hate speech and incitement on platforms relating to next month's election or face suspension in the country. East Africa's biggest economy, in the throes of campaigning ahead of presidential, legislative and local authorities elections on August 9. Advocacy group Global Witness said in a report that Facebook had accepted and carried some more than a dozen political advertisements that breached Kenya's rules. Incoming Kenyan lawmakers will not enjoy popular and controversial perk after the 9th August election. The Salaries and Remuneration Commission, which sets pay for state workers, said new members will not enjoy sitting allowance for attending plenary sessions. The body said 382 million Kenyan shillings will pay of about $5,000 plus generous allowances. SRC has also reversed a $17,000 car grant for county representatives. It, however, retained the president and deputy president's salaries. A court in Mozambique has sentenced a former Labour Minister, Maria Taipo, to 16 years in prison for her involvement in the embezzlement of 113 million meticals, that is $1.7 million in public funds, and illicit participation in business. Taipo was sentenced along with 3 of her accomplices who received similar sentences. They include the former National Director of Migrant Labour, the former head of the Finance Department, and the former coordinator of the Mine Workers Project in the Directorate. 5 others were handed 12 years sentences for embezzlement, while 2 of the 11 accused were acquitted. Zimbabwe's annual inflation has risen to more than 250%, its highest level for a year and a half. With inflation quadrupling since February, many Zimbabweans are struggling to cope. Authorities blame the after effects of coronavirus pandemic and the high global prices on fuel, grain and fertilizer. Outside Africa, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has announced his country is ready to start grain shipments from the Black Sea ports, but was awaiting a signal from the United Nations and Turkey to begin. The Black Sea port of Chernomorsk had been blockaded by Russia. China has accused the United States of double standards at the United Nations Security Council. It said that the U.S. was challenging Beijing's sovereignty over Taiwan despite repeatedly defending Ukraine against Russia's invasion.
Country has repeatedly emphasized the principle of sovereignty over the issue of Ukraine. It has incessantly challenged the sovereignty of China over Taiwan and even deliberately created tension in the Taiwan Strait. This is a disregard and infringement of the principles and purposes of the UN Charter.
Coming up next, Nigerians to pay more for calls, SMS, and data services as FD sets to increase tax to 12.5%. That's in business news after the short break. Hello and welcome to Business News. The management of the Nigerian Port Authority has secured approval for the designation of the Lekki Deep Seaport as customs port and approved wharf. This is in line with the promise of ensuring the operational take-up for berthing of commercial vessels at the Lekki Deep Seaport before the end of the year 2022. The NPA had written a letter through the Ministry of Transportation seeking expedited presidential approval for the Port to be gazetted as custom port and approved wharf in line with the requirements of the law. With this approval granted, all is set for commercial vessels from across the world to berth and clear cargo at Nigeria's first deep sea port and first fully automated port. Now, the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators of Nigeria has lauded the federal government for unveiling the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, saying that it will boost transparency in the oil and gas sector of the country. The president, ICSAN, Taiwo Benga, FCIS, described the development as a positive one for the Nigerian economy. He stated that Exxon sees the transition of the NNPC from a public corporation into a limited liability company as a positive development for the Nigerian economy. The new entity, NNPCL, is now a commercially oriented national petroleum company with all the attributes of a thriving private enterprise. Customs agents under the aegis of the National Council of Managing Directors of Licensed Customs Agents have petitioned President Muhammadu Buhari over the new customs bill before the National Assembly for consideration, noting that the bill did not only conflict with other government agencies, but will affect the nation's international trade. The agents in the petition signed by its national president, Lucky Amewere, noted that the bill, if allowed to sail through, will also seek for the creation of a Ministry of Customs whose minister must be a retired custom officer. The council also observed that should the bill pass through legislation, it will empower the service to take over the function of other sister government agencies. Now, the federal government is set to implement 5% inclusive excise duty on telecommunication services in Nigeria, a move that will make Nigerians pay 12.5% tax on telecommunication services. Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, made the announcement at a stakeholders forum on implementation of excise duty on telecommunication services in Nigeria. Speaking at the event organized by the Nigerian Communication Commission, Ahmed, who was represented by the Assistant Chief Officer of the Ministry, Frank Oshanbi, said the 5% excise duty has been in the Finance Act 2020 but was not implemented. The delay in its implementation, according to the minister, was as a result of government's engagement with stakeholders. The federal government has reported to
responded to report actually that the excise crude account has dropped from $35.7 million to $376,655. The government disclosed that the $35 million disbursement from the excess crude account in June 2022 was an advance payment for the purchase of brand new offshore patrol vessels for the Nigerian Navy. The ECA is a savings account retained by the federal government and is funded by the difference between the market price of crude oil and the budgeted price of crude oil as contained in the appropriation bill. However, despite higher oil revenues, Nigeria has not added to the ECA this year. It added that the move was part of effort to consolidate on the gains of maritime security recorded in the Gulf of Guinea. With an escalating demand for foreign exchange for both goods and services by Nigerians, the Central Bank of Nigeria has assured that it will continue to make deliberate efforts in the foreign exchange sector to avert further downward slide in the value of Naira, which it said was fueled by speculative tendencies. The Director of Corporate Communications at the CBN, Osita Uwani Sabi, advised the public to resist the urge of succumbing to the speculative activities of some players in the foreign exchange market, reiterating on earlier position of the CBN Governor, Mr. Godwin Emefiele. He urged Nigerians to play their role by adjusting their consumption patterns, looking inwards and finding innovative solutions to the country's challenges. And that's it in business news. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. The news continues.
And entertainment news is up next.
Afrobeat superstar Omale has revealed his delightful experience working with Grammy-winning global megastar Justin Bieber. His friendship with Justin Bieber started after he put out his first project, Get Laid EP, in 2020. Justin texted him on Instagram and followed him, and the two became friends. Omale revealed that while working with international powerhouse such as Justin Bieber could be such a difficult possibility, it is actually his easiest collaboration to date. Controversial singer Portable has taken to social media to beg for forgiveness after being disqualified by organizers of the 2022 Headies Awards. Portable, who was nominated for Rookie of the Year and Best Street Hop Artist, tendered his apology to the organizers and urged his fans to keep voting. Recalled that he was disqualified over threats to kill co-nominees and controversial claims he formed 1 Million Boys. Netflix and Ebony Live Films' latest title, Eleshioba, The King's Horseman, is set to make its world premiere at this year's Toronto International Film Festival. The title, which is an adaptation of Wole Soyinka's tragic play Death and the King's Horseman, will feature at the festival's special presentation category, making it the first Yoruba language film to hit the milestone. The adaptation will star Odunlade Adekola as the eponymous character. The adapted screenplay by Bandele will follow the Nobel laureate's 1975 play set in an ancient Yoruba city following English colonial officers who intervened to prevent the ritual suicide of the Eleshioba following his king's death. And as part of efforts to promote tourism in the face of insecurity and unrest in Imo State through art and sports, the Owerri Sports Club, in partnership with Smith and Smith International, is organizing a one-week Art of Sports 2022 to promote tourism in the state. Speaking during a press briefing in Owerri, the organizers of the event say the aim is geared towards promoting creativity in the sports sectors, as well as making the creative arts industry more popular and entertaining in Imo as a hospitality state. According to them, they hope to develop and encourage greater public and cultural awareness on the importance of artwork and its value to the economy of Imo State.
Promoting creativity in sports sector, as well as making creative art, as well as making the creative art industry more popular and entertaining. Smith and Smith, through this annual event, will introduce a new platform for Imo artists to present their work to the art lovers and visitors while promoting internal and external tourism. The program will feature an art exhibition, live drawing sessions, legend interaction, sports, music, dance performance, lifestyle, food exhibition, raffle draws, competitions, health talk, and free health check.
Improving healthy living through sports, cultural awareness, creating further cultural awareness, and arts, which is in particular. So it also goes in line with EMSO's global mission, which aims at welocracy of citizens. And we're always prepared to provide value and wellness.
Friends of Imo Arts. This was done to generate private support for the creative arts in Imo. We looked at the situation in Imo with the insecurities that we faced, with the challenges in the political environment and the youthful unrest. And we looked at ways that we can engage our youth, our people. And art has always been for me a way of expression, a way of capturing the happenings of particular times so that future generations can look back and see the testament of what happened through the eyes of creative people who captured those images. So art has always been a very good way of battling social issues.
For instance, this particular event is coinciding with another very major event starting on the 2nd, which is our children's summer sports clinic, geared for children between 5 years and 16 years. It all adds to the same thing. Art is life, and sports is life.
Let's see what we have from the world of sports.
Qualifying matches for the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations, which were scheduled for September, have been pushed back to March next year to help the continent's teams prepare for the World Cup in Qatar, AFP learned on Thursday. The decision to delay the qualifiers was eased when the finals, originally scheduled to be held in June and July 2023 in Ivory Coast, were postponed to early 2024 in a bid to avoid the rainy season. Senegal, the 2022 Cup of Nations winner, Cameroon, Ghana, Morocco and Tunisia have qualified for the World Cup, which will take place in Qatar from 21st of November to 18th December. The third and fourth rounds of qualifying for the 2024 Cup of Nations are scheduled on March 2023. Match days 5 and 6 will be held in June, with the 6th day set for September. The first two rounds were completed in June this year. Super Eagles and Napoli striker Victor Osimhen has stated he believes he has the quality to equal and even surpass the goals record of legendary Nigerian forward Rashidi Yekini. Yekini, who represented the country for 14 years, scored 37 goals for the Eagles in 62 appearances to remain the country's record goals scorer, while Osimhen has 15 goals from 23 matches. He was also part of the team that participated in the 1994 World Cup, where he netted Nigeria's first ever goal at the biggest football showpiece in a 3-0 win against Bulgaria. Known for his scoring prowess, Yekini helped the Eagles win the 1994 Africa Cup of Nations in Tunisia as tournament's top scorer with 5 goals and was named best player of the competition. Since his retirement in 1998, no Eagles striker has been able to match the late Yekini's goals record, with Segun Odegbami, a 1980 AFCON winner, in distant second with 23 goals, while former Everton striker Yakubu Aiyegbeni is third with 21 goals. Manchester City defender Aymeric Laporte has undergone surgery for a knee injury and could be out until September, manager Pep Guardiola said on Friday, ahead of the Premier League Champions Community Shield clash with FA Cup winners Liverpool. The 28-year-old France-born Spain centre-back missed City's pre-season tour of the United States this month and Hove Albion Marc Cucurella. City have signed forward Erling Haaland, midfielder Calvin Phillips and goalkeeper Stefan Ortega, and Guardiola said the trio would not take long to settle in. Britain defender Marc Cucurella has handed in a transfer request in a bid to push through a move to Manchester City. Sky Sports News understands the development has not changed Britain's stance on holding firm in their valuation for the 24-year-old. The Seagulls have rejected a £30 million bid for the fullback from defending Premier League champion City and valued the Spaniard at £50 million. Cucurella enjoyed a hugely successful first Premier League season after joining from Getafe in a deal worth around £50 million last summer and was named Britain's Player of the Season. Britain do not want to let Cucurella leave, and it will take a huge offer for them to sell, as he has 4 years remaining on his contract at the Amex. However, the left-back has now pushed for a move by asking to be sold. Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola announced interest in signing a left-back, but refused to be drawn into the latest update on Cucurella's future. And Barcelona president Joan Laporta has said that he hopes Lionel Messi will end his career in a Barca shirt. Messi left the Camp Nou for Paris Saint-Germain last summer after 17 years in the Barcelona first team as the Catalan giants struggled with financial problems. But Laporta is hopeful that the 35-year-old will be able to return to Barca before he hangs up his boots. Laporta clarified that nothing has been discussed with Messi, who has 1 season left on his PSG contract with an option for an extra year. Messi scored only 11 goals in all competitions in his debut PSG campaign, the first time he had scored fewer than 30 in a season since 2007-2008.
And the main news again. Thugs allegedly attacked voters' registration center in Lagos, reportedly cut away PVC machines. INEC denies claims of stolen PVC machines in Lagos. Al-Shabaab terrorists launch fresh attack on Somali town bordering Ethiopia. And Ukraine government says it is ready for grain shipments, awaits signal to start. And that's news now. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram pages, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limix and Glow TV mobile apps anywhere in the world. I'm Loretta Chiogo. Thank you for watching and have a wonderful weekend.
Should be prosecuted, and if the other schools can meet up with criteria and conditions of their services, I think they should be allowed to exist.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind.
I stood for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing.
They are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars, and it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement.
A February 2021 report by the World Health Organization says that globally, 2.2 billion people have a visual impairment. Of that number, 64 million people suffer from glaucoma, the leading cause of irreversible blindness in the world. It is projected that by the year 2030, 95.4 million people would suffer from the disease. Being a black person is a risk factor. At Ikeja Junior High School, Lagos, Nigeria, there are 55 steps from one end of the hallway to the other. There are 18 steps down the stairwell and 15 steps between classes. Cyril Ojime counted them all because he needed the figures as well as his white cane to find his way around work.
It's more than the cost price.
Cyril is a 48-year-old visually impaired mathematician. He teaches math here to students with and without hearing disabilities in junior secondary classes 1 to 3. This situation presents a peculiar communication challenge.
Imagine they will do sign language, I cannot see what they are signing. I will talk, they cannot hear what I'm saying. So if they want to talk, I cannot even hear them. They will make noise with it. And it has really been a very difficult situation. How are you today? Fine. I had to learn a little bit of sign language, and that gladdened their heart. They love seeing me making that effort to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they feel, because I cannot see them back, they feel saddened about it, that I'm not seeing them sign back to me, communicating with me in their own way.
Here's where 30-year-old Tawalkat Babatunde comes in.
Take note, it's over the cost price, not the selling price.
She's a sign language specialist at the school. She works with Cyril to coordinate and communicate math lessons to the class.
I'll make sure the class is being arranged. Okay, keep quiet, watch what he's saying, explain. When he's explaining, I'll demonstrate. You do give them classwork and homework. I'll mark it, distribute it to the students. Honestly, the first day we worked together, I stood at just for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Was like a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing. So I was amazed.
Cyril Ojime is a 1996 graduate of Pure and Applied Mathematics from the University of Ilori, Kwara State. He's also an award-winning math and further math teacher with experience spanning 11 different schools in 5 states across Nigeria since 1999. Cyril recalls a childhood experience that motivated him to take up teaching as a career.
I used to have a math teacher. He would just put some problems on the board and I would just be smiling. We would not be able to solve it. So in my mind, I said, I want to be a teacher whereby I will make math to look simpler than what this man is doing.
That resolve, made in the early 80s, still nudges him to demystify math for children today. However, in 2012, Cyril was diagnosed with glaucoma. This almost put paid to his life ambition of teaching math.
When I first of all found out 2012, it was like a shock to me. Because as at then, in my family, the extended family, we only know for maybe eye issues such as myopia or long distance issue. Then maybe at was cataracts, but nothing like glaucoma. So it was a surprise to me. And when it started, it was as if it was an insect in my eye that was blurring my vision. So when I was told it was glaucoma, I went to Google it to read more about it. When I learned it was white blindness, I got a bit scared at first, but I said, okay, let me see what can be done.
Dr. Adiola Onokoya is a professor of ophthalmology at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH. She throws some light on Cyril's condition.
Glaucoma is the commonest cause of irreversible blindness. It's a disease of the nerve of the eye. That nerve is like a cable that connects the eyeball to the brain. In glaucoma, what happens is there's some damage, inside the eyeball where you have those nerves originating from that we call the optic nerve. They are damaged. And what damages them? Well, it's either there isn't enough blood flowing into them, or because there's a lot of pressure inside the eye. And once those cells in the eye die, even the eye is opened, is looking at whatever object, but there is no connection. There's a disconnect between what the eye sees and the brain. So the eye looks normal, but no image processing is taking place.
What causes glaucoma and how can it be treated?
Nobody knows the cause. And if the cause of a disease is not known, then there's no cure. It's commoner in blacks than in the Caucasian. There's just an inherent, risk for us to develop glaucoma, being blacks. And then if you have a family history, because genetics is at the basis of glaucoma, really. And then if that pressure is high, that's eye pressure, intraocular pressure, if it's high. And then people who have severe hypertension, people who have very low blood pressure, even people who are using low blood pressure medication but they are overusing it. Management of the glaucoma, we can give eye drops. And if the eye drops are not working well, then you may have to go to surgery. It's a lifelong disease. But suffice is to say that once you have lost vision from glaucoma, it is not recovered.
Cyril was in the prime of his career when glaucoma struck. He was deputy head of the math department, mathematics coordinator, and was vying to be head of senior school before he began to have challenges with his vision. The new reality devastated him. He began to struggle with tasks that were once easy.
Then, to be moving around, it was difficult for me. There are times I would just miss my way when going to the class. I would not really know the right class that I'm going to until I therefore come back and count my steps again. Some of my colleagues will be assisting me in typing, to be marking that I'm going through a phase. And I thank God for my colleagues then who rallied around me to see that I was not failing. Being a private institution, they were not looking at whether you are going through a phase or whether you are going through a medical situation. There was for you to be effective, no matter what it takes. Be effective. Don't go down. Don't relent in your effort. So I was trying to meet up.
He sought medical help in 2012. However, the doctor's strike paralyzed healthcare services for 6 months. In that time, his eyesight worsened.
For 6 months, when they were on strike, I could not get medical attention, and that was when the eyes deteriorated. Thereafter, when they called back the strike, it was a bit late. The pressure in the eyes became very high and uncontrollable. Despite eye drops and medication, it just skyrocketed. If the doctors were on ground, I would have been able to get the proper medical attention on time. I would be able to at least know the right eye drops to take to preserve the vision. And I'll be able to at least, if it was not becoming better, at least the doctors would have been able to refer me to LUT or even to another institution entirely for me to get proper attention.
Indeed, the lack of a reliable healthcare system in Nigeria does jeopardize the health of citizens. Additionally, glaucoma does not show symptoms. Therefore, Cyril only began to have signs of visual impairment in the advanced stages of the disease.
We usually advise that we should get our eyes tested regularly. Once you are above the age of 35, you should make it a point of duty to get